Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は392日目です。It's day 392. Day 3, right? And we basically just have our 82 plus the 2 from Wednesday, but 2 from Wednesday is a little further back. Shouldn't take more than 15 minutes when it comes to the most recent stuff. Really get right into it. Whoops. Bokin. Megumu. Scout. Gejun. Shipitsu. Nozomu. Shike. Kiseki. Keisai. Wait, no. Carry. Okay. Put on, self-publication. Tama. Ruishin. Modoru. Mayu. Hazumu. Kezuru. Jin. Hokai. One. Kaso. Tocho. Obo. Keiyaku. Kousen. are so many ways to say this. Resistant. Fine.
Sakujo.
Omuru. Reader. Taite. Sento. Kousui. Danyoku. Danyoku. Gyogyo. Kakageru. Chōryoku. Rinji. Tatakau. Ito. Isseki. Gyosen. Shushinke. Shun. Teikō suru. Jujun. Keiki. Toshi. Keiki. Shūchaku. Geimusho. Oh. 交代。聴者。狙撃。弾丸。
刑事。
刑事。
取る。
取る。
葬式。
反抗する。
Excuse me.
聞く。
聞く。台湾。
募る。
眉間。
削減。
書籍。
陣営。
派遣。刑罰。
刑事。お、刑事。刑事。How's that different from? Oh, right. Matters.
昭和。
I just started. Not too bad. How's it going? No, we started like 13 minutes ago. Okay. Crazy. Definitely not Seki. Ato.
Rinkai.
Kinu. Kuzusu.
狙い。知恵。
When is my cat wearing period ending? When I get a haircut. Well, actually it doesn't end. I'm gonna get a haircut soon. We just wear the cap. Like sometime in March. When it gets warmer.
募集
Oshu. Oh.
漁師
Yoshi.
「上旬」
Alright. If you see comments come up in the corner of your eye, do you focus and try not to let it distract you for whatever question you're trying to answer on WaniKani? Not really. It just kind of goes back and forth. Whenever I find a breather. I don't have selective attention. Selective attention is kind of more of a real world thing. All right. Day 3. Do our reads and our definition. Cho, up. Cho, shine. Yo, ryo, fishing. Cho, reparation. He, punish. Ho, recruit. Shu, shitsu, tenacious, carry out. Ri, base. Ho, crumble. Han, afflicted. Modo, return. Ho, confront. He, resist. Inu, silk. June, in season or month, sort of. 1 off. Gaku, explode. Dan, bullet. Cho, listen. Seki, trace. Ken, dispatch. To, attack or fight. Actually, fight. Dean, army camp. Ho, fragrance. Cho, omen. Rin, look to. Aku, whittle down. E, pledge. E, favor. Hug. Yeah. Display. So. Aim. So. Burial. Shit. Skewer, me, B, and eyebrows. You didn't know whether sometimes you notice a comment by a viewer but temporarily push it off mentally until you finish the task or study. Maybe you don't have any trouble staying focused on the task without any pull. Take your focus on. I think about everything. It goes in and out. That's usually how that works. So, in the traditional sense, yes, it is distracting, but like that would be the definition of distraction for most people. But in the non-traditional sense, when you're living with that idea that you kind of don't call it a distraction. It's not really the same as a distraction. It's kind of like saying calling it a distraction means that you don't have management over it. So something that's distracting is unexpected, and I don't unexpect myself. Like, I don't expect or unexpect, however you want to call it. It's not unexpected that I would take notice of things that I'm not focused on. So it's not a distraction because I already know it happens. It is a distraction based on how you defined it. All right, so that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come and yap and talk about what's going on, foster discussions, right? Promote critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. As always, until next time, minasan, mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Relatively short session. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm gonna take a little break. We're gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back. Yeah. Welcome, Pyro. All right. I'll be back for Bunpro in a sec here. Short break. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は32日目です。It is day 32. Today, we have a small workload. So it's our time to check out some other features. Today would be the ideal time to do that. Wait, is this February 1st? Yes, well, local time anyways. So you're saying, I'm trying to think of an answer on WaniKani, then as you're trying to think of an answer, you see someone make a comment on the stream in your peripheral vision. Do you have any struggle to stay focused on thinking of an answer before you address the comment? It's always going to be a struggle. That's kind of the idea. You only get better at it when you're struggling with it. But the overall thing is it depends on the. Obviously, you're gonna hear that it depends. But largely, if I had to take a frequency, I've been doing this for some time now, and usually I prep answers already. And by prepping answers, I don't necessarily mean like trying to predict the future. So like if I wanted to give an idea, sometimes you can try to avoid the triggers, right? So a lot of times when people talk about distractions, since you use the word distractions, the question is the environment that you're going to, are you practiced? And or prepped for it. I practice and prep for stream. So and also practice means experience, right? So I've been doing this for quite some time now, and the idea is distraction, trouble, struggle. Those are not necessarily words I would use because these are words that involve being unprepared and under practiced. So there is, like, if I'm learning something, right, during WaniKani, technically I'm learning something. However, that learning only occurs 1 out of 5 day cycle, roughly. So technically I'm only practicing those reviews when I'm trying to think of an answer. So most of the time when if you're telling me if I'm struggling to find an answer or am I distracted or struggled from something, the answer is no, because I'm not distracted from my task. I'm generally choosing when to address the answer, right? And what I am often unprepared for, per se, is how long something will take. Like the variance is how long it will take me to come up with the answer. It's not whether I will or will not. I take my time. So the question is, how much time will I take to answer what I practiced and prepped for, which is for streams, right? So commentary is part of the practice. A distraction would imply that it is distracting me from what I prepped and practiced for. So oftentimes I would say when people focus on distractions, troubles, and struggles, they are often unprepared and under-practiced for the tasks that they are involved in, right? That's kind of how I would go about it. So no, comments do not distract me from what I'm doing, because comments are the things that are part of the thing I'm focusing on. The task at hand are the things that I am focused on. Now, is my attention divided, right? Is my attention divided? Yes. You do have my divided attention. You know how that classic saying, I'm not sure if it's a British or American saying, but do I have your undivided attention? Typically, if I had to be honest about the way my brain works most of the time, and I'm sure lots of Gen Zers and internet peeps nowadays can resonate with it even far more than I can myself, you always have my divided attention. I rarely ever have a whole attention. So as opposed to constantly trying to focus, like, you know, I try to give you my undivided attention, right? However, to me, that is something like I try to be perfect, which is always trying, right? You're always trying to stay focused, trying to like go back and forth. But I feel like when people talk about undivided attention, like, oh, you're not paying attention to me, like someone would be something like, nowadays it may not be possible, you're not neurotypical. Now, yes, right? But hear me out. We're not talking about, again, we're not talking about all or nones. When you say possible and not possible, that's talking about all nones. We're talking about spectrum. So spectrum, right? The tendency to be able, like, let's just say if you're atypical and you're typical, whatever that means, right? Actually, I feel like the reality is typical is probably in the middle. And there's atypical and maybe like hyper. Atypical in this case would be like, let's just say high functioning, or low, we'll say like low selection and high selection, right? You're on a continuum, and then typical would rest somewhere in the middle, right? So you're sure, at least with you, it's not that hard to come up with preset answers due to the general predictability of your conversations? Yes and no. I'll talk about that in a bit. Yes, and you're aware of that phrase. Oh yeah, the phrase of you having your undivided attention. It may be not possible for no. So it's on a spectrum. Typical people go back and forth, right? So it is possible to focus and selectively hear. Like if you talk to someone, they can literally filter out your words while listening to you, right? Like, for example, when someone talks and they mention an interesting you think a web time would be most applicable for the neurotypical versus not? No, not this one. Web we're not talking about profiles. We're specifically talking about low selection, high selection. So if you make a web, there's no other things. So like if we do a web, right, or a coordinate plane, there's no other selection. We're only talking about selection. You're trying to talk about profiles like I don't know, high functioning plus like short attention span. Like when you're doing webs, you have to have two variables, And then when you're doing like 3-dimensional, you need 3 variables. We're only talking about 1 variable here, which is low selective attention versus high selective attention. And the spectrum is that I'm talking about within the guise of the profile that you keep referring to, which is atypical neurotype, atypical neurotype, where I would refer to it as an average neurotype, and then we have the high functioning neurotype, right? But we're not talking about the rest of the characterizations. We're talking about attention, right? This is the characteristic that we're talking about, and attention can be broken up. So you could do a web with the characteristics of attention, which is like duration, focus, and like method, possibly. So right now we're talking about selective attention, right? High selection, which is selective attention, and low selective attention, which is like easily distracted, low filters. So we have low filter versus high filter. And a neurotypical person, right? You're saying, when you're talking about possibilities, is it possible? And usually thinking about possible is not what I typically say, you know, versus neurotypical versus not. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the degree of someone able to. So if you're atypical, the idea is you would be able to flex towards something. And perhaps there's a lower end, like a lower limit, and then high functioning has a higher limit but can flex down. So it may not be possible. It's hard for me to believe it's always possible. Now the reason I say that is because I think of things on a degree. An atypical person can still be able to improve his thing, but when you're saying when it's not possible, you're talking about thresholds. You typically view, in my opinion, it feels like it's a threshold. So like if it's a neurotypical person, a threshold, a temporary threshold would mean that it's not possible and is possible. Basically, underneath an appreciable threshold, it may not be possible. So, for example, an atypical person must shift filters. So if you were juggling 2 things, for example, like a comment, right? A comment, I'm doing WaniKani, and then a comment comes up, and I wasn't able to filter this and selectively focus on WaniKani. It is measured by a threshold would be, oh, I thought about it. Then it's not possible. Right? If you thought about it. How I usually think about it is how long, how much, and in what nature did I think about it. So it would be measured to extents. So some people might filter some of the comment. Some people might filter all of the comments. Some people might completely not even see the comment. So it would be like a varying degree. So it's always possible, to me, always possible, because they vary to extents. So how would I kind of derailed a little bit. Do you think that distraction has an inherent negative connotation? I think people use it with an inherent negative connotation. I do not think it is inherently negative. No. Distractions are important because you also have high functioning. The thing is, if someone is referring to atypical, they're talking about something that is low function, low selective. Like low selection in attention. So when you're properly high functioning, right? Like if you're ever there, usually when you hear distractions, it doesn't come off as purely negative. If you're atypical, like, or low, like atypical referring to the other one, so let's stop using these terms, right? Let's stop using these terms. So because atypical, there are two branches of atypical. There's atypical up here, right? And then there's atypical down here. What atypical really defines is something away from neurotypical, like the average. So you have it on both ends. You have more or less. And oftentimes when people talk about distractions, they're talking about low selective attention versus high selective attention. And I have a low selective attention. So I'm atypical because I have a low selective attention. However, that didn't mean that I spent a lot of time working on high selection attention. While that's happening, the idea is I've practiced to prepare and practice how to be in an environment that requires that I will engage and expect to have a problem or like a struggle or something to work on when it comes to low selective attention. Now, high functioning doesn't immediately equate, the whole web thing that you were suggesting. High functioning doesn't immediately equate to high selective attention, which is the idea that, this is how I'm defining it. This is not the professional, I don't actually know how psychologists classify this, but when I'm saying high selective attention, it's kind of like, say someone is talking about things. They say like, oh, A is really interesting, and then B is really interesting, and then wait a minute, B is super interesting, and then you're stuck on it. And then all the rest of the stuff, you're filtering for B's. You're filtering for B's in C's. So like a person goes on, right? You're listening to a person, and they moved on to a new topic, but you're constantly thinking about B over and over again. That's high selective attention. That's what, when someone says, oh, I was preoccupied, or, the whole like quote unquote symptomatic behavior of autistic, like when people talk about autism a lot of times, but the high functioning autism, where they say like they get fixated, right? I don't necessarily have that problem. That is not something that I wield. The other property is low selective attention, which is, these are related. They like interact with each other. It's kind of a vicious cycle. You can have like very particular things, but I'm trying to separate them so that they can be defined separately, and then you can imagine that they feed on each other. It does lead into each other, right? So I typically have low selection. And what happens with low selection is that, say someone is talking, right? They go to A, then they go to B, but then suddenly there's something else. There's something else that's happening, which C and D, my attention is immediately divided. So then I will be snapping between I would be going in random directions, right? So as they're going, then my attention has been divided. So what happens is my function goes down. And this is the thing that most people are referring to when they are talking about distractions. And it's kind of vicious because I already told you that these two interact with each other, right? So when you're atypical, they do interact with both high selection and low selection. They're very particular. Now imagine this scenario where you get distracted, right? You get distracted, and that distraction increases your chance of becoming fixated to something. So one of the traits of someone who is typical is they get to choose first they have enough selection to choose their line of thinking. And then because they kind of selectively get to choose a little bit, like that also means that it reduces the chance that they would be fixated on something. So it's a balance. So when you have a balance of things, you have less potential triggers that causes to grab your attention at the trade-off of also balancing less focus in order to get a balanced, like a generalized idea. So usually when we're describing like neurotypical behavior, like someone who has a well balance, they're able to selectively pick a topic and then be able to let it go with frequency that is enough that it mitigates a complete distraction in which they can't refocus back. So that's kind of the idea, right? Your goal is that you want to be able to negotiate this. Now, when we're describing neurotypical things, is the idea that when you have a task, so when you're built for a task, you're prepared. Let's say you're prepared for streaming. I would qualify one as atypical if, despite preparing and practicing for the task, despite practicing and prepping, they are unable to do both of these things when they demand it, when they know when it's appropriate. So for example, if someone is coming on stream and their whole purpose is to respond to comments, and no matter how hard they try to like gymnastics it, they have a high frequency of unable to achieve the filtering for that. So that would mean that they would have a low selection and they are unable to have enough high selection values in order to focus on that task. That doesn't mean they're not going to get better over time or may do something in practice and prep even better for it to increase their tendency to be able to do that over a course of time, right? So it's always possible, but the degree of which it is possible is a threshold that a lot of people would use. Like, is it good enough? If it's not good enough, then it's considered not possible. Good person, right? When I said like, if a person is attempting and they know that they're going to get distracted by comments, but they are unable to achieve the results that they're looking for, like juggling 2 different tasks at once, not good enough, then yes, it will feel like it's not possible. I don't necessarily think there are individuals who are incapable of doing that at all, like just literally not at all, where it deals with selection, right? Like I haven't met someone in my life that they don't have any form of any form of selective attention whatsoever. I lived my early life with a low selective attention. I still think proportional to how much time I spend on working on selective attention, I think I still perform below average when it comes to other people. So for streaming, like you mentioned earlier, your preset answers, to do it very quickly, having low selection can be leveraged to profiling things. And because maybe you can leverage this to take in more observations, right? One of the benefits of low selection is when you look at a scene, your attention is snapping all over the place. So you observe a lot of things. Like for example, when you ask a question, I'm looking at all your words. I'm not looking at very specific words because my attention is bouncing between all your words. Now, over time, that would also mean I would be paying attention to a lot of things. And if I am able to, it allows me to produce predictable scenarios. And I can use that to prep answers. Yes, I can prep answers. The thing is, it's not prepping the same answers. So we have to be realistic about this. If I have low selection and I'm practicing with this, that means that each and every time I'm also prepping new answers. So despite you, like if you're saying that it's dependent on you being like normal, like predictable, we have to keep in mind that someone who is prepping answers to a predictable behavior doesn't have to prep it just once. That's coming from a perspective of someone who has selective attention. So like if you ask a question over and over again, or you do a behavioral pattern over and over again, that does make you predictable, right? Now, if you're taking it from my perspective, despite you having a predictable pattern or a very strong focus, I will be prepping new answers and new variances every single time because I don't typically hyper focus on something. Like if I have a general good answer for like, if someone, if I expect that people will criticize me for Bunpro, for using Bunpro for extended amount of time, like at least 100 times a day, I'm not going to prep one answer, right? Because I don't hyper focus on a singular line of thought. I don't typically say, oh yeah, I got a good answer, now I'm just going to do it like that the same time each time. It's going to save me time, right? Whenever you are associating the savings of time, and it's not hard because you can prep and save time, it doesn't really save me that much time. What saved me time is getting better at doing it. So like I prep every single day, I get ready every single day, I iterate every single day, so that process gets faster. I don't use the same answers to save time. So when you come up with an answer, if 10 people ask me the same question, they will get 10 different responses, and not different in the way that the point of the response, that's coming from selective attention. So if you have a selective attention, one of the qualities of a selective attention person is thinking about yes and no's, A's and B's, because once they define if it's a yes and an A, they don't have to spend more time doing it. They are selectively built for that. When you understand an answer, you don't need new answers, right? You don't need new answers. When I get an answer, when I think it's yes, tomorrow I'll probably challenge it. I'll challenge it again. If someone asks me a question again, like if they ask me about Duolingo again, I will probably improvise something again, because whenever new information comes in, it means that I have to reevaluate my existing information. So is that useful? That is a very useful skill when you're problem solving, right? When someone asks me, how do I solve this problem? I'll give them a solution, improvise, and what they would do is they would distill it and try to get a general idea, like try to summarize it. And then when they ask me again, I'll give them they will think, a lot of times when I interact with people, they will think that I'm saying the same thing, but I didn't say the same thing. I literally changed up my entire approach in order to get at the same solution. So like if the solution was, you got to become more consistent. If you ask me today, I will probably tell you something. But the whole time, the other person who might have strong selective attention would say, oh, he's just telling me to be more consistent and I could try these things. And then, and they would pick the things that they could try. Tomorrow, a week down the line, they would ask me the same questions like, oh, hey, I got these results and what do you think? And I would explain it again, but now all the examples changed and like it's a different thing. It may be coincidentally related to something I said before because I thought about it, but then there would be new information. And then that person would say, oh, they're just still telling me the same thing. And like that's what they're gonna say, right? They're gonna say, oh, well, I'll try this, but he's pretty much saying the same thing. It's like, no, I'm not saying the same thing. It doesn't frustrate me. It used to frustrate me. Like this stuff really did used to frustrate me, but now it's no longer a thing. So I don't use words like distraction, or somebody else says it's not that deep. You know, these phrases are the phrases that I would say, yes, we have different things, right? It's not that deep is a really tough one because it's always that deep. Like I rarely ever think it's not deep. And I'm saying this from the perspective of this person. If you're telling me it's not that deep, then most of the things I'm going to say are going to appear like it's that deep. Because a person who often do not think of like three ways or more about any topic, it might be too deep. So like when someone asks me, oh, hey, did you have a good time yesterday? What they were looking for is yes or no, and maybe like one sentence, and I would give them a yes or no, and then I would give them a 30-minute example, and then if they're still around, I'll give them a 2-hour example. And then as we're going with 2-hour example, it will relate back to the 30 example and the split-second response. Because low selection, lots of wandering, there's lots of digressions, and that is my normal behavior, and I have embraced it. I haven't ran away from it. So like my goal, like a lot of times people would say, well, you don't have the luxury of that. What if you have a job that doesn't? Yes, but I don't have a job right now that involves not leveraging this, right? In fact, I self-selected myself coincidentally in a job that requires or like really strongly benefits from doing that. Because when you're trying to solve a problem, you don't sit there and put all your eggs in one basket. And that worked in my advantage. So I ended up maybe coincidentally or proactively self-selecting myself into a profession that requires that someone consistently, quote unquote, distract themselves because they are looking for solutions to problems that are dynamic problems, right? Dynamic problems are probably something that people hate. They hate a lot. What's a big dynamic problem? Life is a really big dynamic problem. Like the moment you say, oh man, now I got to start doing this, and I'm like, let's do it now, let's go, right? That's going to lead into something else, and we'll be interested enough. The other person would be saying, well, you know, yes or no, and they go down one line of thinking in order to convince themselves yes or no. And I'm like, well, you could have a bunch of yeses along the way, and then you can have a bunch of no's along the way, and it's going to be a combination of yes and no's. And that's what I mean by low selection. You don't hyperfixate. I rarely preferentially hyperfixate on one solution or one result. You go as you go. Like you're constantly improvising and problem solving. And the more I practice that, the faster it may look like I'm focusing on things, which I'm really typically not. Do you think that atypical people have a higher propensity to express narcissistic traits than typical people? So remember that this is probably before I mentioned that atypical can be both ways, right? So we're looking on a like a continuum, right? Just for simplification's sake. If you're putting typical at the middle, the narcissistic trait that is like the stigma of narcissistic trait, we're talking about people with high selection in the context that we're talking about. So if you have high selective attention, being atypical, right? Remember that atypical is just not typical. So this side is also atypical, right? Which is low selection. So low selection people would be, they would seem very hyper enthusiastic. They would appear, and it's not because they desire to be compassionate. Okay, so like the reason why I say I have low selection is because I'm all up in other people's business. Like that's what's interesting, other people's business, because when someone is around me, I have to notice. I'm like, that's the idea. Like if you mention a word, I would ask you, hey, why did you choose these words? Right? Because I don't have a selection for my own filters. So if you ask a question, I would lose track of time, right? That's one of the pros and cons about a specific type of atypical things. I'm hyper low selection. So what happens is any particular question can derail me for many hours. Now, it would be a distraction if I didn't plan for it, right? Like a way to help this is to isolate yourself. You've probably seen this before. Isolate yourself, reduce triggers, right? Try to stay alone, right? For example. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm streaming. So I said this before, the whole purpose is to do it. So like, I could just turn off the stream. So the idea is I've prepped for this and I practice for this. So it's no longer a distraction, it's training. Like it's practicing my skills. I'm practicing skills to compensate for my, or not even compensate. It's not the word for compensate. What I'm trying to do is how can I be high functioning with low selection? So I should be well practiced enough that I can both review, learn lessons on stream while holding a separate conversation between multiple people. That's like practicing my weakest points. My weakest points is I don't have the capacity to do all of that in a divided attention thing. So I run towards, right? I run towards the quote unquote problem, but it's not a problem to other people. Like what I mean is most people don't demand that much attention in the first place. To be honest, I give more attention divided than most people even want on stream. So as long as I'm past that threshold, I rarely ever have to worry about, oh, do I have enough selective attention to stay focused? I don't need to. I genuinely have enough divided attention to finish my task and digress as much as I want, because I've already made time for that. I've already prepped for all these things, and it's it's kind of delicate. No, not really. It's fairly robust now. I mean, lately though, maybe in the last month, I've been seeing how robust it is, right? You asked me like, why am I online later, like today? Is because I'm still expanding. I'm still challenging to become robust at addressing your behavioral quote unquote deficiencies because you're not meeting something like someone's expectations, not my personal expectations. I rarely have a negative response to my propensities because I work towards those propensities. So I like embrace them. Having low selection has its pros and cons, and having high selection has its pros and cons. And I haven't talked about high selection yet, right? In terms of high selection, a lot of times people would say like, oh, like for example, let's do the stream example. I stream. That means my first task is to record something. So if anything gets in the way of my recording, then they are a distraction. And I need to compensate for it. Right? So their mindset is a little different. They go into it being selective. You are selecting for a very specific thing, and anything else is negative, as in, oh, I hope I made time for it, in the sense that you're not going to use it as functional, but more as a consequence of doing the thing, right? For me, streaming is the other way around. It is talking, discussing these topics that comes first, because I have already prepared for those things. And that's why when someone asks me for like the 30th time, like, oh yeah, do you think, I don't know, yesterday, do you think WaniKani is better than Bunpro? It's incredibly elaborate. It will continue to get even more elaborate. Most of my explanations is as elaborate as the other person cares. And that's the success of my streaming intent. If I start to buckle, like if I start to like not be able to explain something to the extent in which the other person stops caring, then yes, it would be a deficit. But it's a deficit to meet the other person's expectations. When you have high selection and you're talking about narcissistic tendencies, narcissism, and again, they're not necessarily narcissistic inherently. Like, neither of these people are like universal empathizer. Like, I'm not a universal empathizer, right? I've said this plenty of times. It may seem like I'm sympathizing and empathizing, but I will probably voice directly if I'm able to sympathize or empathize with you. The inherent nature of having low selection is that you kind of just care about what's going on. So if you say something, I will most likely have lots of things to say about it because it's grabbing my attention. It legitimately, most things grab my attention, and I'm set up for that. And I've already prepped every single day because I practice this so that I don't have a negative impression of being distracted. I get faster when I do these things. So it might seem like I'm very compassionate, and I try to be. I don't think humans are typically compassionate about everything they see. So I don't want people to get the wrong impression that I'm some saint where like, oh, they always hang on my every word, or whenever I ask a question, there's like, he talks for 4 hours or something. It is part of the equation, but in both ways. So I'm trying to show like at least two potential ways these could be interpreted. And then the narcissistic personality is also is overlapping as well. It can seem like narcissism, but a lot of times people are inside their head, right? And we're specifically talking about atypical situations, not neurotypical. So it might be a little bit more clear that someone is narcissistic or a universal empathizer if they are choosing to do it, right? So depending, we're talking about scales. When someone is inherently highly selective in their attention, it can come off as narcissistic to someone else. But it's very difficult to determine if they are behaving, they keep thinking about only themselves or like all the things they care about because they're hyper fixated on something. And that's where in my opinion, where the atypical narcissistic like stigma comes from. It's different from someone who says, I only care about myself, but I could care about another person, but I just choose to care about myself. It's not a big deal. I mean, I can always just not care about myself every once in a while. When you're really higher on the other spectrum, right? Especially in selective attention, it feels like they only care about the things they're thinking about, because that's the only, they have to complete that thing before they can move on. They're not able to, like, it's more difficult, not possible, not impossible, but it's more difficult and takes longer to move on to another topic. So for example, if we compare, right, low selection with high selection, someone's talking, right, they're talking about A, and then they're talking about B, and the moment, let's say, B ends up being interesting to both these individuals, right? In fact, low has already found interest in A. Then when they move on to the next topic, they think B is more interesting than A already. When it comes to high, they could be like, A, nah, not so much. B, now they're stuck. So when the person they're listening to moves on to C, right? When they move on to C, this guy is still on B. Like, this guy's like, no, like, hey, hold on. I just want to talk about B, because B is something I care about. Like, can you slow down? Like, can we just finish talking about B before you ever move on? That's kind of like, it kind of feels narcissistic, right? Like, but it's hard to determine if it's because they just simply can't overcome, like they're not well practiced and they just keep thinking about this. So in order to get to C, they have to clarify B first, right? Otherwise, what happens? They get lost, right? They get lost, and then now it feels like they're not listening to you. So the person that's constantly moving forward, not listening anymore. Like this person is not listening. They just keep talking about B, but I already moved on and they don't want to talk about, so it can come off as narcissistic. Meanwhile, when you have low attention, like low selection, you think B is interesting. You think C is interesting, right? So you think D is interesting. Now, what happens here is that when this person stops talking and asks the person with a low attention span, it will take them time to talk about A, B, C, and everything you have talked about recently, have it tie back to all of it. That's why I think that's the area that I think I'm atypical in. Where when I talk about things, it's usually in this order, where if you mention something or I mention something, everything is going to be mentioned again in the way that it is related to each other, because I didn't stop and focus on one thing. You could say it's very difficult to focus. However, you can practice that well enough that it feels like you have a good understanding of how A is related to B, is related to C, is related to D, even to someone who's highly selective. When someone has a highly selective attention, you can work on your distracted attention and link these two with enough skill and finesse, right, and practice, that it feels like it makes sense all together, despite my jumbled, like, logic in my head, right? I try to practice unjumbling this stuff. High selection, they simply tell you the thing that is interesting, and they will build a strong narrative from it. So when you're having a high selective listener, it will often come off as, oh, they will tell you the most important thing that they gathered from your long thoughts. So when I'm saying all of this is my typical interaction with something. When I explain something, I've explained something connecting like 14 different ideas. And when I talk to someone, it's a test. Like, it's a test to know where I am at compared to that person, because no, it's a double standard. It doesn't work the other way. When I talked about 14 factors, right, I have to understand that it's very rare, but there are people out there that I meet that's pretty reciprocating. It typically doesn't happen on Twitch or YouTube. If I mention 14 factors and this person only mentioned 2 of the factors that I mentioned, then I understand where that person's coming from, because it's a upper limit thing for the selective person, and it's a lower limit thing for the non-selective person, right? So if I'm helping someone solve a problem, I would mention a bunch of things that are interconnected together. When I ask a question like, how are you today? That could be seen as one thing, right? But when I ask, how are you? I take into account the time of day, right? The time of day, the recent events, the last conversation that we had, what are current running issues that we have, or issues that we like to talk about. Like when I ask how are you today, I have already decided and considered 6 or 7 things that could possibly come out from that question, right? And it's building that constantly that makes it go faster. It's not fast. Like one of the biggest crutches, in my opinion, about having low selective attention is when someone asks you a question, you would become overwhelmed. So nowadays, when we talk about like normal people, right? Normal people, I've described a lot of behavior that people can relate to. Like if you're under practiced in like communication, for example, it's very hard to tell if someone is neurotypical, like or however that's defined, right? Neurotypical or atypical, because they are really under practice in communication skills, right? For example, I joke about this, but it's very true. You get the Gen Z stare when you ask them a question that's open-ended, like, what have you been doing lately, right? And if you're under practice, it might seem symptomatic of atypical behavior, which is the person would just stare at you and like, I don't know what to say. They would say something like, I have a lot going on. Lots. Right? They didn't organize their thoughts. There was no line of thinking that showed that they have some selective focus. And this could come off as atypical, which is like the typical stuff is like low attention span, narcissism, or even like withdrawal, isolation. The thing is, it's very difficult to know if it's under practice or not. And I'm a bit biased because whenever someone says, oh yeah, you grind a lot and you're very dedicated, I'm like, yes, to you, like relatively. And most of my time is dedicated to being more dedicated and grindy. So most of my methods are for consistency, because I don't thrive on consistency. I'm actually doing the thing I'm worst at, in my life. I think it has become really good, or like relatively good, and people find it impressive or something like that. Like that's the impression that they get. But usually the thing I relate to most is the Gen Z problem. The thing where like someone asks you a question, hey, what have you been doing? And my first thought is, dang, where do I start? Right? Like the questions you ask, like if you ask me a question, if I continue to embrace the low selection and avoid addressing to low selection attention, then I would be unable to answer your questions most of the time. You would ask me like a really general question, and my first thought is, well, it's complicated. And what do you usually ask? What do you usually respond? Lots. It depends. it depends. So whenever you say it depends, that is either due to under practiced, in my opinion, under prepped, or you can definitely be atypical. It is possible. They're all lined up. So it's really hard to know if someone gets asked a question and they go catatonic, like they just freeze and think, okay, well, it depends. And the interpretation of that is, well, regardless if this person's atypical, generalized, like atypical or under practice, poor communication or whatnot, they are unable to function in that situation. They are unable to form clear ideas and connect and organize their thoughts. So you work towards that. Whether you're high functioning, like in a high selection manner, or you're high functioning in a low selection manner. You can be high functioning in both cases. I just happen to be high functioning in a low selection manner. So that's where my mania comes from. Like, I get manic thoughts because thoughts leads into thoughts. And then any particular stimuli that I have more thoughts. As opposed to like someone who says, I'm vibing. I don't even know what vibing means, honestly. Like, I joke about it a lot of times. When someone says they vibe, they're talking about they have a one-track mind that allows them to focus on the overall appeal of that action. When I say I'm vibing, I'm basically taking off the gloves, and I'm letting it all in. And you might be thinking, like, some people might be thinking, oh, that's exactly what I mean by vibe. It's like, but I then think about all those things. Like, if you want, like, I don't show that part. When I come on stream, I'm practicing selective attention. So yes, when I go back to the original question you asked me, right? Are you distracting me? The answer is yes, but it's for a purpose. It's my intent to work on negotiating and being able to like do tasks and go back and forth, because I get better at it when I do it. So I came on stream for the very purpose of doing the thing that you might be sorry about, but it's not true, because that's how I became better at managing things. I still remember the days when like I step into a room and if there are 5 people in the room, it becomes overwhelming. Like, I don't know how to negotiate. There are 5 people. Should I talk to all 5 people? I mean, I've already observed what they're wearing, so now I have 5 different profiles to focus on. Clearly, one person's sitting on the couch and they're doing a specific thing, but meanwhile, that other person over there is standing in the corner, like on a phone, and then there are 3 people hanging out on the table, like all having cups of coffee. Like, that's kind of what happens in the whole like low selection thing. You just notice all these things and you're trying to make sense of all of them all at the same time, but you have to choose something. You have to get used to like, oh, how do you selectively, non-selectively focus on one person? So a lot of times the strategy was like, you know, you have a table and then there are 3 people here, right? Three people here. Oh boy. And then, you know, there's like a couch here, right? And then there's like one person over here. And then there's like, you got some walls, right? Walls. And then there's like a guy over here, right? On their phone. And the idea is, well, how can I like narrow it down? How can I just take this scene and at least put all my attention into this scene? So then I find things like, oh, there's the couch, whatever the person has in their hand, what. So the idea is you can still be functional if somehow you can do some mental gymnastics to make yourself interested in something, but using your capacity. I know this is like probably not really explaining a lot of things because it doesn't seem that different from selective attention, right? Like if you're using selective attention, it's like, oh, here's one difference. When you walk into the room, a selective attention sees this person's interesting, they walk towards that person, and that's it. They walk towards that person with a question in mind, a routine that they have already set, like if they're prepared, right? Like we're talking about two prepared people, as in two maybe like communication specialists, for example, two people who are social butterflies, right? A person who's non-selective or like low selective, they would first profile everything, make sure what is the highest odds of being successful. Then they would try to their best to narrow down, and it's like, okay, well, the odds of me today being able to hold a conversation with 3 people at the same time, is it possible? Well, preferably when we analyze the left and the right, we could try to choose and separate and go for that. It doesn't necessarily, it means that we're still divided. Like, I mean, like my thought is still divided. It's like when I'm talking to this person, maybe like 40%, I still wonder what they're talking about. I still wonder what this guy on the phone talk about. So what I do is I talk to whatever I'm currently doing about these things. So whatever thoughts that I have in my head, the current conversation I'm having, I practice a lot to somehow make everything related to the thing the person is talking about. So this would be a great example. When you ask a question and I need to say something that I have already thought about, I would take the premise of what you're saying and what you're asking, and I would weave in all the things that's occupying my mind. So like in this scenario, when I go to the couch person, I will be like, if the person says whatever, I would find a clever way or some way of acknowledging that I'm paying attention to them so that they don't feel alienated or being narcissistic, right? Like for me being narcissistic, and I would find a way to talk about everything else that's on my mind while relating to this person. So my attention is actually divided. Like right now, I'm still thinking about Bunpro as I'm talking to you. And I can definitely tell you that this is where I would segue into Bunpro. Now, how do I do Bunpro while talking to you and doing this? Well, at the moment in the background, I already know what my plans are for the review and whatnot and how much time I have. So I'm looking at the time at the same time. So that's kind of how the overall idea is, does the person I'm talking to feel like I don't give them enough attention? And that's what I work towards. I can't give people my undivided attention. However, my divided attention has to be sufficient. The goal is to work at it hard enough that at least most of the time, even my divided attention is sufficient. Like, and it's a heck of a task, and I kind of find it very exhilarating and challenging. Like whenever someone says, "Oh yeah, you must be working really hard and focusing," it's like I'm working as hard as I can, right? As hard as I can. However, I think if I'm talking to someone who has good selective attention, who are typically the people who pick up on that, they would say something like, "Oh man, you're focusing so much on this. Like you spent 9 hours using Duolingo. It must really be a grind to focus on 9 hours of Duolingo." And it's like, yes, I guess. Because when that person told me, what that person told me is they thought that I was focused on a singular task with a one-track mind for that 9 hours. I wasn't. Like, and that gives that person away too. Like now my thought is, okay, well, I can most definitely give the appearance that I'm focused on something long enough because that person's relative threshold is lower than mine, despite my attention being divided, right? And that is the goal. So how do I, for example, that stereotype, like, because if you have low selective attention and high, regardless, oftentimes when you're in an atypical manner, it will create a behavior that makes other people feel like you're narcissistic, because the narcissism overlaps. In my opinion, the behavior overlaps because the symptom is that you're stuck solving your own problem, stuck on your own problem, right? And that's kind of a tough situation. If you're catatonic and you're withdrawn and you're isolated, that's also a consequence of having low selective attention. If you have high selective attention, you only talk about the things you care about because you have to talk about them before you can move on and take in new information. So in both cases, their behavior, the outcome, the outputs of their behavior is you're stuck on your own problems, right? So is that narcissism? It kind of is. It really does. It really does seem like for now, right now, if someone walks in, you know, like figuratively, if someone walks into this digression, this chat, the first thing they talk about is, dude, put the fries in the bag, right? Like, why are you spending so much time talking about yourself and how you're doing things? Because it often comes off as narcissistic. If you have low attention, you have a lot to say. If you have high attention, you also have a lot to say about yourself, because you have to explain those things. So low attention, if you have low attention, like low selection, it would be very diverse. If you have high attention, it would be very specific. So oftentimes, high attention people are specialists. They are very excellent as specialists. Low attention people are great at generalists, being a generalist. And I've said this before, where I have favoritism towards generalists, a jack of all trades, right? Versus a what do you call those people? Like a virtuoso of some sorts. That doesn't mean that because I have low selective attention, I couldn't be a PhD candidate, for example. I worked on it. I worked to be good enough to focus on something. Can I compete with my colleagues? No, I couldn't. Like, as much as saying possible and not possible, good enough is not best. Good enough is not expert. Good enough is getting to a point. But if you're doing like min-maxing, right? If you're talking about min-maxing, like if someone has high selective attention, they're really good at the selective thing that they are at. And this is the conversation I have nearly all, like I would say nearly all the time, like 95% of the time. And you might be thinking, so does that mean 95% of the internet population is atypical? In this particular variable, high selective attention, right? In conversation, by the way, high selective in conversation. So we're being more specific now, right? Because the thing I'm talking about is someone would say, oh, like, why are you learning it this way? I learned it this way, and this is the best way to learn things. To me, it's hard to determine as atypical because our environment, the internet, has algorithms, and that algorithm is targeted. So inherently, even if you have a balanced selective attention, your attention is targeted. And that's the symptom. It could be a symptom, not a genetics or some sort of predisposition. Right now, it's an active area of research. Like, is this like a consequence of environment, like a strongly driven consequence of environment. Like when someone tells me, they come in and they drop a hot take and it's like a singular line of thinking, and the moment as I'm following their line of thinking, I have like questions and alternatives at every point of their discussion, like every point of their ideas. And that's because I have a propensity, in my opinion, I have a propensity to take into account all those things. That also means my ideas could be poorly formed, right? So what is one of the really bad cons that people hyper focus on when someone has low selective attention? They're not good at anything. And sure enough, if you have high selective attention, right, and then you're truly atypical, everything I do will be not good enough or not important. Unless it's not good enough in the thing that they're focused on, of their focus. And then everything else, it's not important. So most of my interactions with people is they see the 10% that I'm doing because it's important to them, right? They're only here on YouTube, they're only here on Twitch because they're looking for the thing they find important. Not everything else that I'm doing, not the other 90% that I talk about. They're specifically targeted, even if they have low, like even if you're struggling with low, like selective attention. Like someone literally could be atypical or trying to filter things, but the internet solves that. What the internet does is they filter all the noise. The internet already does that for you. They filter the noise and they force you into an environment of high selective attention. Whether you are low or not, they already solved that problem, right? Like when you're doom scrolling, you don't have to make a choice. You don't have to practice negotiating all the stimuli and all the brain power in your mind. You get served it. So whether you're atypical or neurotypical, you have an environment that highly targets and selectively conditions you to think a certain way. So you don't have to practice any of these. I spent most of my life doing that. Like when I'm on the internet, I ask myself, so what should I work on today? Not I go on the internet, what is the internet giving me today? Like that's why I feel that it's really hard to know nowadays whether you're atypical or neurotypical and whether you're environmentally driven or not, because the internet hyper selects for your attention. It's literally what businesses focus on. They are trying to hyper focus your attention on something. So it's not a surprise that most of my interactions, this is what I get. When someone asks me, oh, hey, you use Duolingo. The next question is, do you only use Duolingo? I'm like, what makes you think I only use Duolingo? And that would be the question I would ask. But the assumption or the presumption is that this person has a one-track mind. Not a bad or a good thing. Remember that one-track minds can lead to specialization, right? They can lead to the best, most efficient, singular like methods or all-in-one stuff, right? That's highly selective. And I try to figure out in how varied this person is, because I'm playing the upper limit game most of the time. I ask a question and I'm always looking, right? Like I already told you that when someone asks a question, I take all of your questions as much as I can. as long as it doesn't exhaust me, because low attention span, like low selection, not attention span, sorry, it's different from attention span, sort of. It's related, but low selection means that I get exhausted very quickly. Like, and how do you get less exhausted quickly? You work harder, and then you get used to it. So there were times whenever someone says, like, you know, introversion, how does introversion factor into all of this? I know it's getting a little scatterbrained now, but how does introversion and extroversion factor into all this? Well, introversion, when you describe the thing where, like, oh, you suddenly enter a room and there's too many stimuli. This is concordant with low selective attention. So all of these things are associated in my life. So whenever someone asks me, like, oh, are you introverted or are you extroverted? And someone would say, like, well, you kind of look extroverted because you like talking to people, right? It's deeper than that, but this would be someone who would be saying, oh, you like talking to people. That's selective attention. And selective attention can be the solution to introversion. So, like, what I mean is, in order to compensate for being introverted, for example, you would selectively focus on your attention on very specific things. So maybe you can talk to one person, and you only want to talk to one person at a time, right? That's fair, right? So a lot of times the whole idea of having being atypical, having selective attention, right, hyperfixation and all that, is often associated with introversion. So whenever I talk to someone, that's the narrative that they built to describe me. They're like, oh, okay, well, you're clearly not introverted, right? Like, I am introverted. Like, by far the most consistent thing I could probably say is it takes a lot of my stamina to negotiate constant need or, like, compulsion to pay attention to things, right? If there are 4 people chatting right now, it's very, very difficult to have enough stamina to pay attention to all 4 at the same time and back and forth. When you have selective attention, you can choose, or you don't actually choose, in a way. Like, if you're atypical, right? If you're atypical, then it's whatever interests you. Like, so it's a trigger. So if 4 people come into the room, the most interesting one immediately gets your attention, and that's what you fixate on, right? A neurotypical person would be able to say, oh, well, you know, today I feel like I will just pick a specific person that lines up with my time, and then when I need to stop caring, I'll stop caring about it, right? Or they're like, I have a lot of energy today and we'll just take in more, but just take in just enough, right? So that's kind of like, it factors into introversion and extroversion. A lot of times when people talk about their intro, right, introvert, they try to think about how if they're describing how they are taking in, like, a consequence of introversion, basically. How are they taking in stimuli? It often lines up with the idea of how strong their selection is. Oftentimes, extroverted people, in my opinion, how extroverted people are presented are really introverted people who practice leveraging. Like, I'm not saying everyone, but you'd be surprised how many times someone who appears extroverted is an introverted person with low selective attention. So, and that's where I sit. because that's what I look for if I really want to relate to someone or empathize with someone. An introvert who has low selective attention is someone, and they have to be successful, right? As in successful at managing. And the reason why is a consequence of being introverted, having low selective attention. In order to be successful and functional, you would have to be able to practice having low selective attention, which means that you have to focus on a lot of things, or juggle. Though the word is probably juggle. We'll use juggle with good enough attention. And that makes them look like they're extroverted. Because if you go into a room now, you do the party room thing, right? Yeah, 3 people at the table. Now, who would appear more extroverted? Someone who goes in and looks at one person and talks the storm because they have selectively decided this person's interesting. Versus someone who goes in and like, okay, I'm going to divide my attention 3 ways. But the good news is I have practiced enough that this 33% is sufficient to keep the attention of all 3 of these people. That is what people look at as extroverted. The person who seems like they're talking to everyone and everyone's paying attention to them. Or you talk to them as a group. That could still be an introvert who is negotiating their low selective attention in order to be successful. And that's like my surrogate hypothetical story of my life. Like, I went from someone who can't talk to anyone in the room because any one person is involved in so it's much easier if I'm talking to just one person, right? That's what the early stages of introversion, in my opinion, when people describe, you can only talk to one person. It's easier to just talk to one person. In fact, sometimes just remove the person's body and just reduce it to a line of text. That's less stimulus. And with less stimuli, you can artificially produce selective attention. Now, is this person actually atypical? Is very hard to know if their entire environment was built on this, right? If you only see someone as a number, that's less than a face, a body, right? Their clothing, nonverbal context. So, is introversion a product of targeted environmental selective attention? I have no idea, but I know that all of these are coincidences. They all coincide with each other. And I know a lot about this because I didn't grow up with the internet, and all of these things are still related to each other. They're still related to each other. If you're wondering like, oh, how do I become more social? Well, what's your environment like? Right? And oftentimes most people they immediately go to genetics instead, or a disposition nowadays, because when you're targeted and you believe you have a disposition or genetics or something, the internet will convince you of that. Because that's what it does. And for me, where do I start? I look at their environment. Because it's difficult to know which one it is. Like, they do overlap, and it could be both, by the way. It can be both. One, you can't really change. The other, you can actually change as someone outside of the person, right? As a stranger, someone who's talking to another person who doesn't live in their head. This part you can observe and change. This part you probably can't. I mean, kind of can, sort of, like if you're a geneticist, or that's like talking about science fiction and whatnot. But environments can change. So that's how does that relate all the way back to all the things that I am saying? My current environment. So I know I skipped a couple messages, which I'll read in retroactive protocol. My environment right now is set deliberately by taking into account like 20 to 30 factors, right? And this might seem overwhelming, and it might seem like, well, then you're just not going to be good at anything. And like, yeah, I'm not going to be good at anything you care about. And I'm talking to the hypothetical person who has selective favoritism, right? They have a focus. Like, for example, I'm not going to be very good at Japanese or Chinese if I keep doing this. And like, yeah, compared to the person who selectively favors Chinese and Japanese as opposed to communication, juggling the other 90% of the things that I'm working on, right? You don't care about things. You can still get better at things you don't care about, for the record. Like, that's kind of how selective attention people survive, right? When you do something, you hope that your other skills are good enough, right? What's hyper selective? What's an atypical, high functioning, hyper selective person? Someone who can barely take care of themselves for food because they're so preoccupied with learning Japanese. Someone who's grind SRS to the ground because that's the only method that they believe is possible for them to learn a language. That is hyper focus. So those things do exist. And for myself, it's the opposite. I spend most of my time trying to do exactly what I'm doing on stream. It's the hardest thing that I do, not the easiest thing. The easiest thing is to just do a lot of things all at once. Like, just go around and, do A for like 10 days, and then all right, I'm good enough. Do B, and then do it for like 20 days, and all right, I'm good enough. Like, go and collect things, right? Go and collect things. Like, oh, I'm gonna collect this thing. Once I buy it, the dopamine's gone. So here's going back to the statements you mentioned. So you imagine that we have at least danced around the question, if not addressing it directly, but have you been medically diagnosed as neural atypical high functioning? If not, where would you place yourself in terms of neurotypical? So I like neurotypicality. That's a pretty interesting truncation, suffix use. Well, I can place myself statistically. What I mean is relatively anecdotally. So to me there are specific properties that are easily measured, or anecdotally measured, but also fairly apparent without needing to be evasive or stuff. So I'm going to be comparing. So if I compare myself anecdotally, because I spend a lot of time looking at people's behaviors, right? Over these 7 years, I have wonderful privileges. And to be respectful to those people, I believe that they are all capable of success. And that is a good way to looking at people, because I truly think it's very interesting if you constantly focus on getting people to be successful. If you can get people to be successful, it also means that you have more ways that you have learned from those people to be successful as well, right? You listen to the people, and look at them, how they create their success, then you can integrate to it. But anyways, that's a slight digression. So compare anecdotally to the people I have. There are 3 properties I typically talk about. How diverse their thinking is, right? Level of fixation, or maybe biases, level of biases. And then these are all
gleaned from conversation, because that's the most available thing I have over these 7 years. So these two properties, and then their emotional management, and their legacy. So these four, there are a few more, but these four is where I would evaluate neurotypicalness. So if we are talking about, so now we're specifically just saying if you're not normal and you're normal, right? So this is a little bit tough, but when it comes to diverse thinking, the statistical average, I rarely empathize. So this is going to be through empathy and experience through empathy, like my behavioral things, to determine if I'm neurotypical or atypical. Whenever I have to compare my way of thinking to someone else, I rarely, like maybe the rare occasion is like 10%. 10% of the time I might find someone who shares my, so we're making the presumption that since I'm in a public space, that the population, the majority population, so that's like the rest of Twitch, right? The west of Twitch, and YouTube, the people that I meet represent a normal distribution, so they would be my reference for typical behavior. Like I'm assuming, like the whole group could be atypical with the respect to the world population, but in this case, my reference is the entirety of the propensity of the entirety of the internet. So most of the time, 10% of the time, when I'm talking about problems, questions, answering questions, rarely do I ever meet. And we're talking about the diversity of thinking, not the quality of thinking. So we're talking about measurable quantities. Whenever I'm talking to someone, it's usually like 1 to 2 ideas, factors, and on average 10 factors or more. I have yet to meet someone who embellishes, like yet to meet a significant body. Like still 10% is pretty good. Like if I meet 100 people, there'd be at least 10 people, right? That would embellish as opposed to being argumentative in a way that would emphasize 1 or 2 factors. So when I'm like talking with my friends or like colleagues, when we talk about solutions, we acknowledge the existence of our solutions and we build upon that by embellishing or trying to find connections and bridging different concepts together. That is what I would consider as atypical if it happens as the basis of conversation. A neurotypical conversation would bounce between these two. I rarely ever entertain the idea of hearing someone and saying, okay, that's good. Like I could tell you, hey, it's good, that's a great idea. I'm thinking, and obviously this might be a little disingenuous, or some people might say, oh, but you're withholding information, or that's not, you're only telling half truths and you're like not speaking your mind, you're being dishonest. Like, no, I'm being respectful. In my opinion, I'm being agreeable. You didn't ask me to share my opinions, so you might not care about it. So that's kind of one of the alternative ways to explain things. Like some people could see it as, oh, you just don't say very much around me. Is it because the things I say are not interesting? The answer is it's always interesting. Like 9 out of 10 times, whatever you said is interesting. The question is, have you asked me what I'm thinking? Because my habit is that I don't speak my mind when it's not appropriate. So oftentimes people say like, oh, well, that's like lying. Like, but the goal they're trying to figure out is, do I care about them? And the default answer is, well, I care about what you say. Whether I care about you is very difficult to quantify for that other person. Is caring about what you say caring about you? Because I genuinely think that that's what most people think. Where, like, if I pay attention to all the things that you say and try my best to explain those things whenever asked, right? Try to hang on every one of your words, that makes it seem like I care about you. And I think that's true, and I think that's sufficient. Whether I care about you from an unbiased standpoint where I fixate on one of your qualities and ignore all the other qualities, that's not going to happen. It rarely ever happens. Like when someone says, oh, I'm sorry, like I made a mistake. Now all you're going to think about is just that one mistake because it's so much bigger than all the other things. No, I'm not. I am not going to do that. Like when you make a mistake, for example, that becomes one of all the things that I think about, right? That's why I like process-oriented thinking. When you think of process-oriented thinking, you weigh all the things. You don't weigh one thing. So, you know, that joke where someone plays a game for 100 hours and they encounter one bug and the game is ruined, right? That is selective attention. What I think about is, wow, I encountered a bug after 100 hours of so many things that I'm trying to keep in my noggin right now. Like, this almost seems insignificant. And in reality, it technically is and is not. You might be saying, oh, well, you probably think it isn't because you remember a lot of details about the last 100 hours. Like, well, yes, but I know that you think it ruined the game because that's the thing you're fixated on. It might as well be the 100 hours. That's the difference, right? Like, if something ruins your game, you have to understand the nature of why it ruined your game. If 1 hour can ruin 100 hours, wouldn't you like to know why that is the case for you, so that maybe it might not have to happen again, or it could happen in a lesser extent or something like that? A lot of times the solution is, well, games have to be perfect. That's a lot of times a lot of people's, at least what I would consider as the typical. This is, by the way, if you're wondering where I'm going, this is emotional management. In emotional management online, the people that I meet online, I'm like non-existent. I'm way far in the atypical scale. Like, I can barely empathize with the typical like the anecdotally normal person that I meet online, the most common type of people I meet online, which is this crazy bias fixation on negativity without understanding the root and cause and management of that negativity, right? And meanwhile, I can be negative and positive if someone is positive or negative. So like, if someone is like, oh yeah, this is the best show ever, and my first thought is, well, there are quite a lot of shows. Like, may I ask what other types of shows you have watched recently and how you're comparing it to it? Because that would be important, right? It's the process that matters. If you keep saying the best show you've ever watched, that ceases to be important or useful to another person if you have no form of reference, like no relatives, no remembrance of anything you've done before. Like, what does it even mean? Is the next thing going to be the best thing you've ever done? And I do make an argument about that. Or like, what's my favorite game? And it's very different. I would typically say my favorite game or my favorite thing to do right now is to do this digression. And someone say like, well, isn't that exactly what you just described, the internet person you averagely meet? It's like, it's my favorite thing now because I'm using everything that I'm trying to use as many things as I have done before. I'm not fixated on what it is just now. I'm incorporating everything that came before it. So it is always more than yesterday. Right? My experience is always going to be more and different than yesterday's. Either it's more or it's different. And that would be my favorite part, right? So the emotional management deals with that things. I'm very emotionally aware of the things. So I would consider myself fairly atypical when it comes to emotional management. When someone says like, oh, why does it always feel like you have something to say? Management. Why does it feel like you're always happy or sad when it's appropriate and you don't ever like have the propensity to slip up or something? Emotional management. Is that typical? I don't think it is. Not right now. And we're not talking about genetics and predisposition here, right? We're talking about environmentally induced symptoms, right? So fixation, bias, without a doubt, I have some biases, right? I would say likelihood is like 20%. Likelihood that I do have biases. As in my fixation. Oh no, actually, no, my fixation is pretty bad. And it's not the, like, what I'm talking about is, when I talk about fixation, is a typical person I can see get over things. They have a balance of moving on and not moving on. Like, so the internet's typical is you get over things very quickly. Especially emotionally. Well, not really emotionally in the sense of you get over stimuli very quickly. That's the typical like internet thing, right? We have to remember that typical, neurotypical, and neuroatypical is going to be consistently referencing a standard. So I do not relate to how quickly people get over things. Fixation is my thing. And you might be thinking, oh wait, but you said you had low selection. Like this is fixation on behavior. My behavior is incredibly consistent. And that is atypical of the internet. And what I mean by this is fixation based on my biases. It's not the same as doom scrolling because TikTok is grabbing your attention. You don't have agency over that. In fact, that's an argument for being atypical. I'm atypical compared to a internet person because they go on the internet expected to be told and served things that interest them. I go on the internet to find something that is interesting to me. There's a fixation on my own biases. I want to learn something, so I don't go on the internet to get entertained. I go on the internet to find something I want to learn. That, like, there's nothing that drives me to the internet that deals with being entertained or being told what to think about. I go on the internet to figure out how I can improve the way I'm thinking. So I look for a video and I try to learn from that video. I'm not looking for a video to explain something to me because I can't explain it to myself, or I need to solve a problem but I don't want to think about the problem. I thought about the problem in my own way before looking for, like, being open to new information. And this is very atypical, right? And for legacy, I think this one is okay. I think this one, so it would be hard for people to know if I'm atypical or typical when it comes to legacy, because most people do the same thing. So 90% of I would say it would be very hard to tell. What is legacy? Oh, actually, maybe a little bit less. I'm gonna say like it's gonna be middle of the road. One thing is that what is typical about me when it comes to legacy. So legacy is what you have done. What you have done can tell you if you're like neurotypical or not, because oftentimes that's what people use to determine, or I kind of stuttered there, to determine whether they're autistic or not. For example, someone says like, oh, I have ADHD. What is the first thing they do? They can't get anything done. That's legacy. It will come out as legacy. Basically, someone would say, oh, you know, for Japanese, I was on and off learning Japanese for the last 10 years. I just can't seem to stay consistent enough because something else distracts me, or life distracts me, or I started getting disinterested in Japanese and then it became interested in Japanese again. That's legacy, right? And the most typical, if you look at the typical collection, there's usually a high trail of experimentation. So experimentation is very high. So someone would start something and stop something with a higher frequency than myself. That's why it's at 50%. Now, what I have done, like things that have been done that are important, like content creation, that's pretty typical. So the way the legacy is presented, like playing video games, achievement hunting, FOMO, like talking about, you know, making sure compete with numbers, viewership, that type of thing, they're all similar, like because the internet has defined metrics. So I do partake in those things. So and the other answer is no, I have never been medically diagnosed as a neuroatypical high functioning person. I honestly, with all this said, it may sound behaviorally like I'm atypical, but I might not be. Like I'll never know. The closest thing I know about being neuroatypical high functioning was that when I was younger, I was considered a high functioning kid by a psychiatrist, or like I think that person was just a psychologist or something like that. And that's one serendipitous encounter, right? Other than that, I actually don't concern myself with those things. Well, rarely are those things important to me. Unless they're like threatening my life. Like, I don't think understanding whether you're high functioning or neurotypical or atypical helps you solve the problems that you have. If you have those problems, that could help. I don't necessarily think I have a problem right now. And knowing if I have something would not change the course of my analytical abilities. Like this stuff, professionally, that might be important. So here's my take on medical diagnoses. When I have to be professional about things, I would want to get a medical checkup. And it, much like all those other things, you should also, in my opinion, this is just specifically my opinion, to be a professional means also you have to be accountable for all of your potential liabilities. And in my opinion, this is a very unpopular opinion. Getting evaluated mentally and physically would be required if you are in a professional career that may impact millions of people's lives. And you might be thinking, wow, that's a broad statement. Like, doesn't that just apply to anything depending on how loose your definition of impact is? And my answer is yes. It is meant to be that general. The reason why I have an unpopular opinion about this is I believe that it is both healthy for the person and the business or organization or all the people that they interact with, including their families, to be that you should be mentally aware of your faculties. Like, what are your propensities? Because don't you want to be in an environment that is also mentally supportive and physically supportive? I know it's a stigma whenever people talk about like, oh, but what if you're mentally disabled? And I'm like, we're not. It's kind of like saying, oh, what if you have cancer? So you just don't have cancer screenings. Then that cancer would just be not there. Like, if you're healthy, you're healthy. If you're a little different, or like if you're different, then at least you know and you can work towards it. You can work with it, or you can even avoid it if you kind of want to. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan about avoiding things. So for myself in the future, if I were to, like, for example, this is my personal integrity, I don't really speak for other people. If I am going to teach professionally, like how people, I don't know, manage autism, or how they manage chronic depressive associated attention deficit disorder or something like that, right? It would be professionally liable. Like, as a personal professional integrity, I could see myself going to see if I'm medically diagnosed with anything, because that would be very relevant to my personal professional integrity, that my clients or people that I work with know that they have to take that into account. Like, I can't just go around and say like, oh, this is what I do, or this is what I suggest, or like people looking at me in a manner that is not, that have things that are unrelated to them or related to them. But for now, I have no professional obligation to do so, because I'm not a person who like offers professional advice or have any obligation in some way, shape, or form about addressing people who believe they're neuroatypical or high functioning. I share commentary based on my life and the coincidences that they can choose to take into account or not. Do you think that the current state of social media attempting to exploit our natural dopamine release has caused you to fall victim to it and logically follow from that, creating exacerbated certain autistic symptoms, which I addressed indirectly? I would say yes, when it comes to diagnoses. Self-diagnoses is a rampant self-assurance. And I'm not concerned whether someone is talking about whether they identify as ADHD or like they have autism. I'm more concerned about the process in their decision making based on that. So that logic, when it talks about falling victim and environmental, my most concern is, what do they do with that information? Oftentimes, what do they do with that information is something that I believe I stand as an example. Like, when I see someone say they can't focus on any one thing, I ask them, how long can you focus on one thing? Because when you say you can't focus on anything, that would suggest that you never focused on anything for any extended amount of time. And yet, they just spent 30 minutes explaining to me how they can't focus on anything. They can focus on some things. It's not the things that they might want. But the idea is, if you're self-diagnosing, right? And then like in an environment that is legitimately mirroring your diagnoses, like the symptoms and the environment is lining up, you can't determine that. That's why I did this thing here. It's very difficult to determine if you're operating in an environment that also elicits those symptoms, right? You have to remove some of those things in order to test if that still persists without the environmental stimuli. So when someone says, "Oh, I can't focus on anything," and then I ask them, "So what do you typically do?" You hop on you hop on Minecraft for 10 minutes, then you hop over to 30 minutes of Roblox while you're doing 10 different tasks in Roblox while doom scrolling in the background and listening to high stochastic 1-minute clip music that could blow your eardrums out. I think you're probably not necessarily autistic. I think you might want to check if the things you're doing are making you think you're autistic. Like, I'm not saying that I know for sure that they're not autistic. I'm suggesting that it would be interesting to see what happens when you don't engage in specific things that would create similar things, right? It's kind of like, someone hates running because they're running. Like, okay, when you stop running and you do something else that is like running but not running, right? Like, let's say swimming, and you continue to hate running when you swim, then I believe you. I'm more likely to believe you that you have a hate running problem or like a hate running inherentness. Now, if you say, "Oh, I hate swimming as well," then I would ask you, what is the relationship between swimming and running? Because my first thought immediately would be cardiovascular health. Like, you have to test a confounded variable, right? In order to know if it's true. So autistic symptoms is legitimately co-varying with how they found the diagnoses in the first place. So it's really difficult to know if making a decision based on that is going to help you or not. Like, say, oh, well, someone says, well, if I knew I was artistic, I would behave differently. It's like, that's precisely the point. And when they're fixated on the idea that if they knew that they're autistic, they would get special treatments, or like it would help them build catharsis or alleviating the idea that, oh, they can work less hard now because they have autistic symptoms, right? Because they just think differently, so they would be able to accommodate all of that. My concern is not that they're going to be successful in the meantime when they get special treatment and stuff. That's fair. My concern is that the problem doesn't improve by treating the symptom. Usually a person's improvement and progress over time is an improvement on the things they become aware of. So yes, you could say, well, isn't it a waste of time if you naturally have short attention span to not want to increase that attention span? Like, well, you don't have to believe me, but if you're going to ask me, right, I'm talking about the hypothetical person, like, oh, I naturally have short attention span because I'm autistic. I'm like, okay, do you just see as you're never going to have longer attention span? It's like, that's true. I'm autistic, so I have low attention span. I'm like, okay. Okay, let's just accept that as a fact. Your attention span can never improve with practice or prep time or anything, right? Or even the appearance of attention span. Can you tell me the pros and cons of your short attention span? And then how are you going to both take advantage of your low attention span and also mitigate the cons of your low attention span? Because I don't like being diagnosed with something, and truly diagnosed with something. It's not a choice, right? It's no longer a choice to have those have those limitations. The question is, what are you going to do about them? What are you going to do with them? Having accommodations and making your life easier by not improving on those things the problem stays. I mean, it's going to stay there for the rest of your life. That's the whole point of having an autistic diagnosis. It's there for the rest of your life. Now you can either choose to believe that you can do something to offset those things, or you can choose to accept it and still do something about it. Not you sit there and use it as a way to stay stagnant for the rest of your life. So for me, when you say like the exploitation of our natural dopamine release, I do somewhat concern myself with how using instant gratification and using that could make people believe that they have limitations. And what I mean by limitations is we have to clarify on limitations. Limitations is falling under the assumption that you have a potential ceiling of which you have already approached. That is what people assume when they have a self-diagnosis. And what I mean by assuming is when someone says, oh, well, you can always improve, right? You can always improve on that. And that's a concept that would say, yeah, you know, I can still work on my attention even though I have a low attention span. But the way they behave, in my opinion, the way they behave is they use it as a crutch, because the crutch is that, oh, well, I'm already at my upper limit, so whatever amount of time that I use in it, I won't gain substantial benefits like other people because I have a potential glass ceiling, right? Glass ceiling. And my thought is, okay, I mean, fair enough. I can't really argue with that. That seems like if you believe that, then you believe that. In my reality, I think most people who are even diagnosed, like I don't know, they self-diagnose or even professionally diagnose. The professional or the person, I would say, so I have a potential now. I have a lower potential. Let's just say a lower potential. My first line of thought would be is, well, am I approaching my potential yet? Because that would be a lifelong exploration, right? My thought is I genuinely think that in reality, most people don't operate at their potential. And, you know, someone will say, well, I can cherry pick. Or, you know, a counter argument would be you can cherry pick something. Like, well, this person, no matter, like, they spent 30 years and their attention span is still, you know, their attention span is the attention span of a goldfish. Which, by the way, this is an erroneous construct. I don't know where the goldfish thing comes from, but it's an erroneous construct. But okay, so they do 30 years and it's like, okay, you can cherry pick. I can also cherry pick. If we use the same logic, I can pick someone who is a genius and they never reached their potential. They spent their entire life fixated and focused on the very single thing with their genius. Like, they could have applied it to anything with a very specific thing and they still are unable to reach their potential. So the odds of somehow you feeling special because you self-diagnose yourself and professionally, and then you chose your life to operate as though you're at a potential ceiling, I'm not about that. I don't want people to feel like they already did all the things they can do in their lives because somehow they have this potential ceiling, right? It can be different. Anyways, that's a little side comment on medically diagnosed neurotypical. I think I have a professional responsibility. If I were a professional working in that area, because it would be relevant to the people that I'm working with. I'm making commentary here, which I don't actually typically make commentary so strictly about neurotypical things and atypical things. I talk about lifestyle choices, which kind of hard not to weigh your professional integrity when you're talking about lifestyle choices. You still don't certainly believe that Hearthstone deck trackers offer no value to you, given your understanding about Battlegrounds, unless you misunderstood your take on Battleground deck track. They don't offer me value. I never said they offer me value. Or I didn't say they did or did not. Most things have value. So I think so the point is everything has value to me. It's literally the opposite. So you still don't currently believe that no value given my understanding of it doesn't. That's literally opposite. So yeah, you did misunderstood me in so many ways. The core is everything is valuable. It's not valuable to me now because I'm not using it. That's what the point was. Like, I don't see a value because I'm not using it. And when you talk about Hearthstone trackers, you can even say that the value, when you say value, right, you're selectively saying it's a positive thing. A deck tracker can be a negative thing, and that is still valuable. That's called that's a negative value or positive value. So, the way you phrased it, you still don't certainly believe that a Hearthstone deck tracker offers me no value to giving the understanding of Battlegrounds, unless you misunderstood my take on Battleground deck trackers. The point that is wrong about this, and very wrong, is the idea that when you're saying value, you're only talking about positive value. Negative value is a thing too. So it will always have a value to me personally. It will always have a value to me, but it can be both negative and positive. So you using a deck tracker means that you also are less attentive to a lot of things. That is negative value, which is still value. So the way you phrased it, I imagine when you mean value, it means plus, as in it's not a compromise. A deck tracker has a net positive thing. I disagree. Doing things, using things, they all have positive and negative value. They take away things and they add things. Whether they come out to no value is the net of those values. So everything has a positive and negative net value, and they can come out as a trade-off, as in like it's not good or bad. And that's what I meant by possibly if somehow I said there's no value in Battleground, using a Battleground deck tracker for Hearthstone. I don't think I would have ever said that, but if I did, then I have misspoken. Everything has value. It can come out to feel like it has no value because the positive and negative values cancel out. And when you use a deck tracker, you have negative value. It makes you not appreciate certain things just as much as appreciating things. Using ChatGPT has negative and positive values. It removes line of thinking and observational skills that you otherwise don't have to, but it can also allow you to build things on things that you don't have to pay attention to anymore. So to me, overall, I phased out the necessity and redundancies that I saw in a battleground deck tracker. So when you say my understanding of battlegrounds have no value from, like, if you think that I'm presenting a case that I know everything that's in a deck tracker, hence it doesn't offer any value because of my understanding, that's not quite it. BG deck tracker gives you a specific skill. I'm not interested in this specific skill because I have a skill that is good enough. That means it can still offer like a memory tool or like a brainstorming tool and whatnot. So I can still say, even if I misspoke, like say I did misspoke, it does offer 0 value if my skill that are good enough outweighs the negative value of using a deck tracker, like not paying attention to your picks, not improvising, not remembering any of the cards' names, not like things, and exercising on percentage-based moves. That's ChatGPT. That's Googling for a solution without thinking about the solution. That's not actively recalling. So, you know, oh, that's fine. I'm covering up like your answering your Hearthstone thing. So yes, everything has value. Whether it comes out to no value is someone who believes that positive value is the only thing that you get from doing something. So if I did say there was no value to a BG deck tracker for me currently, it's the net. Like, I usually don't say no. There's nothing in this world that has no value. They exist, so they have value. Or they could have value. The idea is that it can have negative value and positive value. And to normalize all of this, no value means that the negative and the positives cancel each other out. So, like, studying with Duolingo, we're going to go back to studying with Duolingo. If your 100 hours, right, was an equal amount of positive things and negative things, that to me is no value. If I ever said it, which I don't think I've ever said something has no value. That's too sharp. However, layman's like the normal like net speak, using normal net speak for value, it's more like 100 hours. Did I get 100 hours worth of value? Everything else doesn't matter. That's how value works. So if that is the case, then I stand by what I said. A battleground deck tracker can have no value related to what I understand about battlegrounds. If you're like insisting that I said no value, because what you don't know and what you don't recall is a negative value. It's convenience. And one of my value systems is to know the things. Do you think your MMR would be specifically impacted if you use deck tracker? I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of hard to predict. Probably not. It's probably negligible. And the reason why I say it's negligible is largely because the range that we're talking about is the resolution is too small, right? if we were talking about like someone who starts at 0 and use a deck tracker and then somehow have an amnesia and then do it again without a deck tracker, then you can probably see a statistical difference. I know means, am I insisting that you did say that? I imagine that you misinterpret what you said about why you don't use a deck tracker. I watch people use a deck tracker, and then that was sufficient for me. And that's about it. I don't know where you got the value thing. You didn't necessarily ask me why I didn't use a deck tracker. I think my response, if you asked me why I don't use a deck tracker, would be, there is no interest in it. There is not sufficient interest is probably my, if you did ask me, I would say I have not have significant interest in using a deck tracker. And that could be interpreted as not enough value, I suppose. That would be a leap of logic, but I think a lot of times when people ask me why I, like, for example, why have I not used Anki? And their first comment, which by the way, it does parallel this. Like, for example, when I first met James, or like early on when I met James, like multiple times, that person would mention Anki, and it's like, well, you know, if you used it, you will likely find it useful or quote unquote valuable. And my response is probably, yes. Probably valuable if I use it, because the condition is that if I use something, it will become valuable. So rarely do I ever infer or maybe misinterpret, like in case people are misinterpreting things. Everything is valuable to me. So whatever I said that might make you think that there's no value in something, or I think there's no value in something, that would be the opposite. I can tell you that there are things that are deleterious. That's negative value. The value is that it's decreasing your position. Do you ever blank on a specific minion or something, like what end of turn minions are in the pool? Yes. And then I think about alternatives. I mean, I would like to say it happens, like, now, so it happens. Sure. So, like, for example, you can do the discovery process, right? Whenever you're looking for something, you're planning your next moves, right? You're planning your next moves, you're doing a discovery process. You're like, should I gamble to look for a specific end of turn minion? Because we have to talk about how it factors into decision making, right? So you have a setup. Your setup is happening and you're like, oh, wait, what am I going to work towards, right? What am I going to move towards? Typically, we've already talked about this, where I go through the utility route. So most of the time, I go to the route with the most options. And then when you think about the most options, you could argue a deck tracker could give you all those options and see if it happens and it discovers, right? Whether I know all of the specific minions or not, I know enough. And that's sufficient. Because the act of playing the game for me is one of the net positive values, is that I have a working solution. When that happens, do you think a deck tracker is an unsuitable way to stably overcome that barrier? Yes. For myself, personally. I think it makes you more likely to not remember that over time, because you no longer have to remember it or recall it. If you end up using it functionally for something, then you can do it. So what I mean is, if it's just that, let's make it useful though. So let's make it useful. If you use a deck tracker, right? And then the next time it happens, right? The next time it happens, you're actively recalling it. And it is built from the function of using this. Then you can overcome, quote unquote, overcome the barrier. The reason why I'm saying that for myself personally, because I guess you're asking what I think, is because this is how language learning is being done too. That's how people are learning language. They prefer, like, you say, because you said unsuitable. So when I'm thinking unsuitable is when you forget something, you look at a reference. And then when you forget something, you look at a reference. So in it itself is not suitable to me. Like, and we're making it on a number line. So here's unsuitable and suitable. And let's say my arbitrary volume is 50%. And that means that if it's unsuitable, 50% of the people, more than 50% of the people, are going to fail to overcome the barrier. That's my arbitrary line, right? And then suitable being they will overcome the barrier. To me, I think it's more like 30%, 70%. So 30% meaning, like, if you're constantly weighing on a material that is supplanting your need to recall something, like for a memory tool, there is a 70% failure. So I would consider it unsuitable because the majority of people would not overcome that barrier. To me, personally. This is my opinions. And if you can incorporate active recall, there's a chance this point of failure reduces closer to 50%. Now, the overcoming that barrier is dealing with the idea of recalling the end of turn, you know, like recalling the end of turn like minion and stuff, specifically recalling it. So memory requires that there's active recall and synergizing or arrangement. Like, for example, a deck tracker. The reason why I'm saying a deck tracker is something else is, are you saying that's in a general sense? Yeah, in a general sense, in terms of memory. So a tracker is great. Understanding how the tracker organizes its information is one way to gain, you know, like, quote unquote, make things more memorable. So you could rely, and I'm saying this is because some people might think a tracker is suitable. And I already said the whole 50% thing, right, in general. Some people can say it's suitable because it's repetition. And it's triggered on recognition. Then I would agree with you, it's suitable. So if you're defining your terms, NetSpeak, or people that I encounter online, when they say suitable to me, like, so I'm now trying to put my feet in your shoes for a moment, like put myself in your shoes. if you're talking about repetition and recognition, a tracker is suitable. You asked me if what I think, it's not suitable. It's not suitable to overcome the memory, overcome skills in recall and like problem solving. What a tracker is doing is it's compensating for it. It also does things that I can't do, which is like have an eidetic memory. You know, eidetic memory. I don't know how to spell eidetic. It's probably E or something. But it can't do that. Now, hear me out. When you're using percentage-based things, the question is, are you suggesting that people in higher MMR also use percentage-based things? That's like kind of saying, do you think that chess players, after a certain level of proficiency, still use a move tracker? Or are you playing against the player? I mean, Hearthstone does have a lot of grounded statistics, right? And you can play the statistics game, for sure. Right? Kind of like your football game, right? You could play it based on percentages if you wanted. That's kind of what video games are trying to do, right? You could play football based on your decisions and your stuff based on tracker data. That is very viable. Like science competition is great, and it has its own values. Those values are something I'm not interested in. Now you might be thinking, well, what if everyone used a tracker and I didn't use a tracker and they win more, right? They win more. Say Hearthstone decides to implement a tracker. So now everyone, well, they kind of did, sort of, a little bit. They at least now have like the glossary of creatures, right? That thing, that feature. What you can look up. You can look up the thing during your matches now. Did that substantially changed my MMR experience? Whatever that recently experience, it didn't. Like I still didn't use I still didn't use it, and I don't think player behavior changed very much. So either they're all substantially using a tracker because they want to be competitive, or adding a feature that has a glossary of monsters so that they can look for them. I'm not sure. Like I didn't lose more and win less and something like that. So it's kind of hard to know whether it is overcoming a barrier or not. For myself, there is more negative value than there is positive value at the moment in using a deck tracker. I think spectating people when they have a deck tracker up is very useful for me to understand them, since I'm not making their decisions. I think deck trackers are very useful when you don't want to remember things. That's why they're useful. So when you're saying overcoming the barrier of remembering something, the intent is there. The intent is that you're not trying to remember the thing. You're using something to help you remember it for you. And then it is through the exception that you want to remember the thing that you overcome that barrier with the tracker. So if you're using the tracker to remember things, that's fair. I have a dictionary to try to remember things when I'm looking for a specific word. But if I have a dictionary to tell me all the possible words that I could use in a sentence, then none of those things, that mindset would be unsuitable to help me remember those words. So this goes back to Bunpro pretty much. If you have a grammar point and it's being explained, like for example, te mo ii, this mechanic, right? It is generally unsuitable if you only remember what it is and where it is and how you will encounter it when you just read it. Like you read it, it's like, oh, I forgot what this phrase is. You look it up, it tells you this, and that's it. You can also go and use it in its context, but you didn't recall it. Like you recall this thing. So you can still forget all this and still use it in its context. That's true. That's definitely true. And you hope that using it in its context could possibly help you remember how to use it, not how to remember the thing, in my opinion. Sometimes it trickles back. You hope that it helps you remember. It's through the repetition is what I feel that's what people rely on. So that it has to exist. It has to exist for you to remember it. You're not conceptualizing it and recalling it without it existing. So these are triggered responses. So when you're looking at a deck tracker, you remember things because it's repetitiously triggered. So when I ask you like, hey, do you remember that minion that looked like the person has a mask on, it's like kind of furry and it has like blue all over and it has an end of turn effect. And the first thing I'm describing now is showing you how reliant I was on actually seeing the card or the minion, because it's a triggered effect. That's what a deck tracker does. You're reliant on a triggered effect. When I asked you, can you draw the enchanter? Right? And that's what I was kind of describing. Like his face is kind of like this, and then like whooshy like this. And then he had like furry hair like thing like this. Everything is like kind of whooshing this way. That's all I can recall about the enchanter. And I'm not even sure the enchanter is the name of it. The background is like largely blue to purple. Like bluish. It's largely bluish the whole time. Right. It's a 5-star. Or not a 5-star, a tier 5, right? It's a T5, right? It doubles the end of turn effects. So if you're looking at a deck tracker, this will become even hazier because you don't have to remember it. It's only triggered. Once it shows up, once it exists, then you recall the thing. That's typically what I mean by not suitable to overcome a barrier of recalling something without a trigger. Like I genuinely can't draw from my head, I can't draw what the enchanter looks like. Let me take a look at the enchanter. Oh, it was facing in the wrong direction. The enchanter is actually facing the right direction, not the left. So, like, now that I'm looking at the card, right? Now that I'm triggered with the recognition, the card is actually facing this way. So, like, the person has a headdress, and then you have a face mask thing. Their hand is leveled here. There's like a beam between... Right, they have another hand here where there's like a blue beam, right? And then you have an outfit goes like this, and then there's some sky in the back, right? And then it's just like a sky with a hill. Yeah, so like that. This is the enchanter. or enchantress, or in however, whatever. Yeah, the enchanter. Yeah, can't even remember that. Can't even remember that. So your exact example is good. Yeah, the Drakari. Yeah, the Drakari enchanter. That's what I mean. So, the very example. Do you remember Titus's old name? You mean like the River Baron? Baron Rivendare? I still refer to it as Baron Rivendare, so that's because of recalling from recognition. So the example that you said, right? I'm specifically talking about the very example that you said, which is if you blanked on a specific minion, like if your mind is blanked, like you're not seeing anything, like there's nothing that is triggering your recognition, then that is what's not suitable. A tracker is unsuitable most of the time to overcome the barrier of a blank mind, not how you can remember things. When you remember things, it's not just blank minds. You don't have to rely specifically on creating the recall. You have context, right? Context is how one remembers things, and context is what I usually refer to as association, right? When you said Titus, my context is you're probably talking about Baron Rivendare. So you triggered my memory. Titus is the trigger for Baron Rivendare. It's a name to another name. If you asked me something that I relied on something to do, but I'm like, I have enough context, then those are all trigger responses. So those are through repetition, like repetition and recognition. Like I've seen Titus's name enough, and I remember what Titus looks like, which it looks suspiciously like Baron Rivendare, right? So that's repetition, right? And the reason why you can remember effects better than, or more often than, the name of the creature or the character is because the effects of the game are what you use to process and create things. So whenever you're thinking, like, for example, man, why, and this is general, I'm talking about general, why is it difficult to remember a film director's name versus what's in the film? So you can remember, like, if I give you a film director, right? Instead of describing the film that they make, the odds are the film describing the film that they make will give you an idea what the director, more than the director's name giving you the film name. Largely because the application of your active engagement and recall, you're more active in the film. You're less active in the director. If I flash you a bunch of pictures of the director, it might not actually even be as recognizable as the name itself. Like, for example, what does Steven Spielberg look like? And then name a Steven Spielberg film in the 90s. You can have a tracker in IMDb, and you can go on Google, and then it'll remind you about that. And will it help you overcome the barrier? No, it won't. It's not suitable to do that, because you would need the trigger to do that again. At least when I mean suitable, again, less than 50% of the time, you will probably continue to have trouble remembering that information because it has to be triggered. So there's an alternative way to do this. A deck tracker, like now, let's say, how do we make a deck tracker different? let's turn the deck tracker into a trainer. Well, this is what trackers used to be called, right? A deck trainer, like a stat trainer, a skill trainer, where it helps you. But most of the time, these are synonymous with each other. But let's turn it into a trainer. So a trainer would do like, hey, in the future, we're going to give you all the effect names, and you have to recall what the name of the name of what the creature is, or the minion is. And then in the future, we'll only give you the name of the minion, and we won't tell you what the effects are. So what happens then is you have to actively associate the minion name, the minion, another part of the minion information, the minion name, for example, with its effect. And then the particular question that you have was, what if you can't remember what the minions are that have end of turn effects? So you would have to practice connecting the effects to the minion names. So then you would know what the minion names are, or the other way around. And you have to actively recall those parts and connect them together. Otherwise, language is language. Like this is a language thing too. It's a concept, right? You have to go forward and backwards and in between to overcome the barrier. Or you have to actually do the task eventually of that. So if you're sitting there ever wondering, like, you know what? Why does this keep happening to me? I can't seem to ever recall this card's name, even though I've seen it like 100 to 200 times. Like I still don't know, for example, I don't know most of the names. I recognize most of the images, but I can't output those images into a drawing. Right, so this is like language learning, by the way. This involves language learning. So, for example, if I told you that it is a quillboar in a taxi, you can probably remember the order you would probably remember is probably its effect first. Well, you would remember the image first because I gave you the image. And then you would probably remember the effects much quicker than you remember the exact name of the card. You probably remember what tier it is, probably even before, probably either before or at the same time as the effect. But you wouldn't know the exact wording of the effect. And for the record, I don't know the name of that card. I know the effect of that card in general, not the exact wording. I know what tier it is, and then I use the image to trigger the following things. So we're talking about the one, what is its effect? The taxi cab quillboar. It's a tier 2, right? Tier 2. And it plays gems. See, and I'm not even sure it's 1 or 2 gems. I'm gonna say one gem on the rightmost minion in your tavern on each refresh. And of course it's a quillboar because I already described it as an image. So that's kind of it. So if I go to a deck tracker and I'm like, oh man, what will I look for? I will probably still be triggered by the effect. And then the deck tracker will fill in all the rest of the information. So that would de-emphasize me or de-incentivize me to remember anything else. So most trackers actually alleviate the need to do those things. It's far more suitable to liberate time so you don't have to remember those things. So you actually, in my opinion, you're actively incentivized from a human behavior standpoint to not remember that information. And that's kind of what I use these tools for, by the way. So the example you gave me was the exact example that I say it does have value. It's a negative value. Now, if the value that you were trying to insist that I would get from Battlegrounds is that my win rate would go up, or like I would become like I would win more, that can be tested. My conservative predictions is it's going to be negligible because the information that is in the trackers are not the information that I'm trying to remember. If it was the information I'm trying to remember and it happens statistically more likely, then maybe my win rate goes up. But remembering information is not the reason you win a game. At least not in my opinion. You could have a different opinion though, where like if you knew all the end of turn possibilities that you have and how often they appear, it might increase your win rate. That's fair enough. My assumption is you can't possibly know that because people don't usually operate on tracking making their decisions. You could say, well, it's a percentage game. So as long as you keep making the most appropriate percentage wins, because a deck tracker does do that, it calculates the probability of you winning based on the choices you make, then yeah, maybe the win will go up. For myself, that doesn't overcome the barrier of the value of having a deck tracker. The deck tracker is alleviating your gameplay. So like you don't have to find value in that. If you find zero value in having that skill, there's no value. There's only value to be gained with the deck tracker. Right. And that's a good thing because that means I could watch other people use deck trackers and I don't have to use deck trackers, and we would still find each other's perspective valuable. Right. I enjoy the idea of my humanity, I suppose. Maybe that's a silver lining. That might be a rationale or laziness. You could argue that's a laziness, but my first thought is I think it's lazier to like it's easier not to have to remember that information. Personally, I think objectively, not subjectively, I think that's an objective truth. If I don't have to remember something, that's less work to do, and that's good. Does less work equate to more wins? I don't think it matters to me. I mean, you mentioned MMR more than I have. I haven't ever really mentioned MMR most of the time. I play for I play because I enjoy doing it. Exploring how a deck tracker could change the experience would be the value that I find in the deck tracker. So I could totally use a deck tracker for the sake of experimenting for someone else's curiosity. I don't necessarily think I'm motivated enough to use a deck tracker. I watched one of my friends who used a deck tracker and I just watch him play most of the time, like a little while ago. So it was interesting to hear. We play Two-Headed Giant, you know, like the co-op, right? Co-op Battlegrounds. And the co-op Battlegrounds, a lot of times when we're making decisions, he would use a deck tracker. and I didn't use a deck tracker, right? I had no deck tracker. And a lot of times, like, I would ask him things like, we're making decisions. I'm like, oh yeah, if you have any, usually I make my decisions and then I look over on his side, right? So he was learning the game, so a deck tracker would offer a lot of information, right, over time. His decision making didn't increase, nor his retention of the information increased substantially over time. Like after we both, you know, get to like 6,000, right? 6,000, like our co-op thing, 6,000 MMR, or however the rating system works. That's soft floor. When we talk about these cards, it would still be him looking through the deck tracker when I don't even give him complete information. Like it's like, oh, pick up the tier 2, like standard tier 2, it's like a 40% pick, go pick that. Like if you're looking at this, anything around the general idea of banking off this central theme is going to be the pick. I need something that deals with this. And at the time, he would still be asking me, oh, what are you referring to? Like, are you looking for... So they would be going through the deck tracker to figure out what I'm referring to. And my first thought is, yeah, because I don't remember those things. I remember the information I use over time, not all the possibilities. So a lot of times, yes, you can definitely learn more things from a tracker, and that's learning the alternative paths or other options that you haven't considered because you don't remember those decisions. So in a way, I would even say that I would use the deck tracker for the opposite reason of the deck tracker. I wouldn't be looking for all the obvious moves to increase my win rate. I would be looking for what other options I have to try, because the thing that keeps someone winning and remembering is that they end up considering the possibilities that are most rigorously and consistently useful to them behaviorally. So whether I remember all the end of turn things are more like asking, do I remember enough end of turn minions to execute my behavior? So when you have something like a Bunpro, for example, it can give you all the grammar points to you at any time. Like, it can give you all the grammar points you ever want, and yet you will only remember a fraction of them. And it's the fraction that you end up using and like connecting and organizing. The ones that you get repetition, you will definitely remember them when they come back up again, because it's the form in which you encode them, right? So like if you see the same grammar point again, or the same arrangement of words and whatnot, then you would be able to remember them. So it's one of those things like on a flashcard, you're like, oh, that word, I know what that word is. It's like, what is another word for a slanderous comment in an adjective form? Well, I already said slanderous, but that's kind of a red herring, right? And I'm talking about salacious. And how would you know that I'm referring to the word salacious? Well, I didn't give you any triggers really that would relate to salacious. Or like, for example, what am I thinking right now? And if I say the word dog, you would think that it's related to dog, but I'm actually thinking of a panda right now. And my reasoning for thinking about a dog and I'm thinking about a panda is because I'm thinking about a Dalmatian. A Dalmatian is white and black, so a panda is white and black too. And that's kind of the whole like recall and creating situation. Deck trackers, so those things are great. They're great at what they do, which is to help you not have to remember things. In my opinion, personally. I think my favorite example protocol is the CRC. I think it's called the CRC. Hold up. So yeah, it's called the CRC handbook for chemistry. Of chemistry. Back in the day when I had to do like organic chemistry and stuff, it's like memingly called the rubber Bible. But basically the CRC includes a reference of all the scientific data regarding chemical compounds, physical constants, and laboratory safety data. So whenever you need to remember something, it's like, I don't remember the molecular molecular makeup of this particular compound and the Grignard reaction that's used to synthesize this compound. You go into the CRC and look for it, and then you copy it, and that's it. Like, that's where it ends. Like, I don't want to remember this particular compound's molality and its like ratios in order to create a successful Grignard reaction for its synthesis. I don't want to remember that. So the handbook, and to this day I still don't remember that particular reaction that I was looking at the CRC for. I don't. Google is very similar, ChatGPT is very similar. This is the world we live in, and it's good enough. What you can achieve with it is great. Like, instead of spending time remembering these things, you can focus on other things, right? So I do kind of agree with you though. There's probably a there's probably a higher win rate when you have, like, when you don't have to juggle, like spend time trying to remember something. Because if you didn't remember the card at first, your win rate would go up if something else is remembering it for you, right? So that also means you're not going to get better at decision making, like, without it, right? Because it's part of you now. So your routine is with the deck tracker. When you remove it, then if it is actually helping you win, then your win rate would go down. So the opposite is true. So if I use the deck tracker and if my win rate goes up, right? And then you take the deck tracker away from me and my win rate goes down, then that would be conclusive. That would be a specific conclusive evidence that the deck tracker helped me win. And then when you ask me, is it generally helpful with memory? I would argue that if you give someone a deck tracker, they would be no better off than not having the deck tracker. In fact, I would probably argue that there's a 30%, 3 out of 10% chance that the person will remember even less over time. They would, like, say a new patch comes out, and you can test this. A new patch comes out, maybe something new got added, all the new things. Give the person a deck tracker, right? And then give another person, don't tell another person not to use a deck tracker. They will the person who didn't use a deck tracker will probably remember more of the new things than the one with the deck tracker. But the one with the deck tracker might actually have a statistically significantly higher win rate than the other person who doesn't, because they don't have to be dependent on each other. I'm not saying it's guaranteed because I don't actually know. I might even argue that there might be a negligible difference. Only one person will remember what the new cards are and the new things are, and the other person won't, because they don't need to. It makes it easier. With the deck tracker, it's easier to do these things. You don't have to work harder. You work less. And then when you work less, you can spend that time doing more something else. Like, I think my favorite thing to do, or like one thing that I would likely do, is I would probably juggle another task if I use a deck tracker. Did I ever tell you that I play Hearthstone and do my Persona dailies at the same time? So, like, if I had a deck tracker, then I maybe would be able to do something else at the same time. Because, oh, no, I didn't. Okay. So typically my end of, like, when my stream ends, right? We're digressing a lot, but, when my stream ends, I need to do my dailies and weeklies. So I would have like Persona would be like less than 15%, less than 15 minutes, right? During that 15 minutes, I would start up Hearthstone as well. And Hearthstone, I would be doing my dailies at the same time I'm doing my dailies in Persona. While at the same time, I'm also loading up with the current anime that I'm watching. So these would be at least 3 tasks that I would do. So I'd be doing like 2 active tasks that can be juggled because of automation. And then I would be watching anime or a YouTube video that someone said I should watch, or me watching my news reports, because that type of information, I can't get, like I can't like magically create. So I would be watching news or something like that. And we'd be doing this simultaneously. If I had a deck tracker, I would use the deck tracker to the fullest extent. I would learn how to I would meta the deck tracker. So in order for me to get value, quote unquote, positive value from the deck tracker, I would learn how to milk the heck out of the deck tracker. That would also mean that I pretty much would stop like doing manual things. Like there's really very little incentive to do manual things. Deck tracker means that I don't have to remember these things. I can simply figure out how to bootstrap through the deck tracker. So for example, I see my first pick, end of turn, deck track into end of turn, look for all those things, go. That's your next move, right? So it would remove the need for, so if I do this and I do this, yeah, and so it's kind of like a Duolingo, by the way. Duolingo and Bunpro and stuff. My first thought is, if I'm going to use a tool, I have to make it valuable. So I'll use the tool for how valuable it is. So a deck tracker tells me probabilities and stuff. So then I would test probabilities. I would test its reliance and its reliability on picks and projections. I wouldn't pay attention to the game anymore. Like I wouldn't pay attention to the game in the same sense. I would be interacting with the deck tracker. The deck tracker, if I truly believe that the deck tracker will increase my odds of winning, then most of my focus would be doing the task that the deck tracker allows me to do, not the task that it's replacing, right? Like no one, like people don't focus on running if they're driving a car. If you're running, then you're not focusing on how a car is operating the same distance. If you're on a bike, you're not operating on the idea that it's replacing your running that you could have been doing. You're trying to optimize for the bike. Like, how do you get better at using the bike? So I think the value of a deck tracker is not in those examples. So if I had to argue what is valuable about having a deck tracker, the percentages, the interactions, it's like going into your carpe diem, like card diem in like a deck builder. It's good, it's great for what do you call those, theory crafting. In chess, it would be like a book on chess opens or like a chess strategies. And the idea is I probably spend most of my time within the book comparing strategies and how they present the information. So then I would be faster and more efficient at using the deck tracker to get me my next move, instead of thinking about making the move based on what I know. Instead, you're using the deck tracker to determine your next move. As opposed to asking yourself, I want to make a move, and now I have to think about what I need to make that move. So reverse direction. And those are separate skills. So yes, you are getting better at something, Procall, that I am not getting better at. And also, yes, I am most definitely skilled at something that you are not from the deck tracker. Now, we both kind of have overlapping skills that are also improving from the act of playing Hearthstone. That's pretty much like the most reasonable thing. So no one is technically losing something or gaining something that the other person isn't losing or gaining per se, is that their focus is different now. I think having a deck tracker means that you focus less on remembering things. That's the whole purpose of the tracker. You don't have to remember those things. And that's where language learning, we come back to language learning. Like, is the language learning providing you with the memory tool? Or are you using it for what it is? Like, for example, here, Bunpro is giving me the information. Unfortunately, if I don't task myself to like associate it, challenge it, which then it tries to trigger that by providing an alternative source. So how does Bunpro work is they tell you what the thing is first, which we will do today. They'll tell you what the thing is, and then the challenge is the absence of that thing. A deck tracker doesn't do that, right? Unless you want it to do that, unless you make it do that, which is a trainer. So Bunpro gives you like a word, like word A, and the review is everything with the absence of A. So A is missing. So you actually have to recall what the A is. That's challenging memory. A deck tracker is removing that. A is missing, and you're finding the answer. So now you're going to be very good. You're going to get better at finding the answer. In a way, so to speak. And that's what Google does. ChatGPT. So people are, like I've said this again over and over again, people are very good at reading information. Like those who are chronically online, they're really good at reading information. Information is readily available. How they find the answer is confined to the tools that they have. So the moment when I asked them, hey, can you tell me what you did last night? And this person doesn't record, right? I record. So that means that a lot of it also means that I don't necessarily have to remember all the details. I focus on the important things. Now, repeating these things does help, right? Literally recording it on a journal is repetition. And you're hoping that repetition also creates upper level thinking, like a more deeper thinking, but that usually doesn't happen very much, even in recording, right? The difference between copying and paraphrasing, for example. The nice thing about recording what you did last night is that oftentimes it's already paraphrasing. It's already emotionally impactful. But hear me out. When I ask someone, hey, how do you improve your memory or a strategy or something, or build legacy, go and start a journal. And the first thing someone who does Google and ChatGPT or deck trackers or things that track is that they copy and paste their statistics into their journal and call it a day. And the moment I ask them, like what type, to discern what type of thinker they are. I asked them, it's like, oh, so what you did yesterday? And they're like, I think I did like 42 reviews and 16 of this and 17 of that. It's like, okay, all right. Fast forward 2 or 3 days, there's no chance they'll remember it. Right? What do I write in my journal? I write all the things that my trackers don't keep track of. Like, what I mean is, the things I remember are the things that aren't being tracked for me. The whole idea of having those trackers are that you don't have to remember them. What you use them for is the most important thing. So yes, a tracker can get you wins. You might get better at getting wins. You're not going to get better at remembering the information, right? And I don't actually know if it's significant. It would be kind of fun experiment. Maybe I'll try that. I'll try to see if I don't play Battlegrounds enough. Like I genuinely don't play Battlegrounds enough. I play like one Battleground every 3 days. Right now my current rating is at like 7,500, which is about when the season's going to end. Like the season should be ending soon. Usually like 1 out of every 3 days is sufficient to get to 16k, like to 6k from like 0 again. So that's kind of the normal thing. In fact, right now I'm farming the seasonal quests because there's only like 1.5 days left, and I have to play I have to summon like 200 more minions. So I'm finding it. If you're here's something, Proka. If you're wondering why I'm doing seasonal quests, I do seasonal quests because it's kind of fun to see how I can like accomplish those tasks with my opponent not understanding what I'm doing. And I always genuinely get really happy when my opponent knows exactly what I'm doing. Like for example, a seasonal quest would be use 750 mana, right? In like the next week or something. 750 mana. And when we started battle, my entire deck is revolving around filling my deck with more things, maximizing my mana count, accelerating my mana count, and then healing myself. And then board clearing with no like restrictions, indiscriminate board clearing. And after a while, every once in a while, like 1 out of 10 people would be like, oh yeah. And then they would emote back, and I would emote back. It's like, yeah. I know you have the same quest. All right. We're just gonna sit here, and from every once in a while, the person and I, we would like sit there for hundreds of turns, just milking the mana up to 750. Because everyone, like most of the time, if you play within an orderly amount for the quest, most people are doing the same quest, the same seasonal quest, because it takes like lots of games to like do that. Like consume 750 mana is a lot of games if you're doing it because you want to be efficient. If you want to be efficient, then that's going to take forever. So the current thing that I have is summon 750 minions, and you get +1 for rank and +1 for dragons. So I have a warrior dragon deck. And the warrior dragon deck is an atypical dragon deck. Well, what happens is, since you have to have minion based things, you try to control the board and then never press your opponent. I literally like control the board and I just keep pressing next and next and next, and eventually the person's like, oh yeah, I know exactly what he's doing. So the player would just spam all their things out of their hands, like, thank you. And I just emote back and thank you. It's like, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Or like whenever you have a quest like lose a certain amount of health or heal a certain amount of health. So the entire deck would just be me dealing damage to myself and healing myself while wiping their board. in case they don't realize that that's all I'm doing. It's really fun. Those are my. I used to play with someone else, so we would complete quests by playing each other. Because you can, but now the seasonal ones require that you're in rank. So that's kind of why it kind of stinks now. Back in the day, you could complete quests by gimmicking around with like another player. Nowadays, you have to complete those seasonal quests with in rank. And you can't match up with someone, right? You would have to get lucky or serendipitous to match up with a friend. However, it's been understood now where the quest has become so like volatilely excessive that you have players that clearly are doing the same thing. There was one where like you had to draw, like quote unquote, you have to manipulate cards. So reshuffling counted for +1, and like discarding counted for +1, and then playing counted for 1, right? So the whole time was like near the end, I obviously got defeated, but the person allowed me to put like 140 cards into my deck. And there was one time where all it did was I drew one card and you had to wait for it to finish. Like my entire turn I couldn't operate because it was just 30 cards being drawn and exhausted. I'm like, nice. You know, I think those things are hilarious. Really, really fun to do. Anyways, just thought I share about why I do seasonal things. I collect things. It's for fun, but I like alternative objective playing. Low key, like hot take. Whenever people are playing a board game, right? When you're playing a board game and you have like 4 people playing, let's just say 4 people. It means that, and then the board game only allows 1 winner, and then there's going to be a loser, right? I usually play for secondary objectives. And oftentimes I'm that guy that would like police the winner in order to make it close with the other competitors in order to reach a secondary objective. That's kind of how I play games. It's really fun doing that. So if I get a deck tracker, I would look for alternative plays. Like I would probably go for the low percentage plays just to see if it's possible. I would try to like learn unconventional things, like things that I've forgotten basically. I would use the deck tracker for the very specific reason for using all the things that I forget to consider, as opposed to the things that I know I would want. So I would go to the deck tracker. The most informative thing I could think about that's valuable about a Hearthstone deck tracker is to tell me all of the moves that I didn't do, as opposed to all the moves that I would do. So I would be staring at the deck tracker for the very reason of looking at the things I have not considered, as opposed to looking for the things that I have forgotten but want to remember. That's my primary tool. When I use WaniKani and Bunpro and HanziHero, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm focusing most of the time on all the things technically I forgot, right? And how I forgot them. I'm not there to sit there and say, oh, I should know this, and now I'm going to find it. I'm more like, what else did I forget? And what else do I need to remember? Right? It kind of sounds like I'm saying the same thing. The intent is different. I'm not looking for something in the deck tracker. I want the deck tracker to teach me something. Right? I want the deck tracker to tell me something that not necessarily that I've forgotten, but that I have not considered. I think that's where the greatest value comes from data. Data is trying to tell you something that you didn't notice or you forgotten, forgotten in the sense that you haven't considered it. Data reveals truths. It humbles you. It gives you objective reason for your subjectivity and your logic. So that would be my intended purpose. And this is what Bunpro and WaniKani and HanziHero serves as. It's telling me all the things that I didn't do a good enough job to remember. And then all the things that I remember, naturally you don't really pay. Well, the goal is to try to improve those too, but I've been falling by the wayside. Anyways, thanks for asking, Prokop. Our weekends are, I think nowadays we might as well make weekends into a yap session or something, as opposed to doing exercises. Since I meet with someone else every Saturday, my like schedule is always shifted, and it's my Friday, it's their Saturday. So then when I go into Saturday, I'm delayed, and then that delay carries to Sunday. And then most of the people that I talk to, they have weekends. So then we talk to those people on weekends, and then my weekday is all about resetting back to the schedule. All right, so let's finally start our lesson. Is that what happened yesterday? Yeah, that's what happened yesterday. And then the day before. Yeah, it's very... yesterday was in addition. So, like, I met that new guy. Japanese, Persian, right? Persian, German. He visited, or the person visited Japan 20 years ago. On and off interest in Japanese. They mentioned that they tried college or tried university, but didn't go through with it. And we talked a little bit about that. We exchanged the idea of formal education. I told them that like I was a liberal arts person. I was a formal education, a product of formal education. So that kind of thing. And then since they're in Germany, it was getting late. It was already 2 a.m. Over there. It only takes one person. Okay. One person makes the difference in like 3 hours. If someone just came by and said hi, then they wouldn't stop me. But it takes that one person to like stay, and I would do anything for that. Right. In fact, in an ideal world, I don't really have to learn anything if I could make it so that I know that I would have someone to talk to that is different each and every day in order to go through the process of communication. Like honestly, it would be really fun to literally do the communication strategies and stuff from person to person in real time, like step 1, step 2, but they have alternatives, step 1, step 2 decisions in communication and conversation, because I know for certain that someone has volunteered to do that, or they had lined up to do that, right? Kind of like a podcast or interview or something, but indiscriminately. Like, it's kind of like what you call financial audit, right? Or a Hot Ones. The idea is people sign up to do that. They sign up to do that. But I don't have that luxury. I'm not that influential, and I don't want to obligate in that way. It would be great if it naturally works out that way. But generally speaking, it's the weekends. Weekends are when things kind of fly off the handle. And it's February, so it's gonna start to fly off the handle soon. Like, February this month is I'm liberating as much time away, like off of Bunpro and stuff for the time being because we got some gaming to do. Kiwami comes out on the 12th, I think. Kiwami 3 comes out on the 12th. I already have it pre-ordered. Yeah, on February 12th. So we're gonna be gaming. I have one. I didn't write out what I was gonna do on February. I was gonna do it tonight. There's a P5X update in 3 days on the 4th, and I have to cover a game, like a returning to a game, a first-time developers game before the 4th too. Actually, in fact, I think it's on the 4th. Their game is going live on Steam in 4 days. And I was able to maybe indirectly contribute to something in it. So it was really flattering that they even continued to do that. So it was, I wanted to see how the game turned out. Yeah. For the record, I didn't have anything to do with programming the game or anything like that. I made my typical commentary on where and like what some points of inspiration, and I'm kind of curious if there was any of that in the game. And they emailed me and said that they're ready, launching February 4th, and they mentioned that some of the ideas were incorporated, and I always wanted to know, like, that's kind of neat. I've never had anything had any direct impact on anyone's opinions before. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, it's a Japanese learning game, so I'm excited. We have to do that before the 4th. I was thinking about doing it tomorrow, but maybe not tomorrow, the day after. All right. Since we yapped a long time, I had to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Since I spend most of my time, Procol, talking about myself, what is your fascination with, is there a personal reflection when it comes to like your deck tracker or neurotypical capacities? Are these certain things that you that like is involved in your personal perceptions? Like I spent so much time today, the last 3.5 hours talking about myself, but what about you? Like how does all of this fit in your mind while I'm doing these lessons? Let's see. Atsumeru? Atsumeru is okay. Bring things together. Sake works. Tadaima is fine. Tadaima. Is there anything else? Okay. To drop. Otosu. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of things. Man, Otosu is rough. Make something travel towards the earth without control before hitting the ground? Yeah, but that describes... well, I guess this is transitive. Eat? Fair enough. Uta? Fair enough. Yeah, Mune? Mune is fine. Look at this heart, lung, stomach. Man. Okay. Setsume. Setsume. Okay. Oh, that can be tough. To tell someone about something in a way that will elicit its meaning or significance. Oh, explanations can be rough because there are quite a lot of explanations in my head. It's gonna be rough. I guess at some point we're gonna have to start adding synonyms. When it comes to my head, I suppose. When it comes to mine. Muri. Okay, Muri. Mori. Not Muri. Mori. Kagi. Maru. Okay. Soul desu ne? Oh no, soul desu ne. No, soul desu ne. It could be, but soul desu ne. Soul desu ne. Oh no, it's gonna be an attack of the. A polite but frequently friendly expression used to indicate agreement with what has been said. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't overlap with soul and all that other stuff. Probably will. Shoukai introduction. Shoukai. I've already forgotten the one trouble one. Setsume is gonna be a problem. Exposition and explanation. I can think of a lot of synonyms. And there are probably nuances of use somewhere. Okay. Okay. Yowai. Oh yeah, yowai. Weak. Right? Shitsu surgery. Oh no. We got the die. Alright. Okay. One-off fee that is usually a set amount given in order to pay for time entry or use resources. They also refer to groups of years or lineage. Mina, right? Hidari is fine. Tsuku, attach. Remain imprinted scar to bear. We'll hit those up as we go. And Atsumaru, and to gather intransitive. Okay. Let's see how well we go about this.
消しカスを集める。
この酒は強いです。
お母さん、ただいま。
川に帽子を落とす。
火は危険です。
この歌を知ってる？
胸をさする。
It's gone. Okay.
母の説明を聞く。
この森はとても広い。
Window locks. What can be considered locks? A small piece of metal that had been shaped specifically to our... Oh. Wait. What? Wait. Locks? Oh man, that's mean.
窓の鍵を閉める。
That's pretty mean.
数を丸で囲む。
海がきれいですね。
友達を紹介する。
今日は風が弱いです。
That's one way to do that too.
手術を受ける。
Generation.
「両親の代から東京に住んでいる。
Fair enough.
みな、こっちに来て。
Oops.
左を見てください。
ペンキがシャツにつく。
That's an interesting way.
木に虫が集まる。
All right. Oh, it's after midnight. It says out of 13, but we actually did 20. Largely because it's after midnight. Alright, so we have 5 grammar reviews.
Huh? Wonder what they are. A lot of things. Okay. How is that?
今は暇です。
Is this the practice of non-adjectives? Okay. Alright. Oh,
楽しいですね。
don't need the popular thing. Polite thing. Emphatic?
これは練習だよ。
これはゾンビですか？
私は赤色の車が欲しいです。
Oh, it's the very first set of grammar stuff. Okay. Alright. I don't know if I'm going to do all these reviews. Turns out we're not going to do the cram stuff because we're yapping it up.
Oh おや、娘は元気ですよね、医師。はい、とても元気ですよ。
この村にはもう若者がいません。
Final stage of something. Yeah. Oh, maybe like this is more similar to end. What do you...
この線路の終わりはどこにありますか？
修理師がエアコンの修理のためここに来ました。
彼女の家庭は普通じゃない、異常だ。
Oh, wait. Wait. That? No? Yeah, right? You can add that to dot. Actually, maybe you can't. A long time. Oh, I think I missed the... No. I missed she.
ラーメンを食べたのは久しぶりだった。
親が子供に、物を大切に使いましょう。
大学に入学するのが楽しみです。
私にあの写真を送ってください。
私は走るのが遅いです。
Oops.
階段から落ちて足の骨を折りました。
落ちて。
僕は彼女のすべてが好きだ。
Alright.
誕生日はいつですか？
私の娘と息子は2人ともとても真面目な医者です。
I am so... Yes. Maybe like it's an act of hearing. So something negative? Like feel? No. Sorry, you missed most of what you asked you about dead trackers, but maybe now you got back to study. We leave it for now. Yeah, sure. I was earlier I was asking you about like like what are your interests in talking about the neurotypical and typical stuff, because I spent most of my time talking about myself, but kind of interesting that you asked these questions. I am sorry. How do you express sorry for hearing? Maybe the reason? As des. Yeah, to hear the reason. Or maybe disappointed. Oh, it could be disappointed. Or something like that, like Zennen. Oh no, Zannen.
母から祖父が亡くなったと聞いて残念です。
Sorry, I'm eating now because it is likely that I'll just skip eating later. Shumi about how do I it's a connector? So if it's a connector, then probably operating in Kana. That concerning? Oh, concerning. Yeah, concerning について。
母の趣味について話す。
Oh, about neurotypical, you guess the only personal interest in that topic would be that a lot of people say you're autistic, but like they're autistic, but you haven't gotten tests, so you don't say that you are, right? However, oh, that you're okay. However, you have noticed that you have a little voice in your head that tries to steer you towards using your potential autism as an easy way to take the blame of your failures off of you, which is something you definitely should keep an eye on. Oh, is it only the faults? That's interesting. So people actually say that to you? That's interesting. I actually read it as a commentary on other people at first, and then I realized, no, that's a personal statement. Oops,
ゲームに課金をした後にランクが上がった。
あなたが使っているスキンケアの商品はどれ？
Oops.
この船は誰のですか？
In what capacity do these people know? You ever wondered that when people want to see what they want to see, or they're super hyper exposed to what they want to see, does that really mean that they know? Or do they have to experience it in order to process in seeing others? I always wondered that when people ask, like, is it easier for a successful person to see success? For example, we'll use something positive as a respect to autism and all that stuff. Is it easier for a successful person to see success in others? Or is it easier for someone who wants success to happen to be able to see success? It's the same thing I'm asking, only replace it with autism, I suppose. The reality is obviously you need all of the above, but it's often a wonder of mine. Because if you want to see something, it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I often wondered, the question lying in the preface is I often wondered because it on the internet, exposure and targeted echo chamber is the main source of people's awareness and ability to discern things. So most of the time when someone is providing an unsolicited commentary, like on myself or something, I often wonder, and it's not necessarily competition because you need all the above. I wonder how much driver or influence, like how much do you think impacts someone's ability to see something? Is it because they experience it and that's why they can share it? Or that they are given it a lot and therefore they can see it? Like, there are a lot of pros and cons to those things. Obviously you need both, but like if someone reads a lot about autism, right? This is what the internet does. Does that make them able to see autism accurately? Or is someone who experiences autism using the internet to seek information about autism? Does that make them more aware of autism in other people? Now, the question was phrased for autism, but we can use it for success instead, because I know a little bit more about success. If a lot of people see a lot of success, are they able to be aware and inform other people about success, more so than experiencing success themselves and then seeing success in others. You think that naturally one would be able to fit their behaviors into a newfound category? I think so too, especially on the internet. Like, I mean, you know, alert the bias alert, but anecdotally speaking, my experience is that when you prime a human being, when you prime them for something with information, they can often fulfill that information through the desire of interest. Like interest / desire, they can often fit that category. So in a way, when someone desires that categorization, they can also do the same for other people. Right? Oftentimes it is a point of companionship, actually. Like, hey, you're suffering from this, I'm also suffering from this. Let's suffer from this together. And then the other person's like, no, I'm not suffering from that. It's like, well, okay, then I don't want, like, you're lying to yourself. So then they would try to gaslight you to being together, because that can happen. I'm not saying it always happens, but it can happen. Or they go find someone who they see and agree with them, right? That's kind of internet reason stuff. And you need all of these things, by the way. You don't, it's not one is inherently evil or one is not. You need all of these forms of feedback. Someone that's outside who is not looking for that, someone who is looking for that, who's someone has experienced that, and who's someone who have overcome something. So you kind of want to synthesize all of that information. And I understand why you're apprehensive when a lot of people say, oh, you might be autistic, and right, so it's your fault, or you, often these things can be difficult to know how accurate or reliable they are. No, it's not just the faults, and you mostly think about it in social situations. If you say something weird in conversation, oh, that's just autism causing you to be like this. That's interesting. But you nearly all the time shut it down and just say to yourself, now you have a great example of something you shouldn't say in this situation. Now that you add to your social bank and get one step closer to being more socially acceptable, that's fair. That's fair. You can also explore those weird things in a different situation to see if they work. An alternative would be, now that you have something that is not socially acceptable, it would be a fun challenge to find where it is socially acceptable. Like, that's another alternative, right? Another way to go about it. You have a bank of things. Now that you're aware of something, you can choose to enrich for it, or choose to mitigate it. It's mostly your sisters that say you're autistic? Oh, okay. Well, that is family for you. I think that naturally one would be, yeah, okay. For you, you would say that if you experience success, you would be abysmal in conveying that success, and you imagine that from observing success from others will allow you to much better convey practical information about success. That's interesting. I think you're on the mark for part of the big picture, right? Obviously, I was curious. I was making contrasts. And in general, the cop-out answer would be all of the above. Like, you kind of just want all of them so you can make the comparison and the contrast yourself, right? And I kind of set this up for my own monologue about this. My current narrative is that there's an excess of something, and that excess of something is basically not what you just said. What you just said is something that I would emphasize because there is not a lot of it. You see what I mean? Like, the way people get successful is by looking at images of success. But without any personal experience with success, it's nearly incomprehensible to be able to frame that success by simply observing others. And then trying to offer information by convincing yourself that you observe success enough to know what success is without experiencing it. That is, in my opinion, what characterizes a lot of net speak nowadays for advice, for unsolicited advice. Like, oh, yeah, you know, you have back pains and foot pain, and then you have high blood pressure. Man, you must be diabetic or something. I just gave you an example in NetSpeak. That would be great in both senses challenges, as one thing that frustrates you sometimes is when you display a certain behavior and gets a good response, then you repeat that behavior in another situation with different people, but you don't get a good response yet. And you often can't figure out why the responses were different yet. Could I give you a definition instead of an example? The definition, anything that occurs high frequency on NetSpeak. Like on the net. So NetSpeak is a way that people speak as a, like, the example is NetSpeak. It's not how they think or something. I'm not saying NetSpeak is how they think. I'm trying to explain the NetSpeak. So NetSpeak would be like, oh man, you must be artistic or something because you have trouble focusing. That's NetSpeak. And attempting to explain the NetSpeak is what is very interesting about it. So it's not this, like, it's, I'm trying to differentiate it from saying like mansplaining, you know, like mansplaining meaning it's a man explaining things. That's how I interpret it. But a lot of times people use these phrases as, oh, it's the way they talk about things, it's the way they think about things. Like, I don't think that's called mansplaining in my opinion. That's more like you got to take a deep dive into patriarchal societies and gender roles and whatnot. For me, when I say NetSpeak, I literally mean the example. When someone tells you like, oh yeah, you know, I have OCD, don't worry, like, I'll get over it soon. I'm like, what do you mean get over OCD? That's what I mean. My response to NetSpeak is what I was thinking of. Like, how can you, like when someone says, oh yeah, you won't be successful at learning any Japanese doing this. I'm like, okay, NetSpeak, because it asserts certainty with no explanation or a demonstration of how that is helpful to me. But let's dive deeper. You know? And when you said that lots of people tell you that you're autistic, and or like people tell you autistic, and then you mentioned your sisters, my first thought is like, it reminds me of NetSpeak. Like, and sometimes, like, hear me out, I don't know what it's like in your current environment, but when you say you displayed a certain behavior and you get a good response, and then you explain the behavior and you get a bad response, right? When you get a bad response, that's part of the NetSpeak problem, in my opinion. Like, I genuinely think it's a growing problem. I don't think it's out of malice. I don't think people are being mean to one another. I think the vast majority are incentivized to be short with people because it's assumed that when you have an impression on something, it is already understood what that means. Like, when someone tells me, oh yeah, you know, just normal ADHD stuff, and I'm like, I have no idea what you mean by normal ADHD stuff. Like, I'm not even sure what normal ADHD is. Like, as far as I remember, ADHD is a spectrum thing, so I can't even possibly conceive what you mean by normal. Like, you're telling me there's a normal atypical behavior? Like, that's what I mean. Like, and I'm kind of improvising here. It's a little difficult. This topic is not really well developed in my head. The reason why I'm saying is the responses you're getting I don't know how cognizant you are about how brief and short people have become with each other. And it often involves digging into understanding what is being normalized in their environments. So when someone says you're autistic, what is the one thing you do is to be able to normalize where that is coming from. And that's how you get the information. Oftentimes when you ask the person, right, well, what do you mean by you think I'm autistic? They're oftentimes what NetSpeak, if you want to confirm if it's NetSpeak, they would say, well, you know, autistic, like autism people. I'm like, what do you mean by that? You know what it is. I'm like, no, I don't. That's what happens. And that's the deeper version of NetSpeak that I'm talking about. It assumes the behavior, the motivation behind NetSpeak a lot of times is that everyone's on the same page. So whenever you want to get like a deep dive into someone, like, oh, can you explain to me why this is inappropriate? Like, I thought it would be pretty funny. Can you explain to me why this is unfunny? Dude, man, that's like a boomer question. Like, I don't understand what you mean by a boomer question. Do people not explain why it's not funny to each other? Like, well, if you explain it, it would be like stupid. Like, okay, thanks. So how do you expect me to get funnier next time, or do things that are like more funny or less, I don't know, funnier or less funny, or like avoid not making you groan or cringe if you can't speak more than your hot takes? You think that your comment you disagree with was you exaggerating your understanding of how bad you're at conveying information about a topic you're well versed in? You think that my comment you disagreed with I would say that if I experienced success, I would be abysmal in conveying that success. And I imagine that from observing success from others, allow you a much better way to convey practical information about success. And you think that my comment you disagreed with. Which comment did I disagree with? I'm not entirely sure if I disagreed with any of your comments. Was you exaggerating about your understanding how bad at conveying? Oh no, about conveying information. Oh, you're well versed in. Oh, no, it's not just a fault, and mostly think about it. If I say something weird in conversation, you'll probably have to clarify that for me, like which one it is. I don't think I disagreed with anything. Unless I did? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I disagreed with anything you said. I'm not entirely sure if you said anything to be disagreeable about. Most of my comments were regarding like your comment demonstrates it flows well with what I feel is lacking in the internet. Oh, maybe that's what you meant. I'm saying that there needs to be more of what you're saying, not that it's lacking. That's probably the place that got hung up. I'm saying the thing you describe, you would say that if you experience success, I'm guessing it's this one. If you experience success, you would be more abysmal in conveying that success, and you imagine that from observing success from others. Maybe that one. I'm saying that there's a lack of that on the internet. There's a genuine lack of understanding that one has to both experience and integrate practical information from other people. it's but there's a lack of it. Like there's more. Here's what success looks like, and it doesn't usually translate to success. And then what happens is the conveyance of success, so they know what success looks like, so therefore they are then have the confidence to disseminate that information to someone else. So for example, if you read a lot about how to be financially successful, right? And then you yourself have not experienced financial success with that information because you have not tested it. It doesn't prevent, or it doesn't strongly insist to that person that they would pass on that information as though they understand it. So what I mean by that is, if you read a lot of like self-help books, somehow it turns you into a guru in helping other people with self-help, when you yourself have not self-helped yourself successfully. That happens a lot more than what you're saying, which I find is very appropriate. Like, it's not entirely the whole picture. It's both, obviously, but I think the way you said it is a lot more, it's rarer on the internet, where when someone experiences success, they are still going to look at other information in order to figure out how to convey that information and how practical their information can be. When you either, nowadays, in my opinion, the two biggest points of success is someone who is already successful and they don't pay attention to the current conditions. It said your message failed to send. Oh, okay. Oh, that's weird. Can you type it again? I have no idea what the sorry. So this is maybe it's unrelated because you were clarifying and the message failed to send. But like, for example, success, people who are experienced in success, they're not incentivized to understand the condition in which they provide instructions. They're there to sell the instructions without spending time with the conditions. And then there are people who they did no experience with success, but they see a lot of success. They see lots of success, right? And somehow that allows them to give instruction. So for example, we can like, I'm going to be as respectful as I can, and we'll just use autistic as a general term, right? If you are not sure that you're autistic, then it is not clear if you experience autistic. In both cases, they're going to either see the cases of autism, or they are going to give the instruction of autism online without taking into account the conditions in which that advice is advice. And that is one of the roots of NetSpeak right now. So when someone says, "Oh, I think you're autistic," it's NetSpeak. It's that doesn't provide instructions, conditions, nor routes to success or the autism, like knowing more about autism. Like, for example, your funny business. I'm not sure if the environment you are with, like the people you hang out with and whatnot, has been accustomed to. It's not a bad or a good thing. Again, this is more like trying to understand the normal conversation patterns of youth these days. I don't hang out with youth, right? And it's hard to know what people mean anymore At least in my opinion, I have a really difficult time understanding what people mean. Like, it's like pulling teeth. When someone says, oh yeah, you're going to fail, I'm like, how so? Like, can you explain how I'm going to fail? It's like, well, you know, I saw like 1,000 people over here who failed, so you're just going to be one of them. That doesn't help me. Like, are you offering me advice, or are you net speaking? Right? Because if you're net speaking, what you did was you saw lots of people fail doing this. So your advice is don't do this. That doesn't explain anything. It doesn't help me. It doesn't offer instructions. And it barely even tells me that you understand what's going on. So that is like, it's like 90% of my interactions with people. And then I asked them why, how, where, and my fingers crossed is they would explain it to me. Because it's very tough. It is very tough for me. And I think I'm relatively educated. Relatively educated. At least enough to understand that when someone says, oh, I think you're going to fail because these are the things that I've noticed while looking at the examples of, I don't know, failure. And thank you. That's more information than saying you're going to fail. It's this. It's as though they think I know what that means. Oh, and you sent it in Discord? Here, let me see. You had a... Okay. Is it okay if I read this out loud? Actually, let me... yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, what you typed, that's exactly what I mean. That's... I don't see how you would not operate with apprehension. Yeah, no, like, I read the thing. That example is exactly what I'm... Like, that's what I'm imagining is happening in your class, like in your uni, like when you're saying the whole autistic thing. The idea is people are talking to each other like it's understood. Like, oh, hey, nah, that guy's just being... Like, in both cases, your group leader who said like, oh, you know, that's just him. He's just being a jerk. He's using his autism as an excuse to be a jerk. That's net speak too. And then the other one is like, oh, I can say however I want to because, I don't know, I have autism or something like that. Let's speak. There's no like communication between the two. It's kind of like inferred. It's like inferred, like, okay, well, all right, that's just the way it is, guys. Like, hey, if you got someone who's like standing around being a jerk to you, they're probably autistic. That's a hot take. And when you said, like, when the person asked you, like, phrased in that way and it doesn't give you any constructive criticism, that's exactly what I mean. This is my personal concern about future, not me, because I won't be alive in the future, like, you know what I mean. Like, I'm getting old. I'm trying my best to stay locked into how younger people speak to each other these days, and it's really weird. I know you go to university, right? And it's weird to hear that, picturing university students hearing that. Like, the times have changed so much. Like, if I think of my college years, which again is out of context, out of time, my first thing is, when people say they have a disagreement, they have to sit together and talk about the disagreement. And again, this is different culture, maybe different environment. It's crazy to think that you simply excuse things as though it's normal. Like, oh yeah, that person, they're a klutz because they have ADHD. Like, I don't, how does that explain? Can you explain it to me? No, well, you know, like ADHD people are clumsy. Or someone told me this before, and I'm okay with it, by the way. This is to admit that these things happen. Like, these things are the normal things. And I'm trying to understand it because I'm so detached from this. Like, someone said, like, oh yeah, wow, that's weird. I never imagined you would know how to say these things. I'm like, say what things? Like, what? And they're like, you know, the boomer things, or like the Gen Z things. I'm like, I don't know. Can you explain it to me? And they would be, oh, it's just this like aura you have. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, I guess. Yeah, you can relate to that. People are, wait, for clarification, you use the fact that I'm not very good at conveying information, you know, inside out, and you use that to say that you observing information will allow you to better convey information about the topic, but it's completely unsubstantial. Okay. Yeah, you can relate to that. People are generally hiding behind a load of layers of assumptions that most people conform to instead of just getting to the point and saying what they mean raw, or, you know, being committal, right? Yesterday, someone used the word committal. Beth used the word committal. Be willing to commit and follow up on what you're saying, right? Instead of saving you the time by inferring assumptions. You saying you are relatively educated is clearly you being humble, but may come across as you being disconnected to the real world, which technically really is. Where a lot of people don't go past education at 16, 18. Yeah, but the internet is a normalizer. So the reason why I say I'm relatively educated is because education is not the thing that makes me different. I'm being humble about something, but it's not education. If you know what I mean. Like, not the education that people, yeah, committal. Like, if you say that, like, if someone tells you you're autistic, that's committal language. So they commit it to an opinion, right? They commit it to an opinion, but they are not committal because they don't follow up. Like when you say, so why do you think I'm autistic? They don't explain it. That's not being committal on your obvious commitment to an opinion. Like if you tell me that I'm garbage, commit to it. Like explain why you think I'm garbage. And don't, you know, like, don't just go in and say, it's a vibe, dude. Like, I vibe that you're garbage. Like, okay. So, do you want me to be less garbage? Like, if you want me to be less garbage, you could at least explain to me what is it that I can actually do to be less garbage. Or, obviously, it's not of their concern, so they're not committal to their responses because they don't care. They just simply threw out a comment that is very aggressively opinionated and decided, oh well, or like someone comes up to you and is like, dude, I find you annoying. All right, well, can you explain to me how I'm annoying so I can be less annoying to you in the future? That would be the exact reason why I would ask the question. Hey, can you explain to me why I'm annoying? Because it would be great if I can try to stop being annoying to you. Or we can come up with a compromise. Maybe don't watch my videos And then they're gonna say something like, well, I can't not watch your videos. YouTube recommends it. And the whole reason I'm triggered right now and hate you is because YouTube recommended the video. I'm like, but you can control YouTube, right? Most people actually say no, they can't control what YouTube shows them, so that's a problem. Let's see. You can say it. And the whole thing about like I'm relatively educated, so people don't think I'm educated. Protocol. Like I'm honestly not being humble about it, and I'm actually quite connected with the real world for that reason. Like I would probably strongly disagree with you, but not on the same point. I think you understand education very similarly to the way I understand education. However, when it comes to how educated I am, most of the time people think I'm uneducated. And largely because nowadays, 16, 18-year-olds, they value education by the volume of information that they know, not by, for lack of a better word, how educated you are. Both. IRL and online still exist. When it's IRL, it's even more likely because they don't see you doing the thing. People have to see you doing the thing in order to assume you're educated. So what I mean by that is we're talking about relatively educated. Oh, you literally have PhD in my streamer name? They don't know what PhD is. And most people don't actually even remember your name. Also, PhD could stand for something else. Nowadays, like, I think their imagination, they're far more educated than I am with abbreviations. Let's just say that. So, consider myself not educated in this way, I suppose. I suppose being out of touch with the internet world and the IRL world also makes me less educated technically. But the idea is that education is measured relatively differently. So if I claim that I'm relatively educated, there might be someone who would challenge my education, which is not that dissimilar nowadays from culture. So like, becoming educated means that somehow I must know miscellaneous information about various specific topics, which I don't. Like, for example, if someone finds an example of me not understanding the geographical location of Vietnam with respects to Laos and Nepal, then I'm pretty much uneducated. So my comments, in my opinion, is trying to share sensitivity with, I guess, not the real world, technically, but the more like the internet world. I don't have enough IRL experience anymore. I don't interact with people enough IRL. I know that I feel dumbfounded whenever someone gives me the Gen Z stare. The group leader told you when we were speaking about autism, it's just misfiring neurons in your brain. No point giving it any attention. It's just something to improve on, like everybody else who also has at least one thing holding them back. That did stick with you a lot. Autism is misfiring neurons. Ooh, okay. The improving thing sounds auspicious. And everybody else has at least one thing holding them back. That's fair. Those are fair statements. The misfiring neurons in your brain thing is kind of interesting. I wonder where that comes from. Not that you think you've ever said that, but does it get to the point where, to put it bluntly, you're just a jerk? Yes. I've made people cry before. Like, I've legitimately made people cry. Oh, the R word? That's perfectly fine if it's like, you know, used tastefully, which is probably convicting. Yeah, so, but how can you genuinely comment to something without following through? Do you think of commitment as just a statement with no value tied to it, and then the middle being the words? We're talking about speaking and following up. So for commitment, there's the act, and then there's the follow through, right? So here's an example. I think you might be autistic. Versus you are autistic. How did you take me saying the C word in a good way and laugh about it? I laughed about it because I read it like some guy with a Welsh accent. That's what I read it like from a like a Simon Pegg Nick Frost you know, movie that features them too. Maybe something by Edgar Wright. Was it Edgar Wright that wrote those or like direct those? But you know what I mean, like in a pub somewhere, and then someone was like trying to be cheeky or something. So this is what I mean. So the act of saying, right, your speak, you could be agreeable and say, I think you might be autistic, versus you're autistic. So that means this is committal language. So oftentimes this means, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, this means you don't necessarily have to follow up because you're unsure, right? You don't know for sure. You're just suggesting. This is a suggestion, right? This is non-committal language. This is committal language, right? Since we're talking about language here, Japanese does this as well in their own way. And then we have follow through, which is when you say something like this, it is not necessarily expected that you follow up. But that's not NetSpeak. This is NetSpeak. NetSpeak is down here. So the average person who says this, in my opinion, are not committal to following up. As in they tossed out a comment because of network exposure. They don't toss out the comment because they're committal to their experience. So when someone says you're autistic, it's like your group leader situation and your like other person situation. Oh, don't worry, it's just neurons misfiring in your brain. I don't even know what that means. Like, when does neuron misfire in your brain mean? Like, do you think your brain intentionally misfires neurons? A genuine question. It is a really genuine question to your group leader. Like, do you think your brain intentionally misfires neurons? I don't quite know how that works. So I would want to ask, and then the person could respond, say like, you know, that's kind of a weird question. I mean, I'm autistic. Maybe you're autistic too because you ask weird questions. That like, I'm really hammering home the dynamics of conversation. Like, okay, well, you know, it's just what autistic people say, you know, to be encouraging. Or something like that. I'm like, I'm genuinely interested in where the misfiring neuron information came from. Okay, so hopefully that addressed something about commitment, using committal language and not following up. but you can be committal in language. When you say that, you mean that people you meet on... Okay, we did that. Yep, PhD. Without saying it, those flipping R words, right? Yeah, we read that part. Confuse being knowledgeable with intelligence. Semantics, right? To be fair, the C word most of the time holds a lot less severity in the UK and Commonwealth countries than it does in the USA. Yeah, actually, let's be even more fair for comical relief, Procall. Nearly everything in the United States is held to a higher severity and sensitivity because of its spurious results than other countries. Like, what I mean is, let's do a funny reflection here. In general, due to the inconsistent response throughout the United States for various words, that's usually what creates that severity. Like, you just don't know what you're going to get when you use a specific word. And you might be able to make an argument that's also one of the consequences of diversity in opinions, right? That's kind of, or you can even chalk it up to the argumentative nature of the United States, which can also be related and associated with the consequences of diversity. So I would agree with you. Usually severities of specific words come with nationalism. It comes with being on the same page. So, like, for example, our conversations about autism, if it is agreed upon, because most people are online now, when they slapdashedly throw autism around, is likely that they spend most of the time agreeing that autism is now a common word that's agreed upon on specific presumptions. And because of that, it's no longer a big deal, right? Like, oh yeah, that guy's a jerk. That guy's just being an autistic jerk. Now it's no longer severe because there's a substantial number of people who agree that it's no longer a big deal. And to me, I think it's really funny, you know, like a comedy stand-up would totally do this, in my opinion. A stand-up comedian, most words in a diverse country or a country that has a severe inconsistency in opinion would likely find most things severe because they can't agree on it. This is a silly comment, but you've been told a fair amount of times, even by girls, that you're quite very physically attractive, but you just cannot think of what to say to girls, so you like to establish my intent of a closer relationship. You find it so cringy when you see people say stuff like, yeah, baby, come here. She's a 10. I would feel so uncomfortable calling a girl baby or anything of the sort. I don't know if you can relate. Well, I can relate, but I certainly play the part. And I just said the one that I've said before. It's like, ah, yeah, she's definitely a 10. You should go after her. Yeah, she's pretty hot. What do you think on a scale of 0 to 10? They would say 7. It's like, ah, come on. Add a few numbers. Go and talk to her. I play the part. It's because Americans can't understand proportionate response. Someone you don't like walk on your property. I'm not sure about that. Someone gives you a light tap on the head because you said something stupid, knock him out and probably take him out too. You're focusing on the cherry-picked stuff. So the reason why things have severity is because there's those who understand proportional response and those who don't. Like, Procall, it's easy, in my opinion, to cherry pick something when it doesn't represent the entire population. In fact, it represents a minority of the population. Exactly, cherry picking is the best path to humor. Yeah, it is. But also telling truths in a general state is also funny too. So you don't necessarily have to cherry pick, you can also do generalizations. Not that you would say that it's funny though, it really isn't, but in a specific context I would say. But the generalization is things are severe when you can't predict the results. like when it comes to opinions. The the sake of opinions is severe when the outcomes and results are unpredictable. When they become more predictable, they would tend to be less severe. So when you know that you can say something and you can predict the outcome of it, it becomes trivialized. In my opinion. Not that it applies wholeheartedly. It's not the only factor, but I would say it's a large factor in like linguistic, like communication. So if you call someone stupid like 300 times and everyone else is calling everyone else stupid, it becomes less severe. Much like when you say all your swear words, when they become questionable, when people disagree with the swear words, then it becomes more severe. But if everyone agrees that everyone uses those swear words in a similar way, it actually inherently becomes less severe. And as time changes, words have different preferences. It's not the only reason, again, it's not the only reason words become like very severe and whatnot. The internet nowadays would do it due to exposure. So one of the driving forces is like, if you say autism enough, then it no longer becomes important. It becomes a euphemism. So now most people go around and it's like, oh man, you're autistic or something. And my first thought is, dang, it's normalized. To be fair, one girl said you were the most attractive in your 6th form, but she is lesbian, so I don't know if that counts for more or less. Huh. That's kind of an interesting question, huh? Or an interesting scenario. Well, talking about Americans, it's funny seeing the difference in generally left-wing people sticking up for indigenous Americans, but having a very different view of indigenous Europeans. Fair enough. Left-wing. Yeah, I think quite a substantial amount of the United States are moderates, but which means that sometimes you might find a left-wing person or right-wing person if you're looking at a moderate. You don't have to look to indigenous Americans. You could look into Asian Americans. Very similar. But then a reaction to that in England, which is brainless racism, protesting saying we should get rid of all immigrants, and guessing said that they're not knowing things like NHS stats. Yeah. Sometimes, like you said, humans are very funny in that way. I do have to say though, when it comes to language, I tend to be on the receiving end of being too agreeable, which that doesn't change how people understand what I'm trying to say. When you think of certain humans as a group, it's all downhill after that. Oh yeah, that's fair. Obviously, we already talked about this yesterday. I think of humans as a collective, you know, like when I'm talking about humans, I'm talking about humans as a collective. So rarely do I typically refer to as us, them categorization situation. I have participated in conversations about them, like especially with you. I have participated in quite a lot of them, like autism, non-autistic, atypical, neurotypical. It's an excellent exercise to work on how people perceive grouping. It would be interesting one day to see how extreme this gets. Hear me out. I'll give you an example of my interaction with people when it comes to grouping. Nowadays, what people introduce is they would say something like, they would say their pronouns. This is United States, I suppose. They would say their pronouns. They would say a mental disability, quote unquote mental disability. They will identify into a niche group or like a sub-community. And then they would, from that niche group, they will identify the particular interest that they have. And this is what I have to work with for the most part. I would say 90% of the time I would be able to get this information somehow, even without them telling me, because they would have like some sort of social media presence or something like that. So these things would be all groups. All of these things are groups. So what does that look like? She, them, ADHD, furry, anime. That's what I would get. Like in one sentence, possibly. Even in one sentence. Maybe 2 sentences if I'm lucky. And my attempt would be to ask them about each one of these. Because, I mean, hopefully they understand that, yes, I think I know what they're trying to tell me. Like, I can presume what this explains. But I want to get to hear it from them. I want to know that the person I'm talking to is not identifying solely as a group. And that there's some individuality, like both, right? I want to see that there's also individuality. Or in other words, committal, that they're committal to these terms. Like, what do you mean, she, them? Like, how so of your nature of your ADHD? What type of, like, how are you engaging in the furry community? And I don't know, what type of anime are you watching? And a lot of times they're like, well, you know, them. Well, you know, focus stuff. I'm paraphrasing. Well, you know, at Neko Girls. And, well, you know, the popular stuff. And I'm not even joking about the you know. It's usually some sort of you know or I know. I'm like, I really don't. I'm kind of curious. Well, I do, technically. I could know. However, I wanted to hear it from them. You're just praying we establish colonies outside Earth. That by far the most important goal for humanity. In your opinion. Much at least the start of the video I just sent you. Please, it goes perfectly with this conversation. Sorry, apparently Discord no longer allows files over 10 to be sent. Oh, I didn't even realize they had 10 MB in the begin with. It's alright. It's alright. I can imagine, I think. Anyways, that's something to look forward to. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I would blame you for being confused or having difficulties about feedback in your immediate environment. It sounds very tricky. Like, I don't actually know how I would have reacted if I grew up in a time when that's a form of communication. I'm not saying it didn't exist when I was younger. Generally, when people say something to each other, they have great suspicion and evidence. You clipped and you sent 20. Okay.
We are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want. Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people.
Oh no, I saw this already. Yeah. Yeah, I saw quite a lot of the actual thing. I know where it came from. Especially when the guy interrupt and the moderator is what gave it away. No, I know. That's interesting. Yeah, that is the state of things. I don't work in policy or anything, so it's pretty sobering to see the nature of communication in moderated meetings. We could call them meetings, conferences, maybe even conferences. All right, together. The point of privilege just comes off as those people being pretentious. It can be seen that way, for sure. Score. Bun? What the score? What's other versions? Maybe like 10?
テストで良い点を取る。
Yeah, it's either 10 or boom.
私は日本へ観光をしに行くつもりです。
I come from a point of privilege too, but I'm not entirely sure if I ever come off as pretentious. Possibly. Whenever I'm talking about I'm kind of thinking what could potentially come off as pretentious. There's quite a lot, but I'm trying to think of one that would be relevant to this topic. The American Chinese thing being fake, there's a chance that can become pretentious. Because it's coming from a point of privilege. Jordan Peterson once said in response to a reporter saying that he shouldn't offend people in a room with just me and you. I can figure out how to not offend you. You can put me in a room of 10. There's a chance that I could say things that wouldn't offend anyone. In a room of 100, I have to offend someone. That's not an exact quote, but you're paraphrasing. Fair enough. Yeah. And then we kind of reflect on his current status, right? This relates to, I don't know what, if you heard that comment earlier when you said like, has anyone ever, told you you're a jerk? Plenty of times. I wasn't kidding when I said I was emotionally apathetic. That whole narcissist thing that you talked about, like being atypical, and I was explaining how atypical behavior, atypical in like 2 or 3 or 4 spheres of perceived neurotypicalness, right, in your environment, right? It's often relative to your majority. Some of those are real, like they anecdotally explain what I mean. I understand that it can come off as narcissistic tendencies because I was there as well. So I'm not trying to be quote unquote pretentious by overextending the information I've gathered on the internet and like interacting with people. I personally have experienced that. Narcissism often can overlap with a concern with the self. So I've often been a jerk because I did the best I can. And that sounds like narcissism, because the best I could do was to tell the truth to that other person with a lack of emotional intelligence. So there were many times I was a jerk. quite a lot of times. And then there were times I was arrogant, I was prideful, a bunch of hubris moments, right? Like sometimes I'm naturally disappointed and stuff, right? You feel so bad for Jordan Peterson. He is clearly an intelligent psychologist. He is. He still is. The idea, that comment about like scalability, about offensiveness, sometimes I'm gonna say this like I'm a bit pretentious. Sometimes when people spend a lot of time in their lofty ivory towers, it can be very humanizing and sobering to see how vulnerable you are when it actually happens. And that's what I mean by all those times when I was like called pretentious, privileged, mansplaining. Man, I definitely had my fair share of someone accusing me of mansplaining because they were convinced that I see gender as a way to elevate my over-explanatory personality, right? That was something too, which I would have to navigate in the future, and I have navigated. I don't know if you noticed, but the ones that typically stay longest, they often tend to be female. So like, welcome to the club, bro. I'm kidding. But over my life, I spent more time talking to females than I talked to males. So whenever the first couple of times when I encountered a person that comes by and told me that I was mansplaining, I'm like, I assure you, this is how I talk most of the time. It's how I demonstrate that I care. I overly explain things because I feel very passionate about these things, right? That person was already knew, like I already got the impression that they were targeting me for the very reason that I'm a man. So it was not unexpected that that word would come out at some point. But the political brain rot, yeah, just sent them down a horrible hole. That plus the drug addiction, yeah, like intelligence, right? Intelligence, high functioning, all those things, like they have vulnerabilities. So whenever you wish someone to learn a lesson, or maybe even like try to exercise some level of hubris or humility or whatnot, rarely wishing the worst for them is a victory for anyone, honestly. I say this, but I am definitely familiar with people who are fine with you reap what you sow. Your lofty ivory tower is not your only barrier to the realities of your fragility, that type of thing. That sounded so pretentious. But that's kind of the idea, right? It's after the fact that most people crucify someone for it. They're like, oh, you know, you were sophisticated and you're well educated, and now that you're pulled from your ivory tower, you are no more fragile than other human beings. Like, yeah, they're human. I would like to think that humans have, like, what happened to compassion? And that's kind of my thought on that. And hope that they do overcome it, right? Do you think that narcissism has to have an element of maliciousness to it? This is gonna be really hot. I don't think so. But it is very difficult to not have them happen at the same time. You ever hit them with a goat response? What do you mean, mansplaining? You never asked my pronouns. Yeah, I've heard that before too. Or the other one would be, what do you mean, mansplaining? Are you assuming my gender? Right? I've seen a couple stand-up comedians who like did a spin on that. largely because when you're the person who's doing the presuming is the person committing the act that they're trying to mitigate. So accusing someone of doing something is doing something that that person was trying to prevent in the first place. If me or you got into a conversation with someone and they asked, what are your pronouns? And we said he, him, but then after say 5 minutes, we say we were joking. We were actually both she, her, as we're women. Then 5 minutes later, we say I was joking. We're actually he, him, men. Then just keep saying both of them and just wait to see what conclusion they come to. Oh, that's elaborate. That's elaborate. I feel like you could achieve a similar, somewhat analogous feeling when you just say, oh yeah, we're them. Not them, we're them. Good luck with that. You know, like we would have a conversation, someone comes up and I would say, oh, I'm a them. And then, you know, pro call, you would say, I'm not them, but I'm them. I feel like they would still just sit there and see what conclusion they come to. Honestly, nowadays, I'm not even sure categorization is good enough to come up with a conclusion. Like, in all seriousness, it's so difficult to read in between the lines. I say this like a cliche, but it kind of sucks that people just don't like talking anymore. If you know what I mean. Like, I don't know how much more I can be like net speaking here. I feel people don't like to talk anymore. Like, I understand that, oh yeah, because everyone's introverted and there's a lot of social anxiety and lots of rules and all that. I get all that. But it sucks that despite all those things that can be learned and can be practiced or can be found, there's a heavily current trend to minimize conversation with people. Despite the nature of it, like joking, politics, religion, video games, whatnot, the idea is a core human condition of communication, like learning a language, by the way, learning a language. The principles behind this type of format, like streaming, content creation, communication. Communication is what these things are. And yet, I almost feel like social media is not social anymore. I'm not sure if I am being too harsh here, Prokal, but do you feel what I mean by social media is no longer social? It's media. Like, all of these platforms, like YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, all of that, it's no longer social media. It's simply media. There's such a lack of socializing, like the idea of bringing people together or connecting people, like that just doesn't happen. It's like de-incentivized all the time. Gaming is deliberately making people occupy rooms without communication. Like, people don't talk to each other like they're talking to each other anymore. They play games because they exist together. Multiplayer games are no longer multiplayer games. They are games with the player who's playing the game as the main character. You could care less. Grain of salt. There are changes. Times are happening. There are waves being ruffled from this. So I'm looking forward to seeing how humans respond to the critical lower limit of the lack of communication. Because at some point, the lack of communication is going to create conflicts of interest, and that conflict of interest is going to require conversation and communication again. So practically an entire generation, in my opinion, now is a testing ground for how low can communication skills get before it is tantamount, absolutely tantamount and necessary to rehabilitate. How much of a lack of communication skills can you get away with before things are incomprehensible to each other? Do you reckon they just fed up and just abandon the idea that men and women separates the biology and just say we're men as what we are biologically men? It would be interesting if it goes back to traditional classifications based on biology. Maybe. Whenever there's a period of eccentricity, right? Like when things get simple, a problem presents itself, right? A problem comes along and it requires expansion, right? Expansion. But then that expansion contracts and becomes simple again because it has to, refine and become, then it expands again. And it can, then it goes back to the problem, a new problem, and it repeats the cycle. And I think it would be I'm cautiously optimistic to see how all that works out. I think I'll live long enough to see a cycle when it comes to like human categorization or even biological definition. I think I still have enough years in my life to see a rotation of this, where when things become too complicated, they also undergo a systematic refinement, and then that refinement will become very efficient to the point where then a new problem occurs, and then there will be expansion again and further. So right now it's kind of like we're expanding, sort of, and contracting a little. The best non-biological definition of man and woman is someone who conforms to the natural tendencies that biologically men and women tend to have a propensity towards. Okay, but even that definition has the problem of cultural differences of how men are naturally act. Sure, I don't think man, woman should be a different definition based on geographical location. That does awfully complicate things in order to solve a problem, a perceived problem, right? And then a refinement of that is expected over time. It is just media, and what's worse about it is that most people genuinely wouldn't care much if they interact. It's just with AI or non-humans, as they just want stimuli. Yeah. Yep. The reason why that sounds really disappointing and kind of foreboding to me, and I don't think it will last, I hope it doesn't last, is all that is well and good until you have a human problem. Like those things work really, really well until you have a human problem. And I'm gonna put human problem at around 20, maybe like 18 to 21 years old. Then you encounter human problems, and I don't want to believe this, that there are critical periods in one's life to develop how to negotiate those human problems. And I mean, nowadays tech companies would try, like, the people who make the tools will want you to believe that their tools will be able to solve your human problems too, right? One of the human problems is affirmation. Maybe one day AI and non-humans are some sort of asserted affirmation. I have no idea. I certainly don't get affirmation from something that is incapable of circumventing or negotiating even my own opinions and telling me something transformative beyond what I already know. An AI and non-human could behave in a pattern that would allow me to discover things, but those discoveries would have to come from a human source that, integrate what they observe about me. I mean, you could break me down into behavioral patterns and suggest based on behavioral patterns that might be a close facsimile of someone who cares about you, for example. So like if AI tracks all your data, for example, they could converge using statistics on what you would likely find rewarding and find sources of affirmation. That the idea is that the AI or like a non-human source would be able to mirror those things. And the biggest question is, can they mirror the feeling and the encouragement of a human? Because that would be a great way for me to concede that, yeah, humans are basically a pile of bags with like neurotransmitters that operate on a very predictable level, which then the behavior can systematically be controlled in a complex way in which it can be completely manipulated to find, I don't know, a lifetime full of satisfaction based on variables. Open the pod bag doors. Pod bay, yeah. Pod bay doors out. So, hear me out. I already talked. Fictitious has a strong aversion to AI and machine stuff. I think there's one thing that I would like to acknowledge, 42, about humans. I want humans to be greedier than that. Like, that sounds like a negative thing turned into a positive thing, but don't stop at AI or non-humans. Include humans, right? Like, you can keep your interactions with AI and non-humans. But don't forget that there are humans too. Like, you can have both. Why settle for one? And some people will argue like, well, a human will never like upset, an AI will never upset me or something. But if an AI is going to try to solve your human problems, then it will upset you at some point. Like, what I mean is, your human problems don't go away because the tool you're using is non-human. If the tool is going to solve your human problems, it's going to be more human. So all the things that you avoid, like sadness, grief, loss, distrust, mistrust, hallucinations, conflict of interest, that's gonna happen if AI and non-human sources are made to address your human condition. It doesn't substitute for human condition. The thing becomes human. So one of the things I often think about it's a kind of like a paradox, right? If AI will truly become a place where humans can rely on to solve every one of their problems, that would also mean that the AI has to solve the human condition. Mistrust versus distrust. Mistrust is inadvertent. Distrust is the act of creating like suspicion. So when you're creating distrust, you're actively making, at least that's how I interpret it. I'm not sure if I got it backwards or not. So mistrust is something due to an unfortunate circumstance. Like, it happened. Distrust is actively doing it, like with intent. So if you're actually we better make sure that's, I remember it's kind of like misinformation and disinformation is what I'm using. Oh no. Oh no, it's actually different. Distrust implies a lack of trust based on specific negative experiences, while mistrust suggests a general instinctive unease or skepticism. Okay, so it's the other way around. It's the other way around. Sorry. So then that means misinformation is when you're deliberately misleading people with information, and disinformation is when something is hold up, let's make sure there. It's false and accurate. So misinformation. Oh no, it's the same. So misinformation is accidental. Disinformation is deliberate. But apparently that doesn't translate to mistrust versus distrust. Mistrust is when you have a general suspicion, and distrust is when you have evidence for distrust. Oh boy. Distrust is usually based on evidence, and mistrust is generally based on instinct. Yeah, that basically. So to me, it's almost the opposite of misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation is accidental, as in like something happens, so there's a reason, like it's generated based on evidence, right? It is an accidental thing. Disinformation is a false and misleading information. So I thought it was gonna coincide with that, but it's not, because of, I guess, the way the trust works. Trust is coming from a person and not the object, so it's kind of like going in the other direction. You hate the idea of gut feeling? Well, that is certainly how people operate. What's your gut feeling about gut feeling? You hate it? That's kind of funny though. I don't know if you were making a funny there, because to hate the idea of gut feeling is a gut feeling. I'm not entirely sure if you did that intentionally or not. The gut feeling. I use a gut feeling every time I ask a question. And then I stop using gut feeling a lot of times. Like most of the time my first couple questions are gut feelings, because I don't have any information to go off. Right? Like when someone comes by and says 76, or is it 67? 76. 76. And I'm like, all right, time for my gut feeling to come in. Like, I got nothing. 76. Should I say 76 back? You know?
あそこにいるあの女の人は誰ですか?
Alright, I'm only gonna do some of my reviews today. We'll just push off some of the reviews. Let's do like 100 of them. And then we'll have to get to HanziHero. I want that.
父、どの洋服が欲しい娘?
What are your aversions with the idea of gut feeling? Have you developed a bunch of distrust because of gut feeling? Because I feel that some of the examples that you gave me in your life feels like quite an example of distrust, which, because in order to have distrust, it often relies on gut feelings. Like, what I mean is, it's the mistrust of the gut feelings that eventually create distrust, right? I'm not entirely sure if I mistrust a lot. To give gut feeling credit, you imagine that it can happen in situations that logically align with a conclusion from the gut feeling due to a subconscious logical understanding of a situation. Yeah, that's exactly what I was. Yeah, I don't know you were typing that as I was saying the things, but I imagine you were. I just worry that even if a gut feeling is bang on, if you don't understand the reason behind gut feeling, it's always worrying, especially when an imaginative mind filling in the gaps. It certainly is. And that's where faith and hope comes in, which are all gut feelings. It's to me, it's both. So the absence of one is not a negotiable thing with the presence of another. So yes, I would agree with you. Without you want both, and that's kind of the human condition, right? Without the gut feeling, you are less human. With just the gut feeling, you are without your rationale. Worrying is also counter to trusting. You had a gut feeling when you went for a walk in the meadows and saw a cow, and you had a strange butterfly feeling, a strange butterfly feeling in your stomach, and so went away from the cow, which turns out to be the bull in the fields, and it was around mating season. Oh, well, there you go. When was the last time I had a gut feeling that worked? So many of my conversations are a mix of gut feelings and like evidence. The thing is, you don't know why the bull got worked up because you only had sex with a few of the cows. He still has most of them. He could. Oh, I see what you did there. Cheeky. Very cheeky. Set me up. Dangerous game you're playing. Oh, Kikoeru. And here.
セミの鳴き声が聞こえます。
Dangerous game. Dangerous game. Stop. I can't stop crying. This is closer to quit? Oh, what? How does...
涙が止まらない。
Really? It's intransitive. Huh. Okay. Oh, I guess that's how it's phrased. Yeah, that's... Japanese, I'm not sure if you've connected the dots over these months, but Japanese has transitive and intransitive things, and they vary based on their wording, like the way the word is, right? They're separate words for transitive and intransitive things. So oftentimes you have to negotiate whether something is transitive or intransitive in that. So that last example was, I can't stop crying, but you're not the can't. The thing that's crying is like, the thing that's intransitive is the act of crying and not you trying to not cry. If you were trying not to cry, like if you stopped crying, like you stopped the tears, it would be transitive. But if the tears don't stop because the act of crying just keeps going, it's happening. It's just happening. So then you have to use a intransitive phrase, or that's how I'm interpreting it, because it ended up using the intransitive example. Kind of like if the door opens and closes, that's intransitive. There's nothing opening or closing the door. But if you open the door and close the door, then it's transitive. So there's a word for transitively opening the door and closing the door. And there's a word that says the door is opening and closing. It's not explaining what is opening and closing the door. And in Japanese, oftentimes, or like noticeably times, they can vary by one syllable, like ma versus me, or like tomeru versus tomaru. So, and then that can throw off your reasoning and stuff. It's kind of interesting. I don't know how English negotiates transitive or intransitive. Honestly, I have no idea. I actually think about that. So, how does English do transitive and intransitive? Oh, it's simply by direct object. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's a context based for English, which is ironic to say because of the context based nature of Japanese needing to know intransitive and transitive. But you would need a direct object for transitive, and intransitive is independently without an object. So you know, I don't really know how that works. Yeah, I don't know how that works. What the heck? Only direct object? And without a direct object? But honestly, you wouldn't be surprised if our natural instincts are sometimes more reliable than even the furthest we can go with logical analyzing something, as instincts have perfected over millions of years. I mean, we would have to make up that millions of years, you know? Do you think technology advances that quickly? We're not apex predators. When one of us is in a compromised position, usually injured, Mother Nature just decided the best option was for us to make a really loud noise, have water flowing out of our tears, blocking our vision. How did we survive? Yeah. Through the power of creation, obviously, Procall. What are you talking about? Mechanical advantage. The whole idea, it's kind of it's kind of poetic. The very thing that allows us to survive and circumvent and make up millions of years of evolution is also the very thing that is questioning how fit we are to handling the thing that allows us to circumvent the natural order of millions of years of evolution. You know what I mean? You kind of understand making a loud noise when you're sad, but what the heck is with tears? Here's my have we talked about this? We talked about this before, like in an indirect way. Tears. Oh wait, was it you? Someone asked me this. They talked about like functions, right? So there's also the whole idea of reductive in complexity. Oh, it was talking about emotions. I think it was emotions. So like tears may have served many functions. But the thing is, there's also a reduction in complexity. So there is a chance that because of the reduction in complexity, loud noises and the process involved in loud noises happen to coincide with the process of tears. Right? Like, for example, if you took a knife, logic, when we use logic, you would think knife is equipped to do its function only. Like, only its function that it's designed to. But because we're looking at natural order, it's not only logic, it's also coincidence. Right? There's also coincidence. So whatever tier functions might have coincidentally occurred with loud noises. So you don't have to explain with logic. You could explain with coincidence. So, yes, I was talking with another person about this. They said like, oh, so why then do we need to, what's the point of, someone was trying to make an argument that, oh, what was the argument about? They were telling me, they were trying to make an argument that why do certain emotions have to be attached to other functions or something like that, and they were trying to separate them or segregate them because they were arguing logically that if they know the function of something, then it shouldn't overlap with other functions. And my first thought is, I don't like naturally, the natural order of things is to create as many functions that are sufficient. It's the shortest distance to creating a new function. So like if loud noises can function two different ways, then that's what they do, but the way they function could overlap with something else. So like, for example, why is black hair and brown eyes a selection factor in Asian heritage? For example, right? Like there are things that are coincidentally aligned, but they might have served many functions that is repurposing the shortest distance. Because when you have to change something, you know, like a genetic change, the idea is the shortest distance, the one to arise quicker, the solution to arise quicker. So maybe whatever that happened with one function created a side gain of another function. So like when we yawn, why do we tear up? Actually, why do we even yawn when we're tired? The yawning could be related to a function that existed when we're tired. So then by coincidence, those two things happen at the same time, right? So I'm again not a evolutionary biologist, but when it comes to natural order things, we don't have to look to biology. We don't have to look to biology. We can look to Japanese, or we can look to English. We could look to a non-constructed language. Like why did Japanese decide that they use a specific system for like half the words and then abandon it halfway and then choose to add like 30 different exceptions to it? Natural language, right? Japanese is a natural language. Like, let's not get started with English. You know what I mean? Like, coincidences happen. It's like sometimes when someone says like, wait, why is like wood, why does wood sound like could and it's spelled 3 different ways? Natural language. What defines a natural language? That's a good question. You might want to ask a linguist about that. But if you're asking what my thought is, what is a natural language? It's a language that is being used that can change. Your surname ends with wood. Okay. What I call a natural language is something that changes over time with the use of it. That's what I call natural language. And if you were thinking, so how's that different from a conlang? A constructed language is designed in a way that it can accommodate any future changes. Like what I mean is a conlang is defined as a way that it is the quintessential solution to everything. So it is to remain static, not ever changing. That's what I would say in my opinion. So like, of course it doesn't exist. That's why logic is not the same as natural. right? It's one of the reasons, in my opinion, one of the reasons that humans still remain human. Humans seek idealism, and you hope idealism exists, or like objectively you think. When you think objectively, you think idealism. When it doesn't exist, that's subjective. We don't know if it exists. You can't say it doesn't exist or it does exist. There's no existence for that. Like there's no evidence for that, right? There are attempts to do it, like perfection, like the perfect neurological model of the brain and etc., or stuff like that. I'm talking way out of my depth, so I'm just gonna recede now back. Have you seen the recent trend on social media of people following and advocating for raw red meat plus fruit diet as what we claim naturally eat them? You're talking about like the paleo diet versus like the paleo diet versus the like carnivore diet. That's kind of like rehashing. It goes through cycles. It happens every like 10 decades. Or not 10 decades. It happens like every 10 years. When the combination of AI slop and content creation revolution, every 10 years that comes up. We're referring to the paleo diet and like the carnivore diet and things like that. Yes, I do. I don't get how they don't think that our intelligence allows us to exploit things to our benefit. Evolution cares about us living long enough to reproduce, not living for the longest we can. There's also like being greedy. I like being greedy. Humans move forward by being greedy. I understand it's like, well, if you're being greedy, then you don't care about the environment and stuff. So I'm greedy about the environment too. Hot take. I believe that when humans move forward, they can both preserve the environment, help the environment, and at the same time elevate our game. Like, I understand that there are a lot of people like, oh yeah, but humans only consume. Yeah, but they also create. So let's be greedy together and believe in human potential. Humans can find solutions to the problems they create and continue to find solutions to the problems they create. And that's kind of, if you wanted like a really poetic like a gag for what's the meaning of life, living until you have a problem, then trying to solve that problem and living some more. That sounds like a life possibly worth living, right? So whenever I think about those things, I'm like, moving backwards is interesting. I'm not entirely sure if I'm on board with the moving backwards thing. If all life evolve in pursuit of survival until reproduction, how can you justify the idea that we can discern perceiving something based on survival versus perceiving the truth of the raw input? That's too deep. Haven't thought about it too much. The pursuit of survival until reproduction. How can you justify the idea that we discern perceiving something based on survival versus based on the truth of raw input? I'm not entirely sure what the truth of the raw input is. You'll go to sleep once. You'll go one step further. Why do we sleep? So why do we get knocked out? Evolutionary coincidences, right? That's so many of it is like taking into consideration, why do we seek to explain something in a logical way when it could potentially be explained by evolutionary coincidences, or like coincidences in general? You could argue, logically speaking, that there's a logical reason for all of these things, so you can try to spend your life finding the logical way to explain why all these things occur, or you're going to find a logical observation that they occurred because of circumstances and coincidences, right? Consciousness being an emergent property of complex life is completely unjustifiable in your opinion. Consciousness being an emergent property of complex life is completely unjustifiable. It's fair enough. To be fair, from your brief research, the only reason red meat can be carcinogenic is if you cook it in high heat and char it. You haven't found any evidence that raw meat is carcinogenic. I actually studied that thing. I actually studied those things, but yes, if you cook high heat and char the meat, like if you break down proteins and consume them, then yeah, they can be carcinogenic. Anything, you are carcinogenic. So like one of the really tough hot takes is that living is carcinogenic if you want to define it down to particles and compounds. So the explainer to accept that cooking high heat and charring meat is also an acceptable level of explanation to why you are carcinogenic when you consume calories. The process of cellular respiration creates significant enough radicals over a lifetime of a human to consider it carcinogenic. That is kind of why it's a bit absurd and dodgy to suggest that any cross-sectional time when you expose yourself to something is considered carcinogenic. It's more determined over time. Carcinogenics is talking about how statistically likely that it creates a predisposition for mutations, like DNA mutations over a long period of time. So if you're eating that highly mired, slightly charred meat, how much of that would be statistically going to contribute to the carcinogenesis of your cells? Well, the question is, how carcinogenic are your cells, your meals already due to the calories you're consuming? Because cellular respiration leads to that too. So does DNA replication. Like your cellular replication at that level of resolution on how it can be carcinogenic, you would have to stop being yourself, in my opinion. So looking at it like that is kind of interesting. I think consuming vast quantities of high heat and charred meat would contribute substantially to carcinogenesis, for sure. Consistently, over a long period of time. Yeah, that's a big part of why you want to establish colonies on all the planets. Let Earth have Mother Nature take back the throne for the first time. Is that my theory? My theory on what? Which theory? The coincidence theory about like why functions coincide? You greedy boy, you set a minimum 100 bits. You got like 80 bits. That's exactly the point. Ha! Get stymied, Procall. When one consume, just for the record, the only reason it's set at 100 bits is because back in the early days when Twitch set bits, people spammed 1 bit over and over again and causes a constant, like that's what they do. They were hitting the 1 bit over and over again just to spam people's streams. Kids would be kids. When one consumes a carcinogenic thing, say a fully black slice of toast, how does our body process it to cause an increased risk of cancer? That's a good question. And if oncologists were able to definitively determine how it would cause cancer, that person would be the bee's knees right now. Because you often hear that it's sugar that cancerous cells feeds off. It's sugar that cells feeds off. Cancer cells just happen to have unregulated cellular reproduction. Your theory about evolutionary coincidence as having a hard time believing it's just coincidence? You mean like the two functions put together? I'm saying my theory is that evolutionary coincidence happen because things happen that coincide with each other, not that there isn't a reason for it. So for example, when you say tears, there's a reason for tears. I don't know what that is, There's a reason for tears. Well, I kind of know what that is. That can be explained with logic. Now, in retro, and then there's a reason for, what was the tears one? Sadness or crying? Or like calling out loud, right? There's a reason for that too. Now, something happened where it triggers both of these responses. And that can be a coincidence. You're making an argument one-to-one, which is what Conlang does all the time. It was why I talked about Conlang, where you're imagining a world where it's perfectly non-overlapping. Like, there's a reason for tears and crying for another action. But it could be that one function already exists, and because of another function, it was convenient that the other function exists there too. That is the coincidence. And that doesn't mean neither of them don't have a function. Like, tears was a coincidence of existence because there was crying involved. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not thinking linearly. I'm thinking parallel. When you have enough complexity, there are times when something gets picked and it overlaps with the stimuli of another. So then they both get triggered. And then that's just that. It creates the solution, but that doesn't mean one of them has some principal function. The other one carries the principal function, and just so happens that both of them are related. That's kind of like, oh, I have one that the person was talking about. Do you know the term angiogenesis? I do know the term angiogenesis. And why are you asking about angiogenesis? Let me see what people think angiogenesis is. That's good enough. Yeah. I don't know why you're asking about angiogenesis, but here's one. Happiness. So, being happy, right? This is one person who asked me this question about like evolutionary coincidences of emotions. They believe that happy does not line up with. You ask Gemini what the process of ingesting a carcinogenic substances, and they responded with angiogenesis. Yeah, respiration. Respiration and cellular reproduction. I wasn't kidding when I said that living is carcinogenic. When you eat something, you have to cellular respirate, and also your cells have to replicate. In order to do that, for like growth, tissue repair, and wound healing, that the act of creating energy and replicating cells is carcinogenic. Which, by the way, it leads into this conversation. Not you, we didn't have this conversation before, but I had this conversation with another person. And it actually spawned this thing, happiness. Some people cry when they're happy. And they thought that was weird. Like, why do you cry when you're happy? What? I don't get it. What's the point of that? And then like, why do you have to, when you're sad, why do you have to cry? You could just be sad. Right? Do you know what a pro-carcinogen is? Apparently it's a carcinogen that doesn't negatively affect your body due to the structure it's in. A pro, so whenever you write pro in biology, it's the precursor. or it is a modified version. So when you have pro next to a carcinogen or anything, like it could be like a pro enzyme, for example, it is a analog, or how you call it? It is another form. It's a modified form of it. And when they are sequestered, oftentimes pro has something that modifies the carcinogen. It doesn't act the same way anymore because its structure is altered sufficiently enough that it doesn't trigger whatever the response is. So pros are like, I don't know if you've heard of a pro enzyme. Like pro is kind of attached like beforehand. So maybe what happens when you type pro prefix science? Yeah, so it's usually short for, if you type like prefix and you type pro, you'll probably get before. Precursor is usually like precursor. So oftentimes there are two forms. There when people are identifying compounds, especially like active compounds, there are often modified versions of those compounds. And they could either be a precursor or something that happens before it, and it can be used to sequester things or activate things. Like for example, you can have a proenzyme. A proenzyme is not active until it matures into an enzyme. And the nature of this pro can vary. It can be any type of like biochemical modification, like phosphorylation, or maybe an iron, like an iron ionic bond to something. So they don't have negative effects to your body because their structure is different. There's enough resolution between this. You'll find many examples of these in your body. Now, whether they answer your question about like, so what's the point? Like, I'm not entirely sure what you're getting at in terms of pro-carcinogen, but the thing is, when you digest something, this is hilarious. Turns out our bodies identify proenzymes as a toxin. In an effort to detoxify the toxin, one's liver turns it into a highly reactive toxic compound. It's always just our body overreacting that causes any danger. Yeah. So, when, for example, well, this is not like, you have to keep in mind, like, I could explain the logic behind this, but that's using evolutionary biology, which is like kind of a hand wave. Like, for example, cellular respiration. Well, actually, the whole idea of angiogenesis, right? The thing that you were talking about angiogenesis. Why did they talk to you about angiogenesis when they're talking about ingesting a carcinogenic substance? When your cells replicate, you can see a couple places where cell replication is necessary. Like, for example, when you get a wound, when you get a wound, is that how you spell wound? Nope. It's spelled wood. For example, wound healing. Where do you think the cells come from? Right? Your body has to replicate to replace the cells. This potential replication can be triggered by various things. A wound can trigger that. And it's very, wound healing is a very complicated process, but when it triggers cell replication, that act of cell replication has a step that inherently involves potential errors and loss of function related things that lead to mutations. And those mutations can create a carcinogenic transformation or tumorigenesis. When you live long enough, cellular replication through renewal of cells can lead to and contribute to cancerous transformations, because you acquire mutations by living. Like, if you somehow eliminated outside forces, right? Like, for example, radiation from the sun, for example. Radiation from the sun is a major source of carcinogenic mutations because your skin is exposed to radiation from the sun, right? And if you don't believe in coincidences, why do we still need the sun? Well, the sun, we have a process that provides us with a vitamin, right? So the sun is both deleterious and useful at the same time to a human. It's like, well, why didn't evolution select for the vitamin and deal with radiation at the same time? It's because it's coincidental. The sun provided something that the shortest distance is that the vitamins are sufficient over the course of the life of the exposure to the carcinogenic material, the carcinogenic event that occurs from being exposed to radiation. And even then, right? Even then, Prokal, when you remove all these outside forces, the act of cellular replication contributes to carcinogenesis. Because when you're asking yourself, okay, well then why don't we just have perfect DNA replication? What's the point of not having, why can't DNA replication be perfect? Then our cells will never have errors, so they would have no mutations, right? Long story short, how do you think this happens? Like, truly, like, this is the cake and eat it question, right? The cake and eat it. Oftentimes, when a system becomes incredibly complex, right? And then you view the lens in one function per one observation. You still don't get how viruses have genetic differences? Oh, because viruses can undergo mutations just the same way. Viruses are genetic material, right? So when they interact with genetic material, various viruses, or the viruses are exposed to asexually, no, they can just get mutations. Like, if a cell can gain a mutation through replication, how do you think viruses mutate? I mean, the cells, like, I don't know if you're, like, I'm not sure if this is making sense, but we're not talking about sexual reproduction ever right now. Like, cell replication is not sexual. Like, and also viruses occupy host. They occupy the cells. They don't occupy our gametes. So, like, no sperm or ovaries are involved in this. Viruses are not single cell organisms. Like, they're not bacteria. They can kind of replicate like bacteria. Like, the way they're replicating, you could call it asexual, but there's no sex in viruses. They participate in replication, which is technically, if you wanted to be really specific about it, then cellular replication is asexual. When they just nab another life form cells, yeah. So, like, for example, viruses infect your cells, right? Do viruses have to interact with specific types of cells, like stem cells? As I can't imagine they can tell all types of cells to make a copy of themselves. Viruses are very selective. So viruses actually look... viruses have a capsid, right? Most viruses have a capsid. There are exceptions, but the traditional idea is viruses have capsids, and they typically have receptors or various things in their code. And this coding property can target them for specific cells. I'm surprised there are no viruses that just annihilates cancer cells. Why would you think there would be viruses that annihilate cancer cells? But viruses do have specific things that does target cells. What happens when our antibodies come in contact with a virus? Our antibodies don't come in contact with a virus. A cell makes contact with a virus, and then it produces antibodies that target the virus. So in a way, yes. I guess it's important to say that. So what happens is when an antibody identifies its thing, a large cell comes around and eats it up and engulfs it. Num 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 num. And then in the cell itself, the viruses get destroyed. It gets like shredded. In fact, a lot of time, and it is these pieces that create new antibodies. So it's kind of let's use like a super fast thing. So here's a virus. Virus enters the cell, right? And then there's membrane things around it. So it gets detected, possibly, hopefully, or some of its products get detected by one of your cells, right? One of your cells. And it's able to identify it. And what it does then is it can possibly trigger an event that creates antibodies. Those antibodies then identify the cell, which recruits other cells, which takes in the virus, right? Takes in the virus. And the stuff in here is used to trigger more responses. That's kind of why vaccinations work. Like we're being super general here. This is kind of the principle behind vaccination. What you do is you inject the person with various bits of the viruses. And then what happens is this will allow cells, your immune cells, to come into contact with it. And that recognition of this thing creates antibodies against this virus, if at all, if the virus occurs. The virus itself doesn't have to be functional. So that's the idea behind the vaccine. It still will elicit like an inflammatory response and whatnot. The whole idea is the vaccine is eliciting, it's going to likely elicit an inflammatory response. The inflammatory response, though, is not the full-blown virus thing because it's not active. But the idea of producing and instigating an inflammatory response is to generate antibodies. And that process is stressful. It's stressful to the body. I'm not an immunologist, but you have to, one has to take into consideration that your body consumes energy and stuff in order to defend itself. So obviously with rationality, when you're trying to build a defense, your body has to expend energy to do that, right? So vaccinations can trigger, quote unquote, they call it the side effects, but they trigger an inflammatory response. Whenever immune cells are recruited, it's an inflammatory response. It might not be like the same thing that you associate with like a bump or like a pimple on your face, but your system has to use energy to generate antibodies. It's a natural defense, and it can take a toll on someone's body. But that's how your body responds to things. It consumes energy to defend itself. What happens when our antibodies come in contact? Okay. Because if viruses just target cells and somehow tell that cell to turn into a copy of the virus, does cancer corrupt the cells to the point that it becomes a copy of the virus? So, hold on. First, does the membrane thing around it protect the virus? It does, in the host. So like, what I mean is, when the virus is like swimming around in your blood cells, right? It's just swimming around with all your red blood cells. This capsid protects its material. It's also oftentimes viruses that are produced from the cell. This is part of the cell's membrane. So you're talking about two different viruses. So hang on for a moment. Do our antibodies just stay in the E shape for the next time the virus? Yes and no. Antibodies have lifetimes. So antibodies have turnover rates. So not yes and no. The memory of the antibodies is not. Some are permanent, some are not. You know how like sometimes you need a booster shot. So yes and no. It does and it doesn't. There's a limited lifetime on the memory of it. Like, think about it this way. If the cell, like this bean shape, they have a memory. The memory is as long as this cell stays alive. Right? Protocol? And memory cells stay fairly long. They stay alive fairly long. But think about the duration of our skin cells. How often our skin cells rotate and expand, right? So memory cells have a lifetime. Like, they have a lifespan, sorry. They have a lifespan. So the answer is yes, it does, because the memory cells themselves are able to produce these. The thing is, the memory cell can die, it can turn over. Like, the cells are biological things that produce antibodies, so that's why you need boosters. The memory is not permanent, largely because the thing that's living, we have to remember that everything in our body is living, so it has a timer, it has a ticker, and yeah, it's imperfect when it comes to the memory thing. For the cell thing, okay, hear me out. So the traditional virus that most people are thinking of is, here's our cell. That virus comes in contact. So their receptors, right? Their receptors, we're talking about endocytosis now, but their receptors match. And what happens is this membrane gets combined with this membrane and then squeezes the genetic material into the cell. So now this membrane is no longer there. It's just this squeak. It's the genetic material. This genetic material will eventually make its way. We're hand waving a lot of things. Like, we're talking about like 8 years worth of scientific knowledge. So it's in here. When it's being reproduced, it is using the host DNA it is using the host's machinery to reproduce. So then there's a bunch of viruses, right? And what they do is eventually there's going to be a bunch of viruses being produced in the cell. All right. Now, there are multiple types of viruses. The most common one that people think about is there are so many viruses and then the cell explodes, like the cell dies, which releases the rest of the virus, right? And you have to know that this membrane that they have is very similar to the membrane that the cell has, because it's the cell that they're hijacking. So what happens is when the cell reproduces, the virus also reproduces with the cell. Now, there are other viruses, which is the virus that I typically study. What happens is, what's different here is you have this genetic material. It enters the cell, right? There's your nucleus, it enters the cell. And what it does is it becomes part of the rest of your DNA. That's a retrovirus. A retrovirus, they insert into your DNA. So whenever this cell reproduces, it reproduces a copy of the virus. So every subsequent cell will carry that virus. So when the cell gets mutations from replicating, right? From replicating and whatnot, and dying and replicating and whatnot, the viruses could get mutations too. It's literally part of the genome. So at some point you're wondering, so how does the virus replicate itself eventually? Remember that the genome is a copy. So the products that are being made are coded and replicated separately. So when that virus occupies your genome, it itself can be coded and replicated. The original copy is still there. It's still in the genome. It's making a copy of itself. And a lot of times these viruses, they don't actually coat themselves in a way. They would leave the cell coated with the cell's membrane. They would bud off of the cell. And this gives it the property to meet another cell like it. So viruses hijack. There are various forms in which the viruses resemble interactions with their target cell that supports them. And if you're wondering, like, how does the virus determine what type of cell they're going for? Well, it doesn't really have to, right? If it enters a way, like through your bloodstream or something, it can randomly engage in all of these cells. The cells that are successful, will produce the viruses. For the record, like, viruses fail a lot. Like, we have to keep in mind that you're not talking about one virus per one cell. You're talking about like 1 million viruses to one cell. Like, when you get a viral load, like when someone like sneezes on you, well, this might be a little dramatic, but you have to remember that there are lots of viral particles per unit cell. So they just randomly bump into cells all the time. And if you're saying, how do they know which to target? They don't a lot of times. It's whatever is successful targets itself. So like, if you get a shotgun and you hit a really small target, something is going to hit that target. It might not hit that target at all. Like in retroviruses, it's very unsuccessful. There's like, if you want to do it like an experiment, for example, like it's like 1 million to 1, where like viruses reproduce a lot because of that. So when it comes to like the cancer thing, like, because if viruses target cells, they don't necessarily target cells in the way that you think, and then the cells stay alive most of the time. A lot of times the cells continue to persist. Like, the cell itself doesn't turn into a virus, it's manufacturing viruses. And a cancer is still the cell too. Protocol. So like, a cancer cell is pretty much a cell, which is pretty much a cell with a virus in it. Like, they can still be the same cell. Like you can have a cell that turned into a cancer cell, then it gets infected with a virus, and all three of them, all those things persist. Like they synergize with each other, as opposed to like it can only be one. These are not exclusive states. Everything that a cell does, a cancer cell also does, with a few exceptions. The exception is what makes a cancer cell different from a regular cell. It doesn't stop reproducing. So what it doesn't do anymore is one thing. It doesn't regulate reproduction. So a cancer cell lost that function. They lost regulation of reproduction. So that means they keep reproducing. It still does everything a cell does. That's what makes targeting cancer difficult, because you have to understand how to target a cancer cell without targeting your normal cells. Now, if that cancer cell happens to get virally infected, that's an interesting question, because that is actually one of the techniques to taking out cancer cells. Whenever you think of gene therapy, the idea is when you have a cancer cell, it would, like, say it would coagulate, right? Like, and then not coagulate, but a tumor would occur. So basically, I already told you that cells, cancer cells are cells that they can't stop reproducing. They just grow like gangbusters. So eventually a tumor forms, which is what the cancer cell, what a tumor is a growth in cancer cells. All your other cells behave. They know when to reproduce, when not to, right? When you have a wound and it cut open, suddenly your cells start replicating. And then when your wound closes up, the cells stop replicating. In cancer cells, they lost the function, the regulatory function that tells them to stop. So then you get these things called tumors, which are an expansion of cancer cells. Now, viruses need host. So if you inject a virus into a place where there are cancer cells, the odds are the virus will inhabit the cancer cells, because they're largely indiscriminate. Viruses, now there are particular viruses that have specific targets, but generally speaking, with enough viral load, most of the viruses are pretty indiscriminate. They want to pick a host, any host, replicate. So what can you do? Well, one of the ways gene therapy works is they can engineer things to be packaged in viruses. Like, this is what, when people talk about cloning, like in a molecular genetics lab, the layman term is, when you hear cloning and like genetic GMOs, this is what they're talking about. Where there's a modified, we know enough about viruses that we can produce these things, introduce them to a host, and have the coded thing. It's not Dolly the sheep, unfortunately. Dolly the sheep is not the example of this cloning, but Dolly the sheep is like a cloning. It's that scary cloning. But this one, that's more like stem cell manipulation. It still involves very similar things, but here they would clone it and they would use it to target the cell, like the cancer cell. Now, that's not that great. That's not a great strategy, by the way. The other way to do it is to target your immune cells. For example, you can also target an immune cell and then give them the ability to recognize the cancer thing. So gene therapy actually involves the whole cancer thing. I mean, the whole virus thing. It's actually one of the ways to effectively modify the host's genome. And they can modify, I already mentioned that this thing here, the membrane, it can be also modified. When this membrane is modified, you can have it target other things. And the whole goal is to combine all of these things. You create a nucleic acid that codes for something that wants to be corrected and allows the mechanism to correct things. We're not going to talk into like we're not going to talk about things like what you call it, CRISPR, like CRISPR systems or not. Let's just say the thing in here will lead to the correction of the error, the mutation, right? The goal is to create, and then this capsid creates a way to target your cells. Now, how do you know where to target? You have to understand the cancer cell. That is what is different from their off targets. Like, you can't just say, oh yeah, okay, this is cancer cell, but it overlaps with other cells. So it takes a lot of time and research to try to identify an analog that is only unique to a very specific cell type in a specific patient that is generalizable to many patients without it taking out all the other cells in your body. Cancer cells are cells. They are your cells, right? And that's kind of the tough part. And viruses can be as specific as possible theoretically, because engineering allowed it to be possible. Does it happen naturally in, naturally evolutionary, because viruses co-evolve with humans? It doesn't have to be. That's the thing about nature, right? We already talked about coincidences and short mutation distances. Nature takes the shortest route. So viruses have the capacity due to their life cycle to acquire mutations. And strong selection against the virus and successful overcoming of resistance of the virus allows them to retain mutations that will be stronger next time around. So viruses mutate and grow very similar to being challenged the way humans do, right? Like organisms do. Only they mature and change at a much higher rate because they're not a complex organism. They're a nucleic acid. It's a singular nucleic acid. You don't have to change like everything about a human. Like, imagine losing one finger, right? Losing one finger is an incredibly complex integrated process to happen due to a physical challenge. A virus operates at a different scale, so their mutation rates and capacities are so much higher. It is only through the permanent eradication, the 100, I don't even know if you can do that, but there were examples like smallpox, probably a good example, or like a sufficient example. You have to eradicate the thing with like 100% herd immunity or something, which rarely happens, especially for like common cold and high mutagenesis. Anyways, let me read all of these things. Okay. Does the membrane do our? Yes, because there's no way our membrane actually recognize the specific foreign body, and then after recognizing it turns into the correct key shape, right? Because there's no way our antibody actually recognizes a foreign body, and then after recognizing it turns into correct. Yes and no. It's yes and no for that. Let's just say yes for the most part. The antibody is facilitated by knowing what it has to be. That's it. Like, the fit is synthesized from the memories of a cell, the cellular process. So it stays that way. It doesn't adjust dynamically most of the time. That's why you feel bad for those, pardon my French, idiot parents who go to incredible lengths to have their child avoid coming into contact with foreign bodies until they leave their mom's house and just get instantly murked by the common cold and die. That is a very concerning. I mean, obviously vaccination and other things are a route around that to do it in a more controlled way, but encountering the real thing have to suggest that the host is very robust to sufficiently overcome or even be able to combat the virus in the first place. The viruses make their host produce a layer of membrane. If so, why? Because then it targets other cells. Why would the host produce something that benefits the foreign body? They don't know. They wouldn't know. That's the idea. Like, why would a host do anything to help their enemies? The answer is they are circumvented, right? It's not like your host. You are susceptible to a viral infection because it's not as though your body knew how to detect the virus in the first place. So vaccination is a surrogate way of protecting your body because you're telling people what the foreign body is. If your body doesn't know what the foreign body is, how can they know not to produce something that benefits the foreign body? That's like kind of saying, if you knew who the secret agent is, why would you let the secret agent in your country? Animalia, eubacteria, Goda symbiosis. Oh yeah, right. What resource within the cell does a virus use to replicate? The entire thing. The virus is a parasite. It requires the mechanism of cellular replication, like everything, outside of its own template, most of the time. Its template is what is needed to be coded. So the only effectively essential thing that the virus requires is that its genome is being able to be translated by the host. White blood cell catch on by the end, right? Though white cell, the immune cells are white blood cells. They catch on, unfortunately, not all the time. Per generation, what has the biggest genetic difference? Per generation, what has the biggest genetic difference? It varies, but generally viruses and bacteria, the smaller the organism, the faster the the genetic difference potential. But the more complex an organism is, the less likely they'll be able to genetically mutate early, because we also have inviability, right? Bacteria and viruses are more robust, and obviously they reproduce at a different scale. So when you're thinking about biggest generational difference, you're also thinking about load, how often they replicate. It would take an animal, like there are more bacterial replication happening every millisecond than possibly the entirety of the human existence as an animal. So we're talking about very vastly different scales, and they all have genetic material. Like what sits in one of our cells is far more variance in bacteria and viruses alone, like every second probably. Do viruses have preferences of hosts? Yes. Avian flu, swine flu, influenza, right? The influenza that we're talking about is human influenza, but there's also the swine flu and the avian flu, right? Viruses are species dependent as well, and like different hosts, like cells and cell types. No immune cell equals cancer cell can't expand. No immune cell equals cancer cells can't expand. I don't know what you mean by that. For cancer to corrupt a cell, does it need to physically get past barriers, or does it not need to? Cancer cells are not corrupting anything. So your existing cells, they become cancerous, and that's it. And the reason why it looks like cancer cells are being more is because when your regular cells, so say you have skin cells, right? Skin cells are made, there's 6 skin cells. One of them becomes cancerous, but the others don't. What happens, what it makes it look like it's corrupting, is because this will continue to reproduce, while your healthy cells don't. they don't reproduce. So there's no corruption. The cell itself does its normal thing. And the new normal for the cancer cell is to keep reproducing. So they don't corrupt anything, they just simply reproduce. So all your normal cells are still good to go. They're still surrounding, so that the tumor growth that's coming from your body is something growing too much. It's constantly growing inappropriately. So it's not going to another cell and corrupting its neighbor cells. There's no corruption involved. It's an expansion of a mutation. For cancer, does it need to get... Yeah, there's no transfer of anything. The cell itself becomes cancerous. There's absolutely no transfer of anything. Where does cancer start to cause negative effects on the body? When this interferes with your organs. Yeah, most of the time is when this interferes with your organs. You know how, like, our body is homeostatic, right? So that means there are very specific places. There are very specific places that cells stay dormant. Like they stay differentiated is the word that I would use. So like, for example, when your brain cell, all your brain cells, right? You know the joke about how once you become an adult, those are all the brain cells you have, which is actually not true, but for the large majority, most of your brain matter is there once it's developed. That's all you got, right? Now imagine if one of those cells decide to become cancerous, right? Like you get a brain cancer, you develop brain cancer. What does brain cancer do? That one cell starts expanding, right? It starts expanding, and now you have this really big, gigantic glob of cancer in the middle of your finely tuned network of your brain. It kills you. The organ stops functioning the way it's supposed to. Now imagine like it's your lung, and then suddenly a part of your lung just starts expanding, then your lung stops working. And your kidneys, your colon, pretty much it's... I understand that cancer sounds like a mysterious thing, but at its core, it's largely uncontrolled growth from the cells. It basically upsets the balance of your cells. There are a lot of parts of your body that do not have cells that actively reproduce, like a cancer cell, right? Imagine if your finger, right, your pinky, doesn't understand not to replicate when it's healthy. Then your pinky is just gonna grow into a gigantic mass, and you're gonna lose the operation of your pinky, right? What do I do? Yeah. For cancer to corrupt these. Okay. Do viruses have the least genetic differences per generation, but also take the top spot for the most genetic differences per unit time because they generate so quickly? The least genetic difference per generation? That's really tough to determine because viruses are selected for. So when you're thinking about when a virus is actively reproducing, it is strongly selected. So it would technically have... Yes, you could argue that when a virus is selected for, like in a host, it would have the quote-unquote least generational difference. Because largely the thing that works will reproduce very quickly to represent the majority. However, they are the they are arguably one of the most genetically diverse as a group because they are simple and replicates and generate quickly. Like bacteria are one of the most genetically diverse groups because they are simple and they reproduce. So yes and no, it's related. All of them are related. They are both genetically diverse and have, like, the group is too big. The group of viruses and bacteria, there's no competition. They are genetically diverse, regardless of how you look at it. The bad side of the biggest achievement of humanity being modern medicine, increasing the average lifespan on a scale genuinely ineffable, is the quality of life. The bad side of is the quality of life. That's fair. I mean, that's one way to look at it. That's why you said per unit time? No, because you said a virus. You said viruses. Viruses, that's cross-sectional. When you say per unit, you would have to say a virus. Like a very specific virus. If it's ever considering more than one virus, it's always more genetically diverse. Because even if you have per unit, you can have hundreds of viruses per unit. You can even be infected by multiple viruses. They would all be genetically diverse. When you're saying per unit per time, you're following a virus, not a group of viruses. A group of viruses, like the genetic diversity of viruses, already outpace the individual diversity of humans. Like, what I mean is, at any given point in time, it's not even unit per time, the viruses are more genetically diverse than humans. Arguably, bacteria might be a close competition. And it's because of the simplicity and the gestation period and the short gestation period. Apparently, animals and bacteria develop a symbiotic relationship from the very beginning, 600 to 800 million years ago. Yes. Yeah. You have an example in high school biology all the time. Even the earliest multicellular organisms have these. That's probably where the 600, 800 thing came from, probably. Because of animals. Animals being like a very, maybe a specific class of multicellular organism. I don't actually know how Gemini or something is being, but mitochondria. The very place for cellular respiration. And now we're back to the cancer. Yeah, that's more what you meant. If you had measured how much genetic difference animals, bacteria, and viruses change within, say, 2 days, viruses would have undergone the most genetic difference, right? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's hard to quantify if bacteria is more. Usually lower complexity have higher diversity. It's not always true. All right, it's not always true. But if we're comparing the extremes of animals, bacteria, and viruses, viruses have the least complex structure. Like, they are so fun. They are like, here's a fun thing. Here's a fun thing about viruses. Because of their lack of complexity, for the record, it's still really, really complicated from a science perspective. Besides that, because viruses are so much more less complex, they can be manipulated. And that's where you get your sci-fi films, right? You know, like your zombie apocalypse. Some scientists accidentally engineered a virus that decimated the entire human population, largely because viruses have much more simplified things and they can be manipulated and still be functional. So yeah, viruses are, in fact, here's something interesting to think about. Humans have probably contributed to the viral complexity simply through the use of viral technology. And I'm not talking about viral as in like Facebook and social media. I'm talking about biological engineering is of viral origin. So for example, where do you think you're getting your insulin from? Like, if you're wondering, like, where do you get your protein supplements from? Like what I mean is like specific proteins, like insulin. It's through genetic modification. And you know what they genetically modify? Bacteria. Because bacteria are a great host for viruses. So you modify the viruses to use the bacteria to produce the protein. You insert a human gene. You insert a human gene which allows the viruses to hijack a suitable bacterial thing. And sometimes it might not be bacterial. It could be like something eukaryotic because there's a chance the protein is not compatible. So you can inject into host and it produces the thing. Like, so many things come from the understanding of viruses. That's kind of why I wanted to be a virologist, or like that's what convinced me to study viruses as a thing, because the stuff that you're talking about, all the wonderful things, in my opinion, and terrifying things, right? You can also argue terrifying things, but we're talking about a positive thing, a win for science, is the manipulation of understanding how to create genetic alterations using viruses to help engineer things to produce things for humans. Like, I mean, what is the alternative? If you want the alternative, you would have to ask a human being, right? You would have to ask a human being to be like, hey, can we induce insulin in your body and then just pump you out with insulin and hope that somehow if we inject this into another person, it would be useful, right? How crazy does that sound? Like, asking another human, like, how many like bone marrow donors do you expect happen all the time? Like, how specific do you think it takes to have another human donate something to another human and make sure that nothing bad happens? So oftentimes viruses and gene therapy and engineering are ways to get around that. Now, I totally understand it also comes with responsibilities, and the bad actors and bad variables, it happens with science. Technology can be abused as well as introduced. So this is kind of why I have somewhat of a pet peeve whenever someone tells me about like GMOs and stuff. The science, like, I'm not sure if the narrative is still the same for the scientific community, but throwing generalizing and demonizing specific things about technology, especially biological technology, is such a disservice for how much it was involved in modern medicine and even all the things that you enjoy now. Like, a lot of times people talk about like processed foods, right? Like that's modern technology, right? I can understand that things are over engineered and they can be abused, and then regulation and moderation requires those things. But they also served a lot of good things too. Like for example, people who are diabetic, people who inherited diabetes. We're not talking about acquired diabetes. Those who are inherited diabetes, they can enjoy specific foods and specific things because there are alternatives through the engineering of that food product, right? So this type of technology, yes, it can be over engineered and abused. So that's kind of I wanted to take a quick mark because I said GMO, and that might alert people. Like genetically modified organisms, there are natural ways to genetically modify an organism. It's called crossbreeding. It's the farmer who decided to cross. It's that pepper person who crossed, I forgot his name, unfortunately. It's that person who crossed different peppers to create the hottest peppers in the world. That is a modification, but that is a natural modification. Now, if you're trying to like say like COVID comes by and you need a large source of COVID vaccines, how do you think it's being reproduced? Right? Do you wait naturally and have each human infect each other and then systematically, I mean that is a way, by the way. Herd mentality is a possibility. You have the entire human group infect each other and then all the strong survive and you're good to go. That's one way to do it, right? And obviously I think that is a cruel way to be stubborn about technology. Let's see what else we got. Do you think bacteria is a close second, or is it not that close? I don't know. I have no idea. I do not account for bacteria. Like, I don't study microbiology. I'm not a microbiologist. And even then, my viruses like kind of thing is like not up to date either. I don't really know. You also heard that there's been debate about whether a virus can even be considered living. Yeah, that's your typical thing. It existed when I was a young wee lad in biology. So when we in ninth grade, this is what was ninth grade? This has been a talking topic for, I mean, more than 20 years ago. I mean, when I was in ninth grade, we still had the talk about the RNA world, the idea of the RNA world. So now the concept, I'm not sure how strong the RNA world concept is now. When I graduated like 7 years ago, there was this concept of the RNA world that was taking shape, and it demonstrated that a nascent RNA strand can perform the functions of proteins. So it would conceptually be able to have an entirely nucleic acid form of life that can self-replicate itself, or basically the thing about the living thing, that central dogma of biology, is that one of the things that viruses can't do, or things like viruses, is that they can't replicate themselves. They can't act selfishly without the aid of a host. However, when, this is 7 years ago, plus 7 or more years ago, in fact, it was like maybe the last decade, being able to demonstrate that genetic material, especially RNA, is able to function as early versions of enzymes would suggest that it is possible conceptually to create something without the need of proteins. One of the things that have been an argument against viruses, like the whole central dogma, is that they must hijack the host's protein in order to replicate itself. It is required. All the, how you say, contemporary viruses. However, you can theoretically engineer the stuff. So RNA viruses can do that, and viroids and stuff. So virions and whatnot. So that's sure. It's semantics though. Whether it's living or not living is a semantic argument. That's kind of like arguing it's the Pluto is a planet astronomy analogy. Whether virus is a living thing is analogous to whether Pluto is a planet. It's categorization within a field looked upon from the lens of an outside layman group. Like, it is already accepted that it's contentious whether viruses are living things that have existed for some time, because the categorization is based on the central dogma of biology, and how planets are categorized excluded Pluto. How biology, the central dogma of biology, was categorized, it excludes viruses until proven otherwise. Or until it's so categorization is very arbitrary. It doesn't defeat the wealth of knowledge, and like I don't know the point of the controversy. Right. Let's see what else. You've also heard that there's okay. So it was you who caused a COVID? Yes, I'm not sure how is what I meant to say impersonating Trump. I see. How would you manipulate the cells to react in the way you want? What do you mean by manipulate the cells to react the way you want? You wouldn't be surprised if someone tried successfully in developing a virus that only negatively really affects certain... you mean a bioweapon? I mean, sure. Fair enough. When does chemistry become biology? When chemistry is in biology. I don't think chemistry ever becomes biology, and physics ever become chemistry, etc. I think they're all interrelated. Yeah, we're kind of really out of time, so maybe I'll just do these reviews tomorrow and do at least HanziHero. What you call it? I should get 50 of these done because that was the original plan. I don't think they're distinct. Like, what I mean is semantics separate chemistry and biology. Semantics separate physics, chemistry, and biology. And I think that's kind of the same rodeo that we play all the time. Sorry, you meant manipulate the virus to react in the way you want. So far, things we know, like things I know from 7 years ago, which will still remain true, is you can affect the capsid. The capsid deals with cell targeting. You can also cell targeting. You can also make it host response. So that means that it can be only targeting non-humans, for example. So then there's the internals, the DNA or the RNA. Viruses are both DNA and RNA. You can code for other genes. So for example, this is oversimplified. So fair warning, oversimplified. So say you have a cell and you have someone who suffers from diabetes, for example. So that means somewhere in their genetic material, and this is a diabetes that makes them, let's just say, it's oversimplified. It's technically a receptor, but we'll just say in their thing, they lack a factor X, right? listen, it's fine. They lack a factor X, okay? So they lack a factor X in order to make insulin work. It doesn't matter if it's like the insulin itself is disappearing, the factor is X. So what you can do is you can have a virus reverse engineered, and you can have the virus insert itself to code for this lack of this factor, and then the host would be able to respond to insulin again. Now, this would be easy if you think that's the only thing that happens, right? As I already said, viruses, that sounds promising. So now we have to talk about all the complications. I already said that viruses, this can be indiscriminate, right? So the virus can go anywhere else, right? It can infect other cells. You can be as specific as possible. Let's say you manage to target the specific cells, but how do you differentiate between the cells you want and the cells you don't want? That's almost like 70% of the challenge. Like, how do you get and deliver the payload without cross-reacting with all the cells you don't want to? Because remember that the virus, if you're using a virus that integrates into a host, what is that? That is a mutation. What happens when you get mutations? You could make things worse. And one of the worst things is cancer. Now, it's been more elegant now. Nowadays, though, this thing, you can modify this thing to only insert in the right place. So now you can engineer it. I don't know if you know how DNA replication works or like homologous recombination works, but generally, like, how a virus inserts itself is that it combines through complementation, right? You know, like DNA is double helical, and then if they line up, they can insert in a place as long as they line up, right? Because of like physical forces, right? So you can guide it. So that's cool. That's cool. So let's say we solve that and solve this. There's still more hurdles and more problems. Does this stay there, right? Does this stay there? Are there any off-target effects? Do we know enough about all the virus things that wouldn't produce other downstream effectors? Now, that's cool. That's fine. But how much of it do you need? That's also a problem, right? Because viruses are unsuccessful. Like this stuff, the type of viruses that I'm talking about, is very, very weak. And if you're wondering, why do viruses have very weak things? Viruses are parasites, right? Why would they want to kill their hosts? Say no to killing your host. If their host dies, they stop reproducing. So most of the time, one of the drawbacks of viruses is that they need a large viral load to be successful, to even having the host take up and be response to it. And then there's, you know, the idea of antibodies, and all the things your body naturally does can react to the virus. Like there's that part too. How do you get a virus into the host in the first place if the host has an immune system? Right? All the things that we already talked about immune systems and defenses. How do you get an accurate viral load into it? Now, there are others, and it gets even more exciting now. There's a way where you can deliver a payload. It already happened, by the way, and you can treat specific types of cancer because they corrected the cancer cells, which is amazing. I think it was a trial with hold up. Is it leukemia? I think it's leukemia. One of the leukemia. Hang on. Okay, so I don't know exactly which one, but recently, one of the holy grails is you have a host, right? You have a host, and one of the biggest challenges about the host is that if you introduce a virus or like something that's delivering the payload, what's going to happen is the host is going to attempt to reject it. Right? For example, when this host, if you introduce it, it's going to reject it, right? Or it's going to attempt to reject it. So when you're trying to modify it, that's a big hurdle. So oftentimes what people do is they take the cells out. So the lab would take samples of cells, hopefully from the particular cells that they want to look at. And what they would do is they would modify the cells outside of the host. This is an ex vivo technique. They would modify the cells, correct them, if you will. They would correct them or even add to them. So, for example, for leukemia, one of the leukemia experiments is that this person has leukemia, and leukemia is when white blood cells become cancerous, right? The white blood cells that actively reproduce become cancerous. So basically the white blood cells are dying, like they're like destroying the host. And without white blood cells, you basically have no immune system either, right? It's the inappropriate replication of white blood cells. So what they do is they take the white blood cells out, they modify them, either correct them or get them to recognize the cancer. So they try to make healthy white blood cells and put it back into the host. Now, you might be thinking, oh yeah, that's a great idea, but think about the scalability problem. Like, this is incredibly laborious. Like, it's so hard to scale that many cells, and it is incredibly like unpredictable for the host. It's very deleterious to the host. So this thing does work. Now, recently, it's called CRISPR, and CRISPR technology, along with like a specific payload, along with like modified payloads like a vector or something, combining these two, and I'm not going to explain what CRISPR is, but during my time, CRISPR was like exploding. Like, during my youth as I'm a scientist, CRISPR is something of the modern technology. And what happened is, now combining this, there are successful trials. Like, these are not real things, these are trials, clinical trials. They're able to do it inside the host. So it has gotten to the point where it's so amazing. Like, this is the stuff that I would still be doing in my life if I wasn't such a coward. Okay, all right. Anyways, they are able to deliver a payload that is so specific that it can target the very specific nature of the cell type that needs to be corrected, and they are able to reverse the cancer, like, recently. So that is absolutely amazing. In fact, there might be a time, wait, I think I might have figured out what the cancer is. Was it Korea? Colon cancer. Malignant colon cancer. It's a late, like, it wasn't that recent, but it's like 2025 recent. So they were able to do a cancer reversal method, which I think was done inside the host. It might be a different one, but I'm relying on Gemini. But there was a recent awesome like trial experimentation that demonstrated that it is possible to not have to use an ex vivo approach to doing this, because there's scalability, and also remember that this is just one person. In order to make these techniques useful, they have to be available for everyone, right? Like, imagine how difficult it is to scale up this process. It takes days and like time that the patient does not have to do this workflow. So that's kind of one of those things, like scalability and pragmatism. Just because something is theoretical and can be ideally achieved, it might not be applicable and pragmatic to the context. But anyways, yeah. What about if Evan Maku Smith, you just turn into a virus and just bored the cancer cells to death with your ineffable commitment to denying quick yes or no answers? If it was that easy, the world would be cancer free now. Why doesn't viruses just try to mimic bacteria, given how ubiquitous bacteria is within our system? Because viruses infect bacteria too. Like, viruses kill bacteria too. Like, viruses are... I'm not picking favorites, but we have to remember that viruses infect all living things. Bacteria are no exception. When white blood cells become cancers, do the white blood cells still try to do their job, but now in favor of cancer? That's a good question. I honestly don't know. Like, what happens in leukemia? No, they don't. They obstruct. So they obstruct other cells from reproducing. So white blood cells are one of the few cell types. When someone says like you don't have stem cells in your body, like your body doesn't have adequate reproducing cells, like your brain cells are largely differentiated. You still have stem cells in your brain, by the way, because like some brain damage can be recovered with nascent brain tissue and whatnot. But white blood cells, your bone marrow, is one of the cell types that constantly reproduce. Your cousin awakened for his 9 a.m. lecture now. This is when the late night really hits the shade. So white blood cells, right? It's one of the cells that can replicate. So here's the thing about leukemia is the white blood cells already know how to replicate, but when they become cancerous, they replicate even more. And the compartment, the bone marrow that is responsible for maintaining the compartment, it ends up negating the white blood cells from replicating and maturing. So when they don't mature properly while they're replicating, they can't perform their like function. Their function requires that they differentiate, and it's preventing that. It's preventing downstream things. So like when a white blood cell finds like a virus and it becomes, you know, it matures and becomes a memory cell, and then it produces antibody, it stops all of that because it's focused on replication. And then all the cancer cells in around, it obstructs the series, according to, you know, the Gemini's thing. I don't know that much about leukemia, but it sounds reasonable. You woke up and said, when are you going to your first lecture? I'm going in at 11. All right. I gotta do like 30 of these, and then I gotta move on to HanziHero. But it's good. I could talk about this all day. Like, if my life, I do miss this. I do miss sitting in the lab, reading the latest articles on. I don't have access to these things. So for the record, let's say on the internet, right? Let's say on the internet, there's a market for someone who simply reads articles and stuff. But that is also the intellectual property of certain publishers and journals. So they have to pay for that. So one of the things that people do when they evaluate like articles and research is they need Patreon support or some sort of crowdfunding support to be able to buy access to those research papers in order to talk about them. And I do not like that idea. Like, for me, I can't do that idea. In fact, the reason why I kind of thought that I couldn't cut it in science is because of that part of science. You do need to still know how to gain funding and like make money to do these things. So a lot of times I could sit here and talk about science. Like, we could literally go to like an article of science, the journal Science, or like a New England Journal of Medicine, and we could like spend the next hundreds of hours doing creating a hypothetical thesis or a proposal for an experiment for like a 5-year grant in the United States or something. Like, how would you start off with creating a theoretical model and like work an experimental design in which you can possibly get like government funding approval, like as an exercise? So I could like go through and spend the next like 200 hours coming up with a thesis proposal on based on the privileged knowledge that you have to buy into. Like, you have to buy access to these things and do the research. It would be really cool. Like, some YouTubers do have some of this. Like, some of the fitness YouTubers, they have started being able to have enough finances where they can conduct their own double-blind studies. That's pretty awesome. Like, that's great. Now, how do you do viruses and stuff? That is really tricky, because you need clearance and you need an institution and a place that is certified to handle those things. So I can't like necessarily just start my double-blind study on certain things. You have to spend time, like it's already, people argue it's already too late for like to go back into tenure track situations and try to run your own lab. And obviously the whole point is, if I did that, I would not have time for this, right? Like, there's no possible way you can juggle these things. The idea is, though, it would be fun to theoretically do this. Like, you can still conceptualize excellent thesis proposals and hypotheticals, and you can collaborate on it. You can collaborate ideas on how to make these things. It's kind of like video game design. Like, I understand I'm kind of reducing some other industries. I'm saying at the core, when you're multidisciplinary, the context is not the important thing. It's the transference of the ability to look at what exists now, synthesize that information, and iterate or answer a question or demand create the infrastructure in order to make sure that thing moves forward, right? A scientific experimental setup proposed in a grant gives you the pitch for the same format to pitch to a large publisher about a game you want to make in 5 years. The relationship between them is you present ideas, you demonstrate the demand for it, you execute on your infrastructure that would give you enough contingency for someone to believe you in 5 years that you'll get the thing done. And despite any possible worst case scenario, you will still have a product to show for it that will contribute to an overall outcome for the person investing in your quote unquote experiment. But that is also transferable to making a video game when you're pitching it to a publisher. That's you asking for scientific funding from a government. The thing is, the rigor and the vetting process requires varying levels, and game design still exercises most of the critical thinking and problem solving skills, but the threshold of the vetting is not as high. When you need government funding to run your own lab, that minimally requires a PhD, right? And then minimally like another 5-year postdoc, and then hopefully a legacy strong enough that you land a limited position at a university institution in order to chase academia, in order to then sit here and decide, let's go brainstorm about academic curiosities about viruses that do not necessarily have the greatest impact on human application until you do it. That is a hard sell. So that's kind of like going to a publisher and saying, I want to make a game that is way off the charts, but I would just want to see if it works. Pass. A publisher will give you the big door and say, get out. Like, how do we know you're going to be successful? It's like, well, you don't, but it would be fun doing it. Get out. And that's kind of how science ends up feeling in that realm. Like, despite me being really passionate about saying, oh, say you do this, say you do that. That's why zombie apocalypse don't happen, right? Like, in all fairness to all the people who spend years of their lives trying to find out with experiments that have to take into account all of the rigor that is needed for viruses. When I'm talking about this very simplified, that's when errors happen. That's when dangerous things happen. So if I were to go back to, like, if I choose to go back, I would not be talking about it in this manner, because this is why I am no longer a specialist, right? This stuff is very general, and knowing that I did not explain the specifics of all the things that I know, it is the tip of the iceberg. Your rigor needed to actually present something for a $2 million grant. What is it, like $500,000? I don't even know how inflation works nowadays, but like $250,000, maybe $250,000 every 5 years, right? That's $1.25 million for over the course of 5 years in order to produce and execute on something that you have to collectively design and understand and produce with great confidence, or sufficient confidence, in that 5 years you are going to achieve most of those things. That is kind of the world that I left. And now when you put that into the grand scheme of like, oh, hey, you're going to learn Japanese language learning. And my first thought is, yeah, I'm going to do that. Because the idea of making that successful pales in comparison. And it's not a competition between me and the next person. It's a competition between me and myself. I have orchestrated, like planned and analyzed and stuff, things well beyond in my opinion, what I feel is a trivial task of developing a skill within a set amount of time, right? Not that other people should find this easy or hard. I really honestly dislike the idea that the internet hyper focuses on this, where you're constantly applying comparisons without actual comparisons. Like, you compare things that you want to have that you don't have, and then you compare like differences, as opposed to looking at the similarities as well, and the absence of what it means to have an absence and possess something, right? Like, for example, someone would come by, and this is what I mean, like Procol earlier, when I said I consider myself relatively educated, and you can't see that. Like what I mean is, I don't mean you specifically. I don't blame anyone not able to see why I say I'm relatively educated. It's not because I know Japanese. It's not because I learned the fastest way to do something, or I somehow had a life hack on something and it made me really successful, so now I'm double downing on it, so I'm selling that and monetizing that to everyone. That's not what I mean by relatively educated. I am talking about I'm relatively educated because it doesn't matter what I'm trying to learn or do or create. I will make it work because I've been relatively educated to the point that I can do that. So if I have to explain something I don't know, I will at least tell you, give me a couple months. If you really need this, I will probably be able to do it. That's what I mean by relatively educated. And what does that mean to other people? Well, it means that if I'm not good at something, I'm not educated. Like, well, you don't have to be good at something to be educated. You can be good at something and be very knowledgeable about it, right? Someone can recite me all the digits of pi, and I would never be able to do that. I could come up with a strategy to try to do that, but it's not like I want to do it. So when someone tells me like, oh, you're using Duolingo, you must be stupid. And I'm like, okay. And how do you know that? No one can recite to you all the digits of pi, you liar. I know, that was a joke. I'm kidding. You're being... Thanks for humoring me. Because if that... I don't know if someone like comes back. If someone comes back and say like, oh, I bet I can. Are you sure you understand the joke? Like, do you guys... I'm glad you caught that, Proko. Like, based on how confident you are about no one can recite to you all the digits of pi, you lie. I'm glad you could say no one, because that would be one of the few moments that I would say I just said an absolute statement as a joke. I mean, I'll challenge anyone to do it. Sometimes the English double sarcasm comes off too face value. Yeah, because it's kind of real. It's true though. I am a liar when I say no one can read. So those bacteria just nerf viruses to put them in gaming terms. Relative to Newton, yeah, sure. Does those bacteria just nerf viruses to put it in gaming terms? I need someone who's in microbiology. I need someone who's a microbiologist. I really don't understand bacteria that much. Like, for example, bacteria... I don't know if bacteria, like, for example, archaeobacteria, like bacteria in extreme locations. I don't know they're susceptible. Like, there are places that bacteria might exist that viruses just don't exist. I think. Maybe. I would love to talk to Han Green about this. English sarcasm can sometimes be so indiscernible just for a blunt statement. I mean, yeah. I mean, I thought I was being clever, but I guess you were like on point there. Like, I legitimately was gonna say, huh, I wonder if anyone got that. Anyways, I would love to do this for a living. There are already people that do this for a living, and I watch them. Like the people who like spend time. Hey guys, here's. You actually can take credit for realizing your sarcasm there. Yeah, I know, right? Sometimes my sarcasm really do be just sounding like I'm regularly talking. Yeah, there are people who do this for a living, and it's awesome that they get to do this for a living on a like a more casual thing. I don't think I can do this all the time, largely because it would take up, it would like consume me, like science consumed me earlier in my life. Anyways, all right, now I promise I'm gonna. So don't you have a class to get to, Protocol, in 2 hours? Are you saying 2 hours? 1 hour and 12 minutes? Wait, what time is it? 2 hours and like 10 minutes? Did you say 11? Was that you, or is that for you? You go at 11? After amoebas, which domain came into existence first? I have no idea. We don't talk about origins here. Oh, your cousin is at 11. Oh, okay. Amoebas are interesting, I tell you. You don't have lecture until tomorrow. Oh, that explains a lot. Okay.
勝手にレコードを止めたのは誰ですか？
Alright, we'll do like 30 of these. I'll take a break and then we'll come back and wind it up. Nearly? The heck? What in the... It does explain a lot, but it doesn't excuse anything which I should punish myself for. Hear me out. There was a vision a long time ago. Like, this could have been very different. But my best friends are like married people, and they are like compassionate people too. So they tend to be occupied in the ways that they are occupied. But there would have been a parallel universe that would have been possible where me and my best friends could have done this as a podcast, and it would be like a 13-hour show every single day or something, and we would be talking about these things. I don't think there's rarely a time when we get by where it isn't just me enthusiastically chatting about things, because they do this also. Only 2 of them are married, and then the other guy has a very close significant, so they have other people that I want to say would love their attention, right? I say this as a diffuser for like not demanding any of their time. Also, you remember asking me about a quote, the quote being Asians are an inscrutable folk, and you're pretty sure you tried to say that it was some ancient quote, but it was genuinely just from the sitcom. Oh, it was Big Bang Theory? Was it Sheldon? And was it in the scene where he was in the... no, was it when that kid, the Korean kid, upstarted him on his... when MIT, it was during MIT, like the Korean kid was like the genius, the prodigy. They were trying to get him to join MIT, and Sheldon was like trying to sabotage him by getting him to hook up with girls. And then ultimately that kid didn't get hired because the kid was much more interested in hooking up with girls because of socialization skills. I think that was the one. Otherwise, it might have been the episodes where Sheldon... No, it actually wasn't, funnily enough. But no, like the second episode would be The second type would be the long string of episodes where Sheldon tries to speak Chinese in the Chinese restaurant. And he says some absurd things, and it's really funny how the Chinese... Like, that could be one. So there are a couple of them. There are 3 instances where he was in the Chinese restaurant where he attempts to speak Mandarin to the Chinese restaurant owner. Because, you know, the whole, like, them eating takeout from the place. It could be that one. And where else could it be? Like the Asian inscrutable. By the way, I watch Big Bang Theory quite a lot. It's an unpopular opinion, but the reason why I watch Big Bang Theory is because it was everything that could possibly have come true if we dialed my childhood, like my teenage years or my college years with my friends, like 2 times its amount. Like, it's pretty comical how some of that stuff happens. Obviously, the whole, like, the reason why it's an unpopular opinion is because it's primetime television, and then there's the whole idea of misogyny and all that stuff for comical relief. So that might not resonate with everyone. And then there's like the idea of certain people who believe that the presentation and representation of like sidelining scientists in a role that includes like cult status nerdism, right, and stuff, during that time, that whole idea was less trendy. It was less appealing. Basically, the idea of older men who are well educated, who somehow still engage suspiciously more fervently in the lifestyle choices that are now modernized now, right? Like gaming, going to the comic book store, having some social barriers, socialization barriers, and then being detached from pop culture and whatnot. Now that's more of a social norm here, like, you know, in the years that we are. It almost feels kind of poetic that how well actually the show has aged, as opposed to usually these types of shows, these are period pieces, and society kind of like leaves them behind. Like I Love Lucy, for example, like in the 90s, when you have like, not in the 90s, in like the 80s, where you have things like I Love Lucy, The Wonder Years, Cheers, and all that. Like I'm going from like the 80s to the 90s, like Happy Days. They usually are passed by. The society kind of just passed by them. But Big Bang Theory, all those things are kind of how I felt. Like many of the things that existed in the Big Bang Theory, like if you smashed all the characters together, I've gone through all those phases. And the thing is, you watched I Love Lucy every day. I enjoyed I Love Lucy. Like Nick at Night, whenever I stay up late, I watched all, yeah, I Love Lucy, Mary Tyler Moore Show, Dick Van Dyke Show, I Dream of Jeannie. There's so many. And then Cheers, Wonder Years, Happy Day, like is it called Happy Days? You know, the director said that Sheldon isn't autistic. Green Acres, yeah. Golden Girls. What is the Jeffersons? There are quite a lot of them. Yeah, James. And then Big Bang Theory. So Big Bang Theory Protocol had a really large backlash, like largely due to like the misogynistic, the controversial potential for misogynistic primetime television humor. And I totally get that. That's actually one of the parts I do not resonate with very well, but I don't think I was the like that's the part that people find, like primetime viewers found, crude and funny. The part that I really enjoyed about the Big Bang Theory was everything else, because I didn't, like, it's not everyone else's problem. I didn't have those demands. I didn't have those like interests, like the idea of you know, Penny, right? Hot girl situation. And we already talked about this. You said about like it's kind of weird and cringy sometimes to talk about like that type of somewhat salacious conversation being mixed with the representation of otherwise very educated people who also are characterized by the nerd culture that was stigmatized as well. And that part existed. It most definitely existed. But the idea is in the United States, that's not the total representation of it. Nowadays, though, it has aged very well. Because now when you're thinking about science, like people who are in college, those things are right on the head. With your inclusion of desperately desiring but being socially awkward with trying to create human connection while over exaggerating and over analyzing situations due to insecurities, right? However, I did experience most of those things. I already mentioned that it was a coincidence that most of the stuff that I talk about is relevant to Gen Z, right? It's relative to Gen Z. And I've already said this a lot. It's a coincidence, but generally speaking, most of the stuff in Big Bang Theory, I enjoyed it because I coincidentally encountered many of those things. Not like verbatim, but the combination of all the stereotypes together. So it's a sitcom, so each of the sitcom's characters produces an ensemble, but generally speaking, the ensemble is supposed to be caricaturized for comedy. But when you slam them all together and find nuances of all the characters, then I can tell you that the reason why I remember most of all of the seasons of Big Bang Theory is because I'm not really describing the Big Bang Theory most of the time. Like it I don't know where what's his name? Chuck Loris or someone? I keep forgetting his last name. It's Chuck something, I think. Chuck Morris? No. Hang on. Writer of Chuck Lorre and Bill Brady. Yeah, Chuck Lorre. I don't know where he's getting his thing. Maybe he has like a good friend or something, but it is spot on. Like for me personally, coincidentally. And you might be thinking like standardization. The AI overview of the episode in which Sheldon said that quote is said as a summary that shows the show's outdated stereotypes. Flanderization. Flanderization. It's said as a summary that the show shows outdated stereotypes. Yeah, see, that's not true. Now it shows adequate stereotypes. That's kind of why. Well, it's based on, you know, AI is based on outdated data, you know, because the model has to be built on existing data, not current data. I'm kidding. Obviously, maybe they collecting comic books. Like, give me a break, dude. Like, if that's an outdated stereotype, like collecting things is an outdated stereotype, you gotta be kidding me. Are you for real? Agonizing and bickering online about the nuances of a selective subculture show like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings? Get out of here. Flanderization is named after Ned Flanders. I gathered that from The Simpsons. It refers to when characters in a show becomes a caricature of themselves. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Flanderization would be a great way to do that because Ned Flanders was indeed became a caricature of itself. Yeah, Oakley Dokley. I used to say Oakley Dokley. I say that a couple of times when I'm texting. Whenever someone's like asking me to do things, I would say okie dokie as opposed to okie dokuli. And I sometimes say Roger Dodger, which Ned Flanders doesn't say, but it's a caricature of, it's a Flanderization. Okie dokie and okie dokie, Angon dilly doo, I suppose. Like Raj on The Big Bang Theory becoming just a heavily exaggerated Indian character. Yeah. And that stereotype and that stand-up still exists today. I actually watched someone that does the Indian stand-up. I think he's Indian. You just made up Roger Dodger? No, I say Roger Dodger. Did I not type that to you before? Yeah, I did not make up Roger Dodger. Roger Dodger is my text phrase. I do say Roger Dodger. Or okie dokie. Okie dokie is fine. You're glad The Simpsons ended after 9 seasons? What do you mean you're glad The Simpsons ended after 9 seasons? They made a wise choice there? Oh yeah, you're right. Did they? Is it only 9 seasons? Wait, what? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, was that supposed to be like a fun joke? I don't remember. Like, what happens in season 9? Yeah, as far as I know, Simpsons is on its 37th season. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed the joke there. I'm sorry, James, if I missed a joke. Sometimes I'm not great at reading jokes. Okie dokie is good, but there's also oke doke. Oh my gosh, no. Which you think is just the English version? You're weird. Oke doke. Dope. I don't even know how to say that right. Alright. I still gotta get nearly. What the heck is nearly? The bag costs nearly. Maybe? No. Oh, wait. But that's a price, right? Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Die. Can I? It's like... Yeah, we really gotta get going on this. I'm probably only gonna do like half the lessons in... Oh, it's already... oh, it already reset, actually. HanziHero already reset, so... we'll try to do like some of the... This is probably the latest I've ever indulged in something. I would make time for indulgence at all turns of the time. Yeah, the joke is that it's just that The Simpsons is and has been terrible for decades. I see. Unfortunately, I haven't watched I don't know when I stopped watching Simpsons. It's been a while. I watched quite a lot of Family Guy as well, and I don't know what season that I stopped watching Family Guy. I watch Rick and Morty now. And I watch Bob's Burgers. Those are like my 2 continuous syndicated, and King of the Hill recently. I watched all of King of the Hill and then watched the most recent season. Have I watched a new season of Rick and Morty? Hang on. What do you think is the new season of Rick and Morty? I can tell you what season I watched recently. Rick. It says here that I watched... Oh no, I haven't finished watching Rick and Morty. Season 7 or 8. Nope, I only watched up to the end of 7. So you're talking about there's 8? I see. No, I haven't seen it. I know I watched 7 and there was a few missing episodes. So I stopped watching 7, so I gotta go back and watch it. Have I noticed the voice acting change? I have. Yeah. You can notice the voice acting change. Voice actor change. In fact, that voice actor is like steaming up a pile of controversy over a lot of things. Like High on Life, right? There's also High on Life. High on Life 2 is coming out this month. Yeah, Justin Roiland got done for Grape, I think. Yeah. I mean... Justin... Wait. Got done for Grape, I think? Solar Opposite. Oh, you're... Wait. Come again? Are you talking about the show Solar Opposites? Yeah. Is he still in that show? Because Justin Roiland is like... I don't know what's going on. I didn't read. I don't want to be involved in this. I can't talk about him like in a way that I understand what's going on. But I know that a lot of the things that I watch and read, whenever his name comes up, the context is we're not gonna go down that road situation. Like High on Life 2 is coming out soon, and that had a controversy with him as well. So I don't know what's going on, but you're more than free to try to culture me in this. Bob's Burgers is my go-to when I need to rewind and redo things. Justin Roiland voice act Rick and Morty, someone on Solo, yep. But since 20 he completely cut off from it. Yeah, I know that. I already know about the Rick and Morty and the Solar Opposites, yep. And High on Life. As well as the video game High on Life. So, right now, my only impression, the impression that I have is this person has a incredibly wide conflict of interest with multiply unrelated people about successful projects. So Rick and Morty was successful, right? Solar Opposites was actually pretty successful. It ended, by the way. Solar Opposites ended. It ended with season 6 in the end of this year. And then the video game was High on Life. He was the voice actor, and then on High on Life 2, for whatever reason, he's not the voice actor anymore. No idea. But it has possibly everything to do with all those things happening at the same time. Because 2023, Rick and Morty, Solar Opposites, and High on Life, the first High on Life game was... what was it? ...2022. It was right before 2023. So all of that happened at the same time. So something went down with multiple people, and hopefully everything's all right. If you wanted me to talk about voice acting, like if you're wondering if I noticed the voice changes, I did. Now, if you're asking me how did I feel about it, I hope that Justin Roiland continues to have a prosperous thing wherever they go, but I'm not favorable. I don't favor the voice actors. Like, what I mean is, it doesn't, like, when voice actors change and things change, I do not favor legacy over the hard work of people. So, like, just as much as I give my impressions of someone else, I do not technically adhere to like sudden changes in voice act. Like, I'm not that. I watch shows and usually they have 3 or 4 different voice actors because I listen to shows in different languages. So oftentimes a lot of voices get played in during one viewing of a show. Is essay? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's fair. So allegations. Okay, allegations. Yeah, that sucks. You're surprised you noticed a change as you thought the new voice actor was very similar? Protocol, listen. Listen. Are you throwing shade at my pitch? Are you throwing shade at my these immaculate ears? These pitch perfect. I'm kidding. I'm not pitch perfect. But someone said this yesterday. The person that I met yesterday, they said that, oh yeah, you know what? There's this correlation which I was unaware of, but when they stated the stuff, the stereotype sounds like it checks out. They talked about, I was talking about pitch accent, right? Pitch accent and audio acuity, and they brought up that there was this correlation, significant correlation where people who grew up around tonal languages, especially like the Chinese variety, and I looked into it a little bit but not enough to see where that came from. There's a stereotype that pitch acuity, like attention to sound and like music aptitude and pitch perfectness, which that's a in quotes, it's a strong in quotes, the acuity in people who grew up around tonal languages or multiple languages, or even culturally, right? In Chinese, the biggest stereotype is that they play instruments. They're musicians in some shape or form. And are you like coming at me for my Asian card or something? Listen, these manicured, accustomed, conditioned ears, they can discern the change in a voice actor. I'm kidding. So like there's many situations where like a Disney understudy would sound identical to their original counterparts. Like in Disney movies, I watch a lot of Disney movies. Like we're talking about like the classic animated Disney movies, the hand-drawn stuff, and it is very difficult to recognize the understudies, like because they're not always just one voice actor, and they're nearly indistinguishable. I think the Rick and Morty change was not as indistinguishable as that. Yeah. Pretty funny though. I also was listening for it, Procol, because someone brought it up with me. Someone said like, hey, did you know like it's never going to be the same? And then there's a huge, uproar. And my first thought is, I mean, if it's different, that's pretty cool too. I mean, I'm not the biggest on like discontinuity. Like I'm not affected by those things very much. I like hearing different characters. Apparently, Qing Xingpi supports Manchester United. If that's true, there's no chance anything happening 10 minutes ago. Oh, no. All right, Procol, you need to calm down. You're getting a little loose-lipped now. Must be that sleep deprivation. All right, so what is nearly? Maybe it's ageru? No. Shite. Suru verb. Oh no, suru. Maybe it's a suru verb. about? An adverb. Oh, I was looking for an adjective, but I guess an adverb. That might have been too dark. Maybe a little too dark. An adverb that describes something that is not far away. An adverb that is not... Oh. Ain't no way.
このカバンは10万円近くした。
Wow. I didn't realize you could do that. Huh. Was that yesterday's example too? Interesting. Move. How do I... What is another move? I wonder what it says when you put iku here. Oh. Because go is not quite move or shift. Shift. And continue. Well, it was nice talking. Now we got to move the piano upstairs, apparently. Maybe it's elevate. Because it's moving upstairs, right? Maybe they're looking for like... Ageru?
ピアノを上の階へ上げる。
Yeah, because it's moving upstairs.
"僕の実家の庭には大きなプールが2つある。
Alright, we're gonna get to 50 here. We're at 31. Did you hear about the YouTuber Mark Pal? Yeah? What about him? His mother said that if they sided with North Korea, Markiplier would have been the successor to Kim Jong-un. Oh, speaking of Markiplier, or I don't know how to pronounce his name, sorry. Or like his handle. But speaking of Mark, his movie is coming out. Yeah, his movie. It's soon, right? Is it this week? I forgot what it's called. It's one word. Drain? Drop? Trap? Burn? Oh, it's already out? What was it called? Like, it's one word. I keep forgetting what it is. Like, box? It's a mundane word, I think. Blood? So, I have no idea what it is. I saw it though. Like Markiplier, like I saw it on the thumbnail, and it was pretty cool because it has a very interesting gimmick to it, and I love it. It kind of reminds me of a Nolan thing, like a Christopher Nolan thing, where they did all the filming. I watched the filming part, like how they did the behind the scenes. Iron Lung. Oh, it's 2 words. Yeah, Iron Lung. They had a mechanical cube, so they did everything in like a motorized box, and then they had the stuff like shake around and move around. And that's something that I remember from Nolan. One of the biggest Nolan sets was the one with the plane scene. The plane scene in Batman Return. I think it was Batman Return. So it was a very Nolan-like thing, and I do enjoy a great movie concept that deals with practical effects. Like the other one that was not as great executed was Zelensky's. Zelensky's, but no, but don't ever disrespect Nolan like that. Michael Pye could only dream he reaches 1/10,000th of Nolan's genius. It's not. It's a reference, you silly goober. There was another one. I lost my train of thought. You know, Inception was based off of an anime. Yeah, but I don't know if that's more of a I don't know if that is more of a because it happened that way. I think that's more of a parallel thing. You're probably talking about Paprika, Satoshi Kon's the late Satoshi Kon's movie. Kind of. Like there are similar themes that run through those. Yes. Have you seen it? Paprika, the late Satoshi Kon. Satoshi Kon died early. Like, unfortunate. He's one of the ones that didn't live his movies were fantastic. Millennium Actress was fantastic too. Pretty sure Millennium Actress. A 2001 film? Yeah. Satoshi. You've seen the hallway scene of Paprika? Okay. Millennium Actress does the time Satoshi's movies, at least the ones that I've seen, and I think I've seen one other, it has this large, it's very intimate, but it also has this like big reach. Millennium Actress is such a wonderful movie. But yes, Inception.
このカバンは可愛いですか?
We're really digging for our pop culture references today. Yeah, like for example, Paprika, some would argue even the Wachowski sisters for Matrix, for example. Like but then again, there's also like some people would say like, oh, Ghost in the Shell had a lot of based on influence stuff, and then but then you would like go back and keep traveling backwards. It's like, but then there was like do androids dream of electronic sheep and things like, or do something like that. I haven't ever even gotten around to reading that book. There's also like the Neuromancer and stuff. Do you also share the same annoyance as you with anime, as so often, even if it's good anime, they always seem to decide some weird pedophilic stuff which just annoys you? Like Japan needs to sort that stuff out. I don't typically. You read the Neuromancer last year? It was pretty good. I have it on an audiobook and I have yet to read it, or not read it but listen to it. Yeah, the Neuromancer. I think that's something that I really should get on top of. And maybe Dune. Maybe Dune. Like Roshi from Dragon Ball, for example. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I was trying to think of a contemporary anime. Like because James suggested this, I watched 24 episodes of Delicious in Dungeon, and I'm thinking like, let me think about it. And no, not particularly. And then the second season of Frieren is happening right now, and Frieren season 1, I was thinking, are there... Not particularly. Then we're talking about anime movies. The most recent anime movie that I watched was 100 centimeters. Or not 100 centimeters, 100 meters, 100 centimeters. Sorry, it's about running, and I just said 100 centimeters. It's 100 meters. That one was about running, and it was just strictly about the idea of putting in your all for that 5 second of bliss. And it was like about most of the new large good anime tropes now are about depression and like goals and fatalism and the deterministic willpower and stuff. Most of them favor that, like death and whatnot. So even like Delicious in Dungeon had a lot of those things, like almost inherently kind of like edgy but wholesomely edgy. Like the premise of Delicious in Dungeon is like eating things you kill. Do you know the anime where someone fits perfectly in a stone cutout in a wall and he keeps going deeper and deeper? Stone cutout of a wall and he goes deeper and deeper. Stone cutout. Why does that sound so familiar? Are you asking me because you don't know the name? Or are you going to give me the name? It ends with him getting scratched out inch by inch until he is horrifically tortured soul. Oh, I know. No, that doesn't sound familiar. But it kind of sounds like that guy, Ito? What was his name? Like, Junji. It sounds like a Junji Ito. Junji Ito kind of thing. I don't know if you're familiar with Junji Ito, but he's kind of like an incredibly influential, like that type of thing. That, yeah. Oh, it is? Oh, it's called The Enigma of Amigara. Okay, Amigara Fault. Yeah, it's a Junji Ito story. Okay. Like the moment you said like a guy running a stone in like, yeah, it's I figured. I haven't watched the I've dabbled in Junji Ito stuff. Only dabbled in it. There was a new show though. A new show. Maybe that is the show. There is a new anime that was out and it's done in black and white. It's I saw the premiere of it, like the first episode of it, and it looked fantastic. To kind of try to adapt Junji Ito's story. Was the anime you're referring to, Pro Crawl, in black and white? It had like this new age like way to try to capture his artwork, because his artwork is very disturbing. Like it's not disturbing in a manner that is like horrific. It's more like it's very disturbing. It's consistently off-putting. It ends with yeah. I think that might be the show. I should go watch it. Yeah, the most recent show I watched was it's like wholesome, but it's not wholesome. It's kind of wholesome and it's not wholesome. Like it's kind of weird. And I think nowadays, in my opinion, the current contemporary scene in anime, the trend is to create like tenuous, grounded, harsh reality truths, but then pave it with some anime wholesomeness. Like for example, death, trauma, racism, in the form of like actual racism, like elves and dwarves and stuff, and then like stories of torture and life. It's paved with colorful animations and a like a carefree balance to it. That's what Delicious in Dungeon was. And in a way, Freeren is very similar to that. And it's about like depression, living life at one pace, being cognizant of long life, and how even short lives are incredibly rewarding, that type of thing. And 100 meter was no exception. Look Back was also no exception. And lately I've been watching Kingdom. So Kingdom is about war. So the whole series is just about war. The tragedies, the necessities, how war is necessary to unify, but then you are cursed into this pit of sacrifice. So like that's anime right now for me. So it's I agree with you, the whole Master Roshi thing though. In fact, have you ever seen me play a Like a Dragon game, Procall? You met me after I finished my Like a Dragon thing, right? Yeah, Like a Dragon's gonna have some of that. We'll see how, like, what your thoughts are. Like there are several instances of Like a Dragon where that's in fact that's something that people bring up quite a lot, where the somewhat salacious off tones as a form of entertainment is hit upon in various aspects of the Japanese culture, right? Like a Dragon typically deals with the red light district. So when I play Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides in less than 2 weeks from now, I don't know what they're doing to either, like, I don't know how they're gonna mix up and change up those parts of the game, but if they don't, then you'll probably see some of that. They are a bit more tasteful than others, but it's an acknowledgement that like red light districts happen and organized crime happens in red light districts. So that whole like red light stuff, yeah, it is kind of married into a lot of the anime. And you and I, like, we can probably empathize a lot closer. That, I mean, I'm fairly indifferent to that, but it sounds like you might have a more visceral response to that type of thing. Like, for example, Lolita culture and stuff. I'm aware of this since, I don't know, since a teenager, right? Because early anime does do that. I agree with you. Like Dragon Ball, right? There's quite a lot of Lolita stuff. Like very early on, there was a show called Chobits. I still remember Chobits. Like quite a lot of shows, they have Lolita characters for the moe, and that's understandable. It doesn't translate as much to those who are not in the niche culture. I often wonder that. I haven't ever asked my best friends what they thought about it. We watch like Espresso Depresso stuff. Like, for example, despite having that, like FMA, there's not much happiness in FMA. Like, for example, like if someone talks about like Attack on Titan, right? Attack on Titan, like there's not enough room for those things. Even like something wholesome like Spy Family. Spy Family don't have like One Piece. Not really. Bleach? Not really. It's kind of just Dragon Ball so far. I can blatantly think of things that are quote unquote niche to their thing though. You can definitely name shows in which that is the target audience. But these would be things like Steins Gate. Steins Gate would be another one that we're talking about, the good quote unquote the good animes that people would say are the good animes. They tend to FMA Brotherhood's kind of old though, and Steins Gate is kind of old. This is like part of my gen, but Spy Family and Attack on Titan is probably, those are like the ones like, oh, do you think, on the YouTube shorts, like, is it overrated? Those are the names that come up. One Piece is definitely one, and then My Hero Academia just recently ended. A little bit. Because technically they're all high school students. A little bit. But a lot of, yeah, and you had to take into context that if you're not watching like a fantasy or sci-fi or something that's outside the high school context, even if it's isekai, most of the characters are actually fairly young in like the earlier days. Nowadays, like for example, I absolutely love this about Delicious in Dungeon. They did the whole longevity thing because Delicious in Dungeon was really great. Like the first season was really wonderful because they were able to capture Western fantasy. This is what I talked about when I talked about Frien as well. They captured all the Western fantasy questions, but then spin it with the anime thing, which is the whole food eating thing. And I absolutely love the parallelisms that they made. They legitimately hit on like food tropes, like like social media tropes on food. So I really enjoyed that. And then they integrated it with all the Western fantasy themes, like longevity, all the mythical creatures, levels of intrigue, posterity, legacy, racism, and racism as in like elves, dwarves, and what you call tall men, all men, half, what do you call them? Half foot? Yeah, like half foots, all men, half foots are halflings, right? Halflings are hobbits, right? And then tall men are men because there are halflings too. And then you have your dwarves, your elves, your kobolds. They were really nice. I think the show was very quaint. I don't know how often you watch anime, but if you ever want to watch an anime that is there's some westernization, like for example, Protocol, I know you enjoy the whole idea of origins and the idea of like traditionalism and the appreciation for like time and legacy, right? Frieren is like such a great show. And I'm looking forward to watching a second season. It's on its third season out of its third episode out of 3. But Frieren, it's a really wonderful combination of these two. So baked in. Anyways, okay. Oh my, so it's tough. Let's friendly. Polite and caring. Act in a way that... But yeah, I still gotta do HanziHero though. We're gonna do a little bit of HanziHero. We're kind of just way over budget now. Okay. We have over budgeted our time. This is probably the longest. Tomorrow's gonna be kind of tough actually. Or I mean later today. How do... Something that emphasizes the nuance of polite and caring. Like, Nope. Something that procs優しい. Oh, maybe 親切?
先生、クラスメートには親切にしましょ
あなたは週に何回くらいカフェに行きますか？
Yeah, we're not gonna finish this review. And we're not gonna finish the HanziHero. But we're gonna do the lessons for HanziHero. Actually, we can't do the lessons for HanziHero. It's already past 4 a.m. So it'd be tomorrow's lesson. We'll do tomorrow's lesson. Or like later today's lesson.
う。ヨガの先生、まっすぐ立ってください。
Time's up.
レストランの客、灰皿を持ってきてください。
Ooh. Ga in the... Okay.
食べ過ぎて気持ちが悪い。
アジア人より西洋人の方が鼻が高いです。
今日は天にたくさんの星がある。
My eyeballs are like legitimately kind of twitching. uh...
彼は過食症なので食べることをやめられない。
生徒を教室に集める。
彼の後をクマが歩いている。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dang it. Promise, pretty sure Promise, the one that they're currently using, use off a Yaku. Yaku what? 약속. Whoops.
約束は守らなくてはいけません。
彼の力は弱い。
行きましょう。行きましょうね。Just going off the ending. Let's open your textbook. Oh. Wait.
先生、皆さん教科書の100ページを開きましょう。
50-50. I steal money? Wow. What's steal? The movie. Oh yeah, the noose, right? Oops.
金を盗む。
It's a 50-50.
「薬を飲んだけど体調がまだ悪いです。
このアパートは月8万円です。
脳の手術をする。
客寄せ。誰か私たちのお店に来ませんか？
This is the at this rate, this is gonna be like the new challenge. How close can someone push me to not sleeping and just doing 2 streams in a row without sleeping? What the? Nice, but you can say it in a more casual way. Oh, oops.
あ
I
なた
missed
は
a
10歳？11歳です。
I don't want to talk about it.
彼は上の階にいます。
What? Oh no. Hold. That's to be visible. Show me your hands. Alright, so one is visible, right? Or am I displaying? So let's discover a find. That's visible. Mieru. This deals with hand. Te. Just straight up te, huh? Like, take out your hand? Like, voodoo? Pote. No. Would they have the... No, they wouldn't have the... Oh, the stop. Oh, miseru. Misete. Oh?
あなたの手を見せてください。
Oops. Oh, they
み
just
んな
want-
の名前
okay.
は
That's a 50-50 at this point.
客がシェフに、ご飯の量を半分にしてください。
かわいい財布を買う。
きれいな丸を描くときは、コンパスを使った方がいいよ。
Oops.
この話は本当だ。
下の階には誰も住んでいないが、何かの気配がする。
素敵な先生を紹介する。
Oops.
この写真はどこで撮られましたか？
弟より私の方がポジティブな性格だ。
私の左にいるのは竹雄くんです。
Oh. Need the ending.
走るのは疲れるから好きじゃない。
We got Okada. Help.
弟の宿題を手伝う。
その計画に手を貸す。
日本語のテスト中、生徒。もう一度質問を繰り返してください。
誰かあの島の名前を知っていますか？
That doesn't seem right. When I was a kid, but it's a time. Oh. Broader. Wait. Oh no. Broader time. Not that. Not that. Yeah, I should be moving on to broader time. I thought about this. Broader time. Oh, no. Ore? No. Ore? No. It's a new one for Koro.
学生の頃のパートナーはとてもムキムキだった。
What? God? I'm screwing up the ending. I think I'm screwing up the end. So this is the intransitive. I think it's just coup, right?
良い出来事が続く。
あなたは春が好きですか？
Attract. Me? Not take. Oh, attach. Right? Oh, really? That's cute. Oh, no, wait. Did I screw this up? Yeah. That's good. Oh. Oh. It could be gather, though. And it just, it's? Okay. So maybe like...
注目が集まる。
I see.
私はパーティーがあまり好きではない。
私は勉強をすることが好きです。
Alright, I'm gonna leave 100 left. We're exiting out of this because too long. Too long. We had to cut our losses here. We had to cut our losses here. And I'm gonna try to do the lessons for HanziHero, and then like some of the lessons, maybe like 50 of the reviews, as quickly as I can go before time runs out. Like I do want to sleep before 6 a.m. Alright folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. We were gonna try out some cramming and some practice, but we basically talk about everything. Well, what are we talking about? The science thing took a really long time. Really fun things. I think this I'm starting to feel like I want to set weekends aside for these particular things. I'm looking, yeah, we talk about so many human condition things today. I'm not going to belabor the point. Whoever's interested can always talk about it again. Alright folks, that's a wrap for our Bunpro session. If you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. Right, as always, if you do actually watch this, I hope it's come to the impression that the most important thing to all of this is most definitely specifically that we the main point that started it all was the idea of we were talking about selective attention, right? The rate of selective attention and its association, or like the extent of selective attention and its relationship to neurotypical and atypical situations, and then how that ties into the perception of introversion and what type of behavior and models. Those are all coincidences. They're largely based on anecdotes, and it's fun discussing what life has thrown at me, and as well as welcoming other people, sharing their experiences. In no way is it that I provide medical advice or scientific advice. These are merely to serve as commentary. I wanted to illustrate what it's like. I mean, what I do on a daily basis, which is for the last 9 hours, almost 9 hours, is an illustration, I would say, of the normal routine that goes on in my head, right? The idea is that it is very, because of the way, one of the hot takes here is because of the nature of NetSpeak, oftentimes there are many things left unspoken. And I think it's most characteristically apparent from my perspective. This is personally my perspective, because I don't typically empathize with individuals who believe that they can't do something because what they see is something that is already different from them. I think that there are whenever someone says, oh, they get fixated on something and they only do something and they grind their way to victory and there's always the best thing, those are the things that I do as well, but they're not the things I do well. So like the things that people talk about that are crutches and struggle with, like, oh, I can't help it, my attention span is too low whenever I walk into a place and there's overstimulation. It's like, me too. The thing is, what I shared today was to focus on the idea that you have to be good. What drives me to this point is I have to be good enough, not the best, good enough. So if I Procol always has this like consistent fixation, which is very appropriate, of like thinking that they're, you know, he's distracting me from my studies and like this would become a negative point in my streaming stuff. Like, no, this is the intended consequence. So overstimulation happens a lot, especially when it comes to low selective attention, right? And I genuinely do believe that a substantial number of people have incredibly high selective attention. I think it's largely the high selective attention that can lead to a very efficacious way of teaching or encouraging other people to be successful in learning things. It is through the idea that they have low attention span despite consistently fixated on specific things longer than I could ever appreciate is pretty much the impressive part. And I think that's a form of cognitive dissonance for me. Like when someone says, oh yeah, I can't stay consistent or can't focus on a specific thing, and yet they are able to time in and time out, months on end, fixate on a very specific property of their behavior, that tells me they can focus on something. Now the question is, can they use that focus, or are they able to turn that focus into something that would help them achieve results? Because having short selective attention means that I genuinely do not find that you run out of things to think about. Things don't get tedious. Topics do not get tedious. They do not exhaust. So technically, what I'm saying this in a bit of irony here is that we're wrapping up today. I wasn't able to like complete the review, but it's not really that it's not really that big a deal. I think about all the vocabulary and all this stuff all the time. Like it's very difficult not to pay attention to a lot of things. So oftentimes my life, a lot of people would say things that I really do not empathize with. The idea of saying like, oh, if you have short attention span, that means that you would never complete something. And the reason why I say this is because they often describe something that I used to believe was true about myself. And whenever someone says like, how can you do this for 6 hours? And I'm like, I didn't do the same thing for 6 hours. That was my solution. It doesn't have to be anyone else's solution. So again, the disclaimer is this is not offered for medical advice or like life decisions. I'm not legally or professionally a practicing person to help people with their life decisions. I can tell you though that I do not have incredible selective attention. It is through the active practice, and streaming is one of them. Like trying to juggle 2 or 3 tasks sufficiently well enough without collapsing under like doing everything all at once is the worst skill I have. It's the skill that I work on most of the time. If you're asking me to like play a game, like complete a marathon and beat 30 games in like 1 month, I can do that. That's my baseline. You do something as quickly as possible and then you move on, right? Low selective attention. You pay attention to everything, you do everything at once, and then you let it overwhelm you, super tire you out. That's kind of my baseline. Nowadays though, having a conversation is not the same as having a singular topic. So if you're wondering how impressed I am by someone, they are able to talk about a singular topic, not change the cadence or the thinking pattern for an extended amount of time. I find that an evidence of incredible focus. Like if you're able to give me the same spiel, right, and talk about the same problems over and over again, that is an evidence of incredibly strong selective attention. That to me personally is not someone who lacks attention span, because that's to me more so this person has something that is taking up most of their attention, as in they can't focus on another thing because all of their focus is accumulated by the thing that's in front of them. So if someone says, oh yeah, oh man, this thing is so sucky, like I keep thinking you have to overcome that. That is the first thing, because I actually think people are overly attentive on specific things. That fixation is the rate limiting step. For myself, I don't stay upset for very long. I don't stay happy or like sad or something for very long. There's just so many things that are constantly stimulating. So as a testament, how can you spend 9 hours staring at a screen talking about things all the way from evolutionary biology to virology and explaining the cursory understanding of carcinogenesis, and still tie it back to language learning and throw in some anime and some attempts at really poor humor? That's kind of where I'm coming from. The one thing that I can't beat though, and I'm gonna leave it with this, right? The one thing that I can't beat is my body giving up. So my voice is giving out, it's kind of raw right now, and my eyes are getting like oogly boogly right there. So we're gonna try to cut it here for now. So as always, feel free to pick up Bunpro, right? Give it a try. Let me know what you think. We can always brainstorm, talk about the cross-sectional differences between looking for an answer in Japanese versus looking at a Japanese word and then translating it to English. We can talk about those things day in and day out. We'll make time for those. I don't necessarily have to make time for this stuff. This stuff will happen regardless, right? The video games are not going anywhere. The people are. We don't get any younger, right? And what I mean by that is if you're afraid of age, sorry, that was a little dark. Time passes. So people pass, people move on and grow and stuff. Content does change to some extent, but they in my opinion they pale in comparison to the value of other people. Like we already talked about AI today and machine learning, and that's a repeated thing. Rarely will I ever have to weigh the values of having conversation and discussion with someone and trying to encourage that, hey, you know, someone else can read, and you know, I might actually just go read or listen to Neuromancer now because James read it last year. That would be an interesting topic. There are very few things in my life that are more valuable than other people. So whenever you're going to your ChatGPT and you're saying, I'd rather interact with ChatGPT, no, go, like, that's what I say. Like, go and try to find and foster some human relations. Human relations are a rare commodity now than your most convenient. Like, one of the talking points that we had today was about a tracker. A tracker does not help you with your feelings. A tracker is only as useful as the human that is able to use the tracking information. If you have an SRS system, in my opinion, it is only as useful as the human operating the SRS. So, with that said, other humans far exceed the most convenience of tools. And the reason I say that is because tools will always be there. That's what makes them really great. It makes them convenient. You can always access the tools. What comes as a luxury is all your opportunities to foster human relations. Human opportunities will not always be there. Tools and stuff hopefully will, right? You hopefully will always be able to go to your AI manager and your AI powered co-pilot and help you out when you need those things. But passing up opportunities for human interaction is kind of oxymoronic when you're in a position where you're kind of stuck and fixated. I think maybe ChatGPT might do something in the future. Perhaps, I have no idea. But for now, that's kind of what I want to say. You're always welcome to come on by Yap. Try to Yap. I'll try to Yap. We'll do some cutting of the contents and focus on discussion. Right? This will be true for as far as I can keep this up. Alright. Until next time. 皆さん、またね。Right. 見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick break, hydrate, put something in the fridge because of the late hours, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第385天 is day 385. My voice is a little a little bit borked. Let's try to burn a little few of these. Kinda we're in a sketch territory, so we're gonna do our lessons and then try to like do 100 of these. It's past 4 a.m, so that's why the number has doubled. And then we didn't do our lessons from yesterday, so these lessons are gonna be for this coming day, as in the next lesson. All right, so tomorrow or the next stream we won't have any lessons. All right, so let's get to it here.
赢完
赢满 hidden and 满 conceal. So hidden, conceal.
赢完门槛
门槛 door 坎 threshold. Yeah, okay. Yep.
门槛请帖
请帖 invite, invitation. Yeah. 帖 is kind of slightly weak.
请帖山寨
山寨 mountain 寨 what's 寨 mountain stockade a knockoff good is made in a different location from the real deal. So if someone takes you to a random broken down stockade that's on top of a mountain to buy some Gucci, you know that, oh, okay, it's just Shanjai. I have no idea how these two characters come together to say knockoff or copycat. That is crazy. Alright. Buying knockoffs at a random stockade on an isolated mountain. I got you.
山寨五艘
五艘 5 boats. It's just 5 boats. Wait, is there any special notes about this? Okay.
五艘
Try to random.
赢完门槛请帖
If there is any like form of frustration that I have, which is unreasonable honestly, is how I can't do this for very long anymore. That's probably one of the physical limitations. But if you think about it, I'm basically kind of complaining about something that I feel it's a luxury I have already. Like it's from a point of privilege. Like it would be cool if I could talk non-stop for like 16 hours a day. I can't. And then my eyes are like bugging me a little.
山寨五艘
Move on.
楷书
楷书 Book? And what is Kai? Model book, a regular script. Interesting. Kaishu? Interesting. What is a Kaishu? Interesting. Okay. I see a regular script. Like handwriting script.
楷书、喜帖、
喜帖. Okay, joy invitation. That yeah, 喜帖. Wedding. It's those. I'm very familiar with these wedding invitations.
喜帖
Specifically, the red envelope
不瞒
ones.
你
Or the
说，
red big things. Not to be confused with like the red envelopes for New Year's.不瞒你说 yeah, 不瞒你说 How did the man work? No conceal. No conceal.
不瞒你说，
I think TBH is fine.
垮
Qua. That looks like a qua. We just recently got a qua. Or did we? Was it more like quo? No. Big ground. I feel like it's qua. Okay, it is qua. For the carry on the arm. Oh, we have two quas. Oh, that's right. Oh, we have more quads coming up. What was... Picking up trash with... What was yeah? No, yeah. What was yeah? Oh, it had like the radio. Pretty sure it's yeah. Yeah, Guangdong. Oh my gosh, Guangdong. That is so scary. Proper now, they're so scary. Okay. Let's see. Koopa is in the basement of the auditorium where he finds a big handle, alright, sticking out of the pile soil next to the forgotten stage prop on the ground. It seems to be on the edge of collapsing. So Koopa runs over to it and tries to hold up so the handle does not collapse onto the stage prop. Okay, but is that hope? Helping Bowser out. Well, this play, I suppose. The other one is very similar. Aqua. Oh, the aqua. Oh, it's basement though. Yeah. Labs. I might mess up the tone. Wow, it's hidden color.
垮
Or root. Yeah, that's root.
均
Jing, 30 Chinese pounds. That's awfully specific, but it does look like Jing now with metal. Julius Caesar's in front of the infirmary where he's weighing 2 metal containers, okay, of medical supplies on a traditional scale. He puts them one end and 30 pounds on the other. The two sides are completely equal, thus providing the medical supplies he has is equal to Chinese pound. I think that's fine. Or he just takes two metal containers worth of medical supplies for exchange of 30 Chinese pounds for his army or something. Good enough. Holy Tianjin Zhongfu. That's a heavy burden. 1,000 30,000 Chinese pound burden. heavy burden. Heavy like carry loss or carry on back. All right. What? Oh, Kai.
均 海书 垮 喜帖 不瞒你说 让
Rang. That kind of looks like a Rang. Yeah, that's a Rang. I don't know if I converted this into something. I don't think so. So now he's gonna do some chaotic recruitment instead, right? That's kind of what I made the other one. Let's see what this says. Robin Hood is in the basement of the chapel, which is in a chaotic state. A bunch of no, okay. Oh, because the finger is a new thing? I see. So the Hoods is in the basement chapel, trying to settle a chaotic situation with the I don't know, with the rebellion, or the rebellion. He sits himself surrounded by wire mesh. In a and using a boombox, he starts to organize the differently dressed groups using his fingers. Unite the discontent with the nobility. Okay. In the church again. Okay. I don't know if that's gonna last. We're gonna go with it now. Bustling? CC Rang. Splendid. Chaotic. Interesting. Well, that is my meal for today.
嚷 T
T to shave. Oh, that's interesting. Kinda, sorta. Alright, it does look like T, but... Oh, you know what? What is snot? Is snot the reverse? Oh, yeah. There's also ladder. It also kind of reminds me of pear or pard, which is kind of like shaving. Timmy Turner's in the bathroom of the house shaving. What? He has a beard because he wished for it and can't get rid of it quite yet. It's so thick he uses a saber to cut through the jungle of hair. His young brother barges in and gets mad that Timmy is using a saber to shave his beard. All right. I mean, that's okay. T-doll. I think I'll take it.
T 路
Lu. Don't quite look like Lu. In fact, you look really far from you look so non-descriptive. Like in Shellfish and Podium. Luke Skywalker is in the bathroom of the house in front of the toilet. In front of the toilet is a podium with a shellfish. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, it's Bribe. Does this combine with the other Bribe? Yeah. Wait, Lu. Okay. Fair enough. That's good enough too. Let's see. Luke Skywalker is in the bathroom of the house. Where he... where's this podium going? Where he is, I don't know, watching. He's getting ready to join the rebellion, sure. As a broadcast of some corrupted imperial official gives a speech on a podium about who, I don't know, accepts brides Shellfish brides. Bribes. Speech. About unity. Purity. Podium. Luke Skywalker, you are. Lou is so rough. Wait, Lou is gonna help though.
鹿
Ugh. Crocodile. What is that thing supposed to be? A fish? You have got to be kidding me. Is this like one of a kind? What is this nonsense? Oh, I can kind of... Oh, no. This is a fish. Oh. Oh, no. Okay. There's a fish, but... Okay. Oh, dang. I didn't even picture it like that. This has got to be the only one, right? Hold up. Oh, shocking. I that wasn't supposed to be a pun. It's actually shocking to find out that there's another use of this character. That's interesting. Okay, Master Chief is in the bathroom with the electric plant where there's a huge crocodile he has to feed. He eats an electric scepter and uses that to stun the crocodile. Afterwards, he gets a electric scepter and uses that to stun it. Afterwards, he props open his mouth and plops a fish inside. He then runs away from the crocodile. Unless it tries to hit him as well. There's a crocodile in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Alright. It's very hard to not notice this. So we'll go give it avocado. Lee? A crocodile. A crocodile pear? Oh, that kind of makes sense. Oh, I actually quite like that. Yeah, because of the skin. Like the avocado, it's kind of like shaped like a pear, right? But the skin looks like a crocodile's skin. Like it's very kind of scaly looking. That's kind of neat. And another use for Lee, pear. I kind of lost pear earlier. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, fair enough. When will I ever use crocodile?
鲁
I can't think of one. Another Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker, what the heck? Actually, Lu is fine. I see tiger. I do see, what is Lu? What is underneath Lu? There's a... What's underneath tiger? Legs. Okay. Those ain't no legs. That's a pendant for you. Okay. Luke Skywalker is in the basement of the house where he is captive. Next to him is a muscular arm and a tiger who makes sure he cannot move from his chair that is bolted to the cement floor. Maybe just like a tiger with muscular arms, you know? Alien. Likewise, he has a special pendant around his neck preventing him from using the force. Oh, that's cute. Those holding him captive are bounty hunters that want to sell him to the Empire. Alright. I got you. That one's surprisingly apt. Ah, makes sense. Ulu. Captive.
鲁壤鲁替 路
Hey, what?
Qian
Oh no! I thought. This is a 12 character day. Okay. Liars? Don't look like Tian. Closest I can think of. Oh, well, sort of. Kind of looks like Gan, though. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm very tired. Alright, Tian. Hoang. Kirby is inside the pawn shop where he's trying to open a metal basket that has a bunch of vintage goods inside. He uses a pair of metal pliers to try to open it to no avail. That doesn't really help with Kirby. Does Kirby have teeth? Probably not. We're just gonna use it. Nah, he's just hungry. He wants access to, metal basket. He wanted to use pliers and it didn't work, so he just ate the whole thing. It's good enough for me. Qian fire tong.
钱碟
Yeah? Espionage. Is this not chat? Like, shaberu. Holy moly. There's another deer though. Does look like saucer. Okay. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh no, it's spy. Oh, this is Tie. Oh no, not Tie. Tay. Tay. Diddy Kong, not Chabe. Hey. Diddy Kong is inside the electricity plant where he's conducting some espionage. The inside of the electricity plant is full of trees, which Diddy Kong swings between. Full of trees because they're burning them. Looking closely at each of the generators below, as he swings, the tree loses leaves, which gently falls into the ground below. He sees some secret words floating in the air. Gosh. Alright. Right. Kong's inside. Electricity plant. Where he heard words of deforestation of his forest. He found trees and leaves stockpiled. They arrive. The perform some espionage. And confirmed are in fact breathe and leaves from the local area. Stockpiled. Good point. I don't know what he's gonna do about it, but yeah, pal, okay. Alright.
叠 咧
Yeah. It looks like lie. But now we have mouth, which makes it grin. Interesting. Link is in the basement of the electrosphere where he's come across the electrified skeleton that dances around trying to attack him with a saber. Yeah, the electrified skeleton also has his mouth grin open as it's frantically bouncing around attacking Link. Link, who has not had such a worthy adversary in a while, grins as he enjoys. Yeah, okay. I'm okay with that. Lie Jue. Okay.
咧 O
Oh. Does look like oh. What was oh, what is Ojo? What was the right of O in that one? Wait, did I click on missiles? Oh, I didn't mean to click on missiles. It's this one. Bill. Okay. Now we have missiles. Okay. Master Chief is in front of the bakery where he finds a box of goods in the grass. He opens it up and finds the goods are croissant-shaped missiles that have been activated by him opening the box. It blows up, sending Master Chief on the ground. Suddenly, a bunch of bakers came out of the bakery, taking advantage of... Oh. Jeez Louise. We're turning this around. Master Chief is in front of the bakery. He has a box of baked goods along with a box of missile goods, weapon goods that include missiles. Is getting ready to beat up some invaders. Next mission, enjoying delicious croissants. All right. Since Oda
煲炖
Win stew. Oh, does this line up with Aldwin? Risotto. Twin fun. Okay, fair enough. Twin roll. What the? Oh, the other stew is not actually stewing. It's to like take time. Yeah. Dumbledore is in front of is in the basement of the infirmary, sure. Do you look like Twin? Oh yeah, you do look like Twin. Where he is recovering from some magical wounds. He sits on the tile next to the stake using his magic to make a fire next to the shrine that he has. Inside the shrine, which is shaped like a bowl, he is stewing some medicine. The foreman and some other nurse sit next to him, ready to eat with what he stew, whatever it is, right? They both look at the stewing stuff inside the shrine in anticipation. Yeah, okay. Alright. I got you.
炖
The fire part is gonna throw me off, though. probably gonna throw me off.
钱碟盾咧欧
Alright. Alright, so let's try our best. Get 50 of these. And then we'll just get a cycle tomorrow. Okay. Okay.
星
Or maybe do as much as I can in the next like 30 minutes. And then we wrap up with our routine.
饼武器
新式武器
Why do I think it's Cho? Hmm.
哨兵
哨兵站在大门旁边，
礁石
船必须避开礁石。
What the Zamboni?
碍事
这些多余的箱子放在这里很碍事。
Like hindrance, yeah, be in the way. Oh, yeah, oh, hindrance is actually one of the things. Oh, interesting. I didn't even look that far for hindrance. Oops.
报铁路
地下铁路
The heck?
尿布
这种尿布非常吸水。
Plow and fur.
“程度”
努力的程度。
Hard works. level. Like procedure degree. Yeah. I have no. I feel like it's a Neo thing. Oh, Neo. Dang you. Go. Oh. What? Hold. Oh. Oh, okay, I messed up. I could have sworn that is, man. Wait, that's not icicle. And what is that?
微波炉，
微波炉可以加热食物。
央，星期天，
你星期天工作吗？
织布，
织布是一门古老的技艺。
I have no idea. I think this is it.
扭转，
他的努力扭转了失败。
Or like turn around. Okay, fine. This one turn. Oh, let me go.
凳，
我们应该，我们应该剪小家庭的羊。 Consume. Dang it. Oh. That's not working. Let's go find something.
500
这个学校有500个学生。
流氓，
警方在搜捕流氓帮派。
That's not supposed to be snot. Oh. The heck, man. Oh, it's just ice. Okay. Hmm.
能耗，
我们应该减少家庭的能耗。
洗涤，
手工洗涤比机器洗涤更费力。
湿，液，君主，
古代的君主拥有绝对权力。
现场，
事发现场，
Like scene? Oh, I was gonna say site. Hey, drama. Oh, that's not that.
采，
Yeah, we're not doing the 250. It's actually not supposed to be 250. We went over for a Probably just gonna do 50 and then do it tomorrow.
咸粥，
你想吃咸粥还是甜粥？
Yo, what? Huh. Dang it.
“潜力”，
他的作品很有潜力。
Deep, depth, profound, weight, potential. Okay. Fine. Okay.
杠铃，
杠铃是健身房的基本设备。
How does that even work? What is the lever with the bell? Gosh, what's a thick bar with bells? It's a barbell. I don't know. We're gonna go with
荒，
okay. Oh no, it's a different Hoang. Okay.
寥寥无几，
会讲这种语言的人寥寥无几。
赢，爵位，
国王授予他爵位。
潜艇，
潜艇潜入了深海。
老头，
这老头往常不这样。
先，错，炊具，
这套炊具很贵。
郡，朝，
What? A what? Oh. Hmm.
永不
我永不会忘记这美好的时刻。
Not let it down. Ever. Think about this. Dang it! What? Oh, really? Huh. Hmm.
为 赔
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no, wait. I think I know what that. I think this one is.
添加
公司想要添加更多员工。
拼
Dang it.
占
I thought it was like something like desolate, like wasteland? Okay. When all else fails, just type Xia.
侠
Oh, no. I think it's chorus.
球队
我们球队又败了。
Drama. Tell me, what is a bugle and a silk? Okay.
之
It means the same thing in Japanese. Alright, past what I was expecting to do. I still got 11 minutes. I don't know. 行救. Heck you. Okay. All right, butthead.
飞弹，
敌人向我们发射了一枚飞弹。
All right, butthead. The heck?
"奋起，
我们必须奋起反抗。
Like, exert, rise up. Okay. That's fine. Or rise with force. Okay. Oh, it might be. Oh no.
你
Huh.
床，
Really thought this was. That doesn't seem right. Okay. Oh no, that's half Chinese and half Japanese. Sit there.
石桥，
石桥正在维修中。
How am I burning these pages? Don't understand.
"凡人，
他是个非常烦人的人。
离开，
我们几点要离开？
Oh. Oh, it's a company. Okay. I'm okay with that.
调， 意志，
人民的意志，
or willpower.
城墙，
城
You
墙豁
sprained
口
your，ankle yesterday. Now you're. For shame, drama. Is everything okay? Like, how long is the? I paused because I remember Jazz. Jazz had a. Jazz fractured their foot. So, what's the damage? Speak to me. What's the damage? You kids and your roughhousing, I tell ya. How is it? Tell me you were chasing after a crocodile trying to save the universe or something. Give me the Skippy here, drama. What is the amazing story? Research. Is this yen? Oh, yen. Okay. You haven't visited doctors yet, but it's swollen. You absolutely cannot put weight on it. You were carrying a box down to the basement. You slipped on the step. Dang it! Drama. Not worth the sprain. Well, hopefully. Are you gonna go see the doctor now? It was recent, right? I imagine because it's in the middle of the day right now. Do you have a doctor's appointment?
盒饭，
我今天吃了盒饭，
What is sworn? This is like a nut. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's no dirt or knee. You have not. You'll see if it gets better by tomorrow. All right. You're sure it's a sprain? Because Jazz was like, oh yeah, you know, it was fine, and it turned out to be a fracture. Are you sure?
肚，
This is a organ of some sort. I feel. Okay. I don't know how that's none, but we're just gonna go with it for today. You just hope? Okay. Well, you're young, Billy Goober. And you wonder why I call you a goober. Is there a reason you slipped on the basement thing? Your basement steps? You have grips on your basement steps?
研究，
我在研究一个新课题，
Alright, we're gonna go to 100 at least.
叫，
Try for 100.
替代，
这个能替代原来的吗？
传真，
我发了一份传真给他，
Oh, it wasn't your basement. Oh, okay. I'm glad you can get you managed to get home, right? I imagine because you're on your messaging. Or you're just chilling at someone else's house right now on your phone. I just see the truth. Facts. I hate facts. We're just gonna pass through that. Pass along. That's what I think facts means nowadays. Just pass along information. No, you're at home. You rode the motorcycle home yesterday. It wasn't as bad. Dude, you guys and wait, is Jazz from I don't know if Jazz is from Germany or not. Huh. Maybe adrenaline. Oh, I see. That's what Jazz said too. Jazz was like, "Oh yeah, you know, I got a fracture." It's like, but it didn't feel like a fracture because adrenaline. And he did the same, or I'm pretty sure he did the same, where he took a motorcycle home. Oh boy. I'm glad to hear you're safe. Man, all I can do is code this. What else could it be?
足迹，
我们跟着他的足迹走吧。
Oh, does that help? Why does that make me want to type this? Oh no. That doesn't help. I feel like I understand this one. Dang you.
有
It's kind of like resemble, just like, yeah.
善
Okay.
丢
Excuse me?
胸骨，
胸骨位于乳房之間。
Oh my gosh, that's a chest. Okay. I think we exceeded how long I was gonna last today. We're like way over time. Something like established. What took me so long today? We started late? No, we yapped. Like, it's almost been 11 hours. Like, WaniKani took 15 minutes. Yeah, WaniKani took 15 minutes. And then we talked about everything else. We talked about the meaning of life. You missed it again. And then we talked about like afterlife, and I'm kidding, we didn't talk about afterlife. We did talk about quite a lot of things though. It's the weekend. Yeah, we'll just come back to this. I don't know where this shellfish is going. With the wired fence and the rack.
Go.
I was just kidding. I typed go because it sounded like coal. Like, because it's coal. But, wait. I think I know what it is, though. Oh, no, just kidding. all I ask myself is, what does it look like? I didn't even process what it's supposed to mean. Maybe I can fill this one out too. What do you look like? Man, you know, you really do be feeling like dang it.
好， 停，
Oh, I keep going. Oh, I'm done. Yeah, that's a wrap for today. Like tomorrow I don't even have they'll compensate for the lessons, I suppose. Oh, look at these. We're not going over the old ones. We're just going over the new ones. And then I'm heading off. I think I might change how weekends are done. I have to prepare for the yap. I know it's... Wait, are you going to... You're not working now, right? You called off work, right? You heckin' goober. Wait, are you gonna go to work? Nothing preventing you from working? Oh, okay. You don't need your feet for working, huh? Fair enough. Qua. Ooh. Ugh. Tian. Lie. Gwen. This was from yesterday. A Lu Ye Yun All Ra. Okay. Oh. Okay. We talked about cancer and viruses today. That's one of the big ones. And then we talked about neurotypical and atypical qualifications. And then I made it about language learning to some extent. That was like a large part of it. How the potential of knowing the difference between like selective attention and low high selective attention and low selective attention when it comes to the perception of being atypical and neurotypical. And then it kind of spiraled into just talking about viruses and cancer on a incredibly incredibly general terms. It spiraled from evolutionary biology.集体不什么不 something 你说 Close conceal. I can't read that. It's too small and my eyes are bugging out. Okay. Oh, Booman. Booman 你说 Say what? What, the podium and moon? Good boy. Yesterday's. Chai. Men 什么 WaniKani Wu Sao. Ying Man. You're always very talkative at this point. Listen, I can't do it anymore, alright? I'm retiring tomorrow. By retiring, I mean I can't, my voice is like shot. Yeah, I need some R&R here. Alright, so we got Koopa. Koopa Auditorium. Oh. Koopa Bathroom. Auditorium. Still slaving away. Oh no, not basement. Not basement. It's quad. It's basement. Koopa in basement, auditorium. Still helping out Bowser. Noticed, I don't know. Like a big stage props in the dirt on the ground. Where the handle is about to fall off, right? Fall down. About to collapse. Koopa saves the day. Here we have Luke basements of a captor's house. Where he's trapped with a lion, with a tiger, and a tiger alien with some muscular arms, holding him captive with a pendant around him that stops his force powers. Or oh my goodness, that's horrifyingly scary what I just wrote. That was terrible too. Alright. So we got the Master Cheeks bathroom, electricity plant. Where for whatever reason this is a specialized electricity plant where for whatever reason it has a crocodile in it. Master Chief is responsible for feeding it. So he takes the electric scepter and bleeps the guy. So then he opens the guy's mouth and feeds him 4 times, opens his mouth 4 times with some fish. Okay. Kirby in the pawn shop, desperately looking for some food, came across a metal basket. Try to find some try to find some pliers to open it. Instead, he just like swallows the whole thing because the pliers don't work. Okay, we got Link, basement, electricity plant. Once again, contending with the electrified skeleton. Young guards with a saber, and the skeleton fights back, having a grin on his face, on his mouth, and Link's kind of enjoying it too. Mutual grinning. We have Dumbledore basement, infirmary, where he's recovering from some wounds, magic wounds. He has a fire going near an altar. Near an altar. Some other peeps, the foremen and whatnot, are nearby where he what is this? He's stewing up a remedy. Okay, so we got Hao. Oh, what was that? Plow? And yeah. Oh. Consume. That is wild. I'll probably get the others tomorrow. I just need to take a little bit of a rest. Alright, so we plow and fur. Okay, it just consumes all the fur. That's not even me. Okay. So Gary Poppers in the bathroom of the barn where he is taking a break from all the chores. After he washing up from plowing all the fur from the majestic beast, and then consuming them with fire magic to, I don't know, to fuel the bonfire outside the barn. Well, actually, to fuel the fire, the heat bathroom facilities. Something like that. Consume. Consume in fire. I'm not sure how well that's gonna work. Alright folks, it's been swell. Roughly okay. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you wanna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero, give it a try. Right? Always free to come on by, yap a little. Right? Yap a little. Today, way overboard. Disproportionate. There are updates coming soon, so I'm gonna keep saying this. It's kind of like a broken record at this point. Like, I'm gonna say, oh, it's coming soon, right? Kind of like those people who make those videos about Silk Song countdown. I like to think that an update's gonna happen before mid-June. That's when we're gonna be switching over to like some sort of alternative use for HanziHero. We'll see. Until then, you're always welcome. Until next time. 大家 see you guys next time. Alright, thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.